Roll on 2.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land at such a comical sight. To see the tune, the globe head goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves and blame. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic. Upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land, that's such a comical sight. To see me tune the globe head goon spewing out his shots, swinging. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this fat land, that's such a comical sight. The civic tune, the globe head goose spewing out his shite. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone laughs at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss.
I talked to you about Antarctic Sun. You deflected the measurements. You are a scum liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns? I don't see any guns, Nathan!
Oh, yeah, baby. Welcome to BALLBUSTERS 130 something. I don't know what it is. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's roll on over to Discord and see where the gun's at, Nathan.
I don't know. I've been looking. I haven't found them. I'm sorry.
I love that song. I really do. Yeah, I have to make it part of my intro. Where's Adam?
I'm here.
Oh, my God.
I'm still not feeling too. I ain't no VC.
Oh, you're no VC today. That's for sure. Jesus.
Best I'm going to come out with is a salient point the rest of you might have missed.
Damn. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Cheswick. That you just knocked that one. You clocked that one clean out the park, brother. Yeah.
It's growing on me, that.
Say again.
It's growing on me, that.
Oh yeah, I just like playing it just to play it. Hell, I'm gonna put it on Spotify. It is priceless. That is gonna age like a fine wine, don't you think?
Yes.
Yes. Who's whispering?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, everyone at once. Who's whispering?
Us.
There's the guns, Nathan. You hear that?
Yeah. Been an amusing fallout. What's it been? Oh, almost a week now.
Yeah. There's about. Is that it?
Amusing how everyone turns on everyone else within the flat Earth believing community. I've stirred that pot as much as needed.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Oh boy, is that chocolate?
The one and only.
Where's the guns, chocolate?
Where are the guns? Oh my god.
You went around yesterday, Kiwi, but did you hear us discussing, it's Christmas based, Die Hard, yesterday's show?
Die Hard. Do I remember Die? I think so, a little bit. I don't remember the specifics though.
Bruce Willis, no shoes. Shoot the glass!
Oh yes, he says it in German to a German, and he just doesn't get it. So he says, "Shoot the glass." Yes, I remember that part.
Well, there's a scene in that movie where he's only there because he's gone to see his wife. He's got an invite accidentally that he shouldn't have got. So he's at this posh hotel or wherever it is, this posh building, and his wife is one of the hostages. She sees one of the gunmen going absolutely bonkers, tearing his gun off and throwing things on the floor and just fuming mad. She turns around and goes, "Only John can make someone that crazy." What it needs is a cartoon's rant intersected with of her saying, "Only Nathan can make somebody that bonkers."
Yeah. That's priceless. Yeah, that's nice. That would work. I think Adam can do it once he gets out of the ICU.
This is the
Adam's
trouble.
saying,
My
okay,
brain's
someone
just not working. Adam can do what? I was listening. It's like I got a head fog, man.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. You're
What's up,
dead.
Adam? You alright?
Hold on, chocolate.
Sorry, John.
Yeah, he needs decorated for coming out of the ICU onto the show. I mean, that's dedication right there.
It is, but as I said to you, there's one reason, so I'll do it now in case I just fall asleep. Wish everybody a happy Christmas and a Merry New Year, and I look forward to a flat 2025. Yeah? With an Antarctic 24-hour sun, apparently. She'll be, like I said, such good a chew. Be able to,
Well, thank you,
to
Adam.
get your teeth again.
Well, thank you, Adam. You set Neil off. You knew that was going to set Neil off. I immediately seen him come unmuted.
Well, it's Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Come on, time to get Americanized.
Not wishing anybody get drunk. You don't have to get drunk. Have a happy Christmas.
Is that what it's? That's what it means in England. Merry means to get drunk. Okay, that makes sense now. Happy Christmas to you then.
It's no. It's not to get drunk. It's a state of drunkenness.
It's the pinnacle.
So most of the time you're merry on Ballbusters.
In the Ordinary Boys, where the guy's got the breathalyzer and he's explaining that there's that balance of drunk. You need to be about a 0.3 or whatever he says it is, and he blows in the breathalyzer and goes, "Oh, time for a top up." It's merry.
That makes sense.
I heard it best described once by it was when I was in London at the court case. My lawyer saying, "Merry is the perfect point when you go back after lunch." So you've probably had 3 or 4 glasses of wine in a short hour before having to go back to chambers. It's the best way to operate, but not too drunk, so as people thought you might be drunk.
It's also the worst if you're planning on driving, because merry's where you go, "I am the best driver in the whole world right now.
That's
should
true.
Absolutely drive." That's the state of mind you're in when you're merry.
You could be the best solicitor. That's the thing.
Yeah, I've been there.
Anyway, happy Christmas. Maybe a little Merry New Year then.
Don't drink and drive.
Especially with Neil.
Same to you, Adam. Feel better, man.
Yes. Take acid and fly.
You'll be merry high.
All right.
Have a responsible Christmas with your drink. I say this, I very rarely, if ever, drink at all since I was very, very young. Well, I'm teetotal. I can drink. I just choose not to. And I'm really poor, and drinking is really expensive. Jay will be on the show in the week. Those of you who don't necessarily tune into Flat Earth Debate every single day. And he opened his discussion with QE by calling QE an alcoholic. Now,
I didn't get that.
that's a joke in itself. That's a joke, isn't it? QE, I'm sure QE can have a drink now and again, but, occasionally Adam will get like, "Come on, mate, you're on a show." But not QE, not to my knowledge, ever.
Well, that's why I took offence.
Well, Adam took offense to it. He misidentified the alcoholic.
He said, "Hey, I'm the only one here."
Well, if you don't know who the guy that gets a bit tipsy is, then you're clearly not listening to the show. And if you misidentify me as QE, yeah, and my little bit of tipsiness with QE, you're really not listening to the to the show, are you?
No, he's drunk. Well, what can he say to?
He's high on beeswax, mate.
He could say Socrates don't exist.
Oh boy, I asked him. I don't think that was the question I asked him, because I came out of the gate. I came out of the gate.
You asked him what the Socratic method was.
Brother.
That's what the problem
No,
was.
that's not. No, he did not. I did not come out the gate with the Socratic method. No, I first did the little song. I don't think he likes the song. You know what I mean?
What song would that be, QE? Can I have a few bars?
Gots to have a JLB if you want to be with me.
Be with me.
And then I asked him, are those stars still spinning in opposite directions there, JLB? Yeah, yep. Something like that. I can't.
Oh, you saying that to him when he came on? I missed that episode. I wasn't here.
Oh, I was all over it. Chocolate. So I woke up. I'm all dazed, just trying to wipe the sleep out of my eyes, turn on Nathan's show, got my eyes closed because the screen's too bright. And all I hear is JLB, and I said, oh, I couldn't help myself but try to get into the hangout as fast as possible because I know that Nathan's in love with JLB, and every time that I try to expose JLB, Nathan sort of, come on, QE, now just take it easy on him, right? So I'm trying to get in there.
Didn't do that this time. This time it was different, right?
She did.
I knew what his intentions were. Given the circumstances, I knew that he would be there to mock us. I know what he's like, right? I thought, no, I'll take all the restraints off and no holds barred, right? But I won't do anything that's egregious proactively. So it'll all be like holding a mirror up. That's just how I operate sometimes. Anyway, the point is, while that was going on, specifically with alcohol, I started pointing out the projection from JLB, who's got a bit of an alcohol problem, which is just me holding a mirror up to him, calling QE alcoholic. At which point my wife happened to walk through to get to the kitchen. And she's like, oh, that's a bit low, Nathan. I'm like, what? She's like, come on. You're better than that. I'm like, oh, bloody hell. So I thought, I'm not going to sit and take it from my wife. I'm on air. I've got an audience behind me to tell her she's wrong. So I'm like, my wife's telling me, she's telling me off. It's too low of a blow, she said. Not obviously hearing the full context that I'm only doing it because there's literally 3 minutes earlier been an accusation of QE being an alcoholic. So it's one of those. But there was no holds barred from me on that particular episode. If you want to see where I'm like, I like JLB. I don't want you to attack him because I like him. Right, yeah, that's typically true. It's typically true, but it wasn't true that time.
It was for most of it. I'm sure it went south at the end. That's why my brain's just, I've got brain fog. I can't remember now. There's a reason I accused you of it in the week.
Being
it was a little bit of fanboy at the end.
Well, at the end, I reined it in after about 2 3/4 hours and was like, everyone started accusing me of being a JLB fanboy. It's like, well, if I'm going to have this level back,
doing something. Stopped him pulling his dreadlocks or something. He said, that's cruel.
At that point, I'm like, yeah, I just dropped the seeming act, but it wasn't an act at that point. It's like, no holds barred. Typically, I've got to restrain myself when it's someone that I like, which is including a very short list, but JLB is one of them.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, right, the argument of a drunk can be just as valid as that of a sober man. That's not our... It's never been my beef. I didn't know JLB liked a little tipple. Good lad. Yeah? Doesn't make his arguments any more or less valid. That's what I have a problem with. JLB.
He's got a few misapprehensions. So he's figured out that a lot of history is a complete hoax. And he leads with it currently. But that, in his mind, means that nobody else knows that. Nobody else has done primary source research. You're like, are you serious? So when he says, do you think Socrates is real? Nobody will chase down the red herring because it is a red herring. But in his mind, not only is it not a red herring, it's a really great subject matter that nobody else knows about.
Sure.
Like, you're surrounded by people who know what primary source research is.
Surrounded by people that are probably just as equally up to date in his history's fake theory, if not more educated. Because if you were more educated, you'd lead with something a bit better than, did you know that Socrates was not real? Bill and Ted are frauds.
Socrates.
Thank you, Adam, because I was going to say that's pronounced Socrates. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a pathetic performance by him. He was just, he was flailing with every one of our friggin' sword swipes, right? Then he started to circle the drain numerous times. He's got some.
Is he still Glover?
Oh yeah.
Sort of.
Ah.
Sort of.
What do you mean, sort of? You either is or you ain't.
Deny the bits that you can't argue for, whilst retaining the bits that you can't defend.
That makes no damn sense.
It does to me.
So did he come on to talk about the the final crap, the final embarrassment.
Yes.
It came to mock us. That's why I took the gloves off. I'm like, you're only here because you've completely misread the room. You don't appreciate. We don't adhere to this map or this belief in flat Earth. And we've essentially identified the fallacies that we used immediately as soon as the suggestion of it even occurring came up. In his mind, you guys have been made to look silly. I'm going to mock you. No. We're not those guys. He just didn't know that, did he?
No clue. He had no clue. He wasn't keeping up with the flat Earth debate. That's for sure.
That's the title of his autobiography. No clue.
Funny,
Yeah,
I
George
had
was right.
all types of videos popping up talking about CGI, blue screen. And I don't know. This is looking like a hot mess.
No.
As far as I know. Yeah.
Well, it's not what I got for the past couple days. Not only in my comments, but everywhere I go, I'm getting the predictions, man. They predictions. QE, do you have any predictions? They had predictions. They nailed their predictions because it's predictions. That's what it is. So we're gonna go over that here in a couple minutes and set things straight. How about that?
No. Well, as a continuation of the conversation you and I had 3 days ago, back to basics, right? There's been a purge, as I've been calling it, but let's just slightly rephrase that into a reset, right? All bets are off, right? For all you numbskull flat Earth believers out there. That means if you're still hanging around after TFE's debunked the idea and belief that Earth is flat and the notions and bullshittery that comes along with that belief, people have been peddling for 10 years. Well, that's all Ed, according to the ball believers, relevant according to us, and in need of defense according to the flat Earth believers. Like it's, oh, well, it still could be wrong or right, and green screened it, and all the defensive cope that you could possibly muster. Like, no. What we will now do going forward is critique all of you, like we have been, but like it's day one. Right, this is how we should have started on the front foot. We never did, me included. QE might be an exception, there might be a few others. For the most part, most of us swallowed and regurgitated some, if not all, of the feast of nonsense. Now, okay, well, there's been a purge, there's been a reset, so we'll start assessing your scientific acumen, first and foremost. And get you to understand what a model is, and a map is, and a reification fallacy is. In other words, we're going to start at the beginning again. It's going to be cyclical for the people who think that they can just wipe out 10 years of research. Well, that's quite good for us because non-research-based flat Earth believers didn't use any of our arguments anyway. In fact, they told us we were scammers when we put these good arguments. I noticed a few of these grifting, scamming, selling scumbags that told us that we were wrong and decried us and told people to unsubscribe and things like that, now using our arguments, now that they're absolutely screwed. Anybody else notice that? People
Yes,
like
sir.
Dave Weiss?
Yep.
Yeah. These are the people who screwed you, scammed you, sold you an app that was a globe projection, and are now only turning around going, oh, well, there are good arguments out. Yeah, they all called them grifts and scams up until this point. Now they're using them.
Well, they also said they want to work with us. Didn't someone come on the other day and say maybe we could work together?
Now, Witsit came capping in like a little bitch, asking if we could work with him, and I told him no.
This is the point in Red Dwarf where Crichton was smug mode.
I thought we were scammers and such. Why would they want to work with us again? I'm sorry. I'm confused.
Why would Dave be on shows telling people in defense of TFE that Earth's still measured flat? Well, that sounds familiar.
I heard a bullshit gas pressure explainer or cock waffle. It's quite. I've been off, so I've been listening to bits, just laying there. It's very noticeable what's being used in defence. Very noticeable. I think somebody put something in Master B where Brian's getting a shout out. Yeah? It's good to have standards, isn't it? And we never put
Absolutely.
any evidence of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica as a housekeeping question.
That's a very important point. That's a
We
very.
weren't lucky there.
Everyone
let me just
scrambled.
explain.
Hold on a second. Everyone's talking. Go ahead, finish up, Adam. But that was a very good
Sorry,
point
my
that
bad.
I'd like
Everyone's
to.
too keen.
I'd like to drop
Adam,
anchor
go
with after Nathan stops rumpusing me. Go ahead, finish up, Adam.
I would just that the reason it wasn't there is because the housekeeping questions have standards. They were proofs. Why it was never there.
Nathan, do you
I
want to
got a
speak to
question
that?
for you, right quick.
Hold on a second. We want to
Go ahead, Roger.
stop here
I
for.
can remember what.
We want to stop here for a second, Nathan, and recognize what Adam just said about Antarctica or 24-hour suns not being in the housekeeping questions from at least mid-2017 up to this point.
Yeah, the things that are relevant, if you're going to try and strawman us with, Nathan's been saying there's point control for Antarctica since 15. No, excuse me. Housekeeping questions are what we cover all the time. That's what we do at the beginning of each Flat Earth debate show. It's the talking points that we use, quote, all the time. If you want to know what we talk about all the time, we make very clear notations along the way of our journey of discovery into this subject. And they're noted with housekeeping questions. Inviolable questions that you can't get around if you want to believe you're on a ball. Now, they've been increasing in size recently with more focused flat earth proof style questions are now being dug out by the people who are screwed. The kind of people that tell their audience, I don't know how to explain this, maybe you could tell me in the comments. Those people are going to go, oh, so you're a useless twat then, aren't you? Better go and find some good answers. And where do they find themselves? Us. People they were turned away by people like Jaron, people they were encouraged to not subscribe to, the people they were told were scammers by people like Jaron, is now telling his audience, you can tell me in the comments. I won't be reading. Explicitly won't be reading them. A declaration. Yeah, okay. What do those same people do when they need to overcome these arguments, when they're asked questions about it? Oh, well, what's the dealio with this 24? Oh, well, Earth's still measured flat. Yeah. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Everyone else is going to the heart and soul of these arguments. Us. I know what to do in times like this. When you see our arguments getting parodied, what? Because it's our desperation. They can't lean back on telling you that everything's made of blood. All other kind of nonsense that I still hear Dave Weiss parroting. It drives me absolutely nuts. Is it John Thor? Pete, one of Dave Weiss's interviews. I'm sat there listening to this garbage, timestamping it in one of his comments, thinking, we've got to do a treatment on this. We've got to nip this shit in the bud. Dave Weiss babbling on about 666 Baphomet, turning upside down NASA hats. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with charlatans that flog you a £5 app of a globe projection and then talk about 666 all day. He peppered it with, does this prove a flat earth? No. End quote, Dave Weiss. Constantly. Babbling is nonsense waffle. Part of what he's flogged you for $5 is what everybody's now laughing at. Got no right to be here anymore. Dave Weiss, Jaron, Whitsitt, Bob if he was alive. They're all charlatans. They're bullshitting you with useless cockwaffle that doesn't help you in the slightest. Try parroting some of Dave Weiss's stuff to a man in the street. See what he says to you. I'm slightly ill as well, by the way. If you
It sounds like it. Jeez, oh man, were you swapping spit in the shower with Adam?
Me and Adam are lovers.
That's funny. Can I ask the question I was going to ask right quick? Does science actually prove things? I wanted to just throw that in a minute.
Now,
Okay.
scientists using the scientific method proves things. That's all they do.
You didn't need to do that. Why did you do that? Yes, it does.
2024.
This is what we're going to be. Nice segue for QE to lead into what we're going to be talking about when it.
I think Brian wanted to jump in. I thought I seen him flashing. Brian?
Yeah, just briefly, if it's okay.
Yeah.
Something I said to Neil some days ago, after this whole TFE thing, the 24-hour sun thing happened, I was ranting to Neil on the phone, and I was angry at the time. And this is before I really, the time-lapse video hadn't even come out yet. I was just angry at the whole thing. And I said to Neil, I looked at the comments that were underneath the Will Duffy video and some other video that were underneath his live stream, when he did the live stream with, they interviewed everyone after they've all supposedly seen this midnight sun or whatever, right? They were standing there during the midnight sun. And underneath it, in the live chat and in comments and that later on, and in more than one place, I saw people talking about pitch data, right? They didn't, and some of the people didn't even know what they were talking about. There was the pitch data of the Earth. They didn't even know what they were talking about. And I was angry because months before this nonsense happened, right, we got the pitch data, right? That is the absolute proof that, without a doubt, that the Earth is a flat plane. And all of these flat Earth channels, they all know who they are. All the bigger channels and all these channels out there, right, didn't want to know. Even someone like Banjo, what's his name, Flat Earth Banjo, who was always talking about planes. He knew of it. Did he promote it? No, he promoted Angels of Light using it briefly through TikTok, but he didn't promote the pitch data itself. So nobody promoted it. Nobody wanted to know about it. And then, it was like, there you go. God was saying, there you go. That's what you need. And instead, nobody promoted it. Everyone said nothing. No one wanted to know about it. No one wanted to have anything to do with it because it was coming from us, basically. And now you have the whole TFE thing happening. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and now they're all going, pitch data. It's too late. Too late. It's happened. The time to drown that out was months ago. You know, it's too late to decide now that you're going to latch on to something that's worthwhile. Celestial navigation, pitch data, surveying. It's like, it's too late. You know, it's happened already. Jaron is out there on all these news shows being made an idiot out of. So, you know, being dragged around to be embarrassed, you know, and embarrass everyone else. So, you know, and Witcher coming the other day onto Nathan saying, I just want to work with you. You didn't want to work with us before. No, we didn't matter before. We were inconsequential supposedly. You know?
We were scammers.
What you're saying is, Brian got told by Witsit that he'd be embarrassed to pass on a contact because Brian would embarrass him, or something along those lines. And after TFE, can you work with us? Moreover, Brian got it more right than anybody on a focus of one word in TFE. We never focused on, only Brian focused on the word final. The purpose of it, I hadn't been told by Brian, but I just didn't give enough credence. What's it for? To wipe out 10 years of work like it's, quote, final. Once this is done, shut your channel, shut. Right? That's what they want. They want this to be the end of it. You're like, no. And they're all shocked and shaken when we're still here. The people who are still here and tail between their legs embarrassed suddenly start saying pitch data and surveying. You're like, what are you doing? As Brian put it, drown this crap out before it started. And it doesn't gain momentum and it doesn't gather the interest of the biggest flat earthers out there, end quote, male, in the form of Jaron. Because Jaron would know because his audience would be telling him, wouldn't they? And this is inconsequential. We've got pitch data, Earth's measured flat, and then list off the stuff. Why are you going down there? What's the point? You're going to go with the scammers and the charlatans to make us all look bad? No. Nobody was interested in drowning out this crap, pointing out the fallacious reasoning behind it. No, just get behind it. It's like, well, you're getting behind an attempt to wipe out 10 years of work. Make it final. That was your point, right, Brian? That's the purpose. Make it final.
Yep.
Yeah, I called it a massive hand wave. Go on, I'm sorry.
It's chocolate.
Oh, sorry, Brian. What up, Irish? Good to see you, man. I was just gonna say that it seems like that was the coup de grace right there, right? That's why they used the word final, because to get a statement like, quote, the biggest flat earther in the world agrees that it's not flat anymore. I mean, that's what they wanted, and now this is supposed to go away. We're supposed to shut it down. Shut your damn channel. Shut whatever this guy. You know, like that was the whole point of this, and the fact that we're like, okay, still here, still going. That's going to irk them. They're probably going to get a lot worse from now, from this point on.
Hope so.
I think. Yeah, so do I. This is fun.
Well, thank you. So we want to roll
Found
into. Go ahead.
Well, I was wondering if you'd afford me maybe 7 or 8 minutes.
My God.
I feel a little bit perky. You've cheered me up, you lot.
All right. Let me stop screen sharing, for God's sake.
Adam, take 9. Or even 10.
You're a gentleman, you are. It's only... I always like a bit of Christmas miscellany. And this is not full miscellany. It's very late, but in subtle ways. It's part of the Time Bandits research. If I can share screen, it's just something I've come across.
Oh boy.
Even not like this. It involves the Jesuits.
You taking over my show?
Only a small Jesuit takeover.
Dave Weiss, eat your heart out. What's now? 666?
No. It's really to do with the introduction of mapping to different parts of the Earth.
I'm not getting
and
it.
This one...
I'm not getting it.
Have you got it?
It's just a whirly well.
I'm spinning.
Give me 1 second.
Here, whirly well. A few little squares going round.
Any better?
But this is riveting. Glad we're live. Oh, here we go.
No, here we... okay. Now I think I got something. 1 second, Adam. There you go. You're on.
Finger.
Yeah, so this is an old map from 1602. Now, it's not such a map. It comes with a story. It comes with the fact that this is a Jesuit priest that goes here to China. If I zoom in, look, you'll see. I don't read Chinese. I'm quite a while reading this. There's if you want conspiracy, look, California. It's not an island. It's a peninsula again. But this is China over here, which in of itself is interesting, where I'm looking at the different land masses, which is why I geek out the 2028 update. In doing so, you kind of read little bits and bobs as well. And there was a couple of nice bits, I thought. The first was the Jesuit link, because it kind of outlines exactly their intention. And then I also found at the bottom a number of lovely flat earth proofs. I'll start with the Jesuit intention. And this one. Here we go. So this is the guy that prefaced the map, or built the map. Matteo Ricci writes about the time needed to gain knowledge. So this is the Chinese talking about who's the guy that's purporting this map and the reason for doing so. Matteo Ricci writes about the time needed to gain knowledge and the usefulness of maps in recording this information. He describes his journey to China and his admiration for Chinese civilization. He recounts the reasons he first translated a map for a curious Chinese visitor and his subsequent efforts. He describes his intent to depict the spherical Earth on a flat surface and express his hope the map increases the knowledge of the people of the world. Well, the bit I liked really as well was just all of these lovely flat Earth proofs. Measuring degrees. So this is a description of how to make a device to measure the degrees to a pole star. Where is it? And this one. There we go. A mathematical note and chart on how to calculate the length of a degree. That's kind of where I've got to, but I just thought that was fascinating from 1602, that when we talk about people always thinking it's a globe, here's a guy going to the Jesuits, going in 1602 to demonstrate to the Chinese that it is a globe and this is how you should map it, and justification lots of little bits like this. There's also notable land masses in the north, again, very strange thing, but and a knowledge of a really strange knowledge of some parts of the world. But I said the most notable thing for me was that Jesuits are going to China to convince the Chinese that the Earth is a globe, and they're demonstrating the requirements, which is a flat Earth elevation angle to Polaris, and how to translate into a length. That wasn't too long.
No, that wasn't that bad. That's very interesting, Adam. Well, thank you for sharing that.
I remember 10th Man.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. You go first.
No, I was just going to say, I remember 10th Man mentioning this. We had a discussion about it.
Yeah, his wife died in between, but he was going to do a presentation on it just before his wife passed away. So it's in the hopper. He's got a whole presentation on this. We've just never had it. We've had little hints here and there. But it's interesting that Adam scratched the surface on this because 10th is, he's still in mourning, but he's back with us. So, to the point where
stole his thunder. This is what happens when I was there.
No. He's done similar things. He's hinted in the same way you're hinting now.
It's not hinting, it's described. It's described, and it's also documented with this other guy's text. It's the purpose. The purpose of him going.
Presented as a hint. I'm saying the hint is at what 10th could be doing in the future, as opposed to what the information presented here is.
Stop screen sharing, Adam. Thank you.
The point being in this regard, though, that they were some of the last to relinquish their Earth use of the world in a straight up just it's flat, we'll use it as such way, and convert into a we'll measure it flat and utilize it flat and lengths of angles. Sound familiar? Exactly, Adam. Yeah, straight up flat Earth proofs, but treat it as a ball. It's only been in the last 150 years. Them. That was what 10th was going to, part of, well, not just that, but, lots of other things in this regard with flat Earth proofs along the way. In terms of this notion that, we're pointing out that till a couple of hundred years ago, there wasn't really a practical way of doing it. And Haversine conversions, what we focused on in that regard, shortening the length of time for us to say, no, everyone always knew we were on a ball. Like, no, it wasn't really practically usable as a ball, as that map just showed 500 years ago. Only 200 years ago. You go, well, how long has the whole world known? Well, you go, well, 150 years ago, Chinese were starting to convert to ball. Like, this is a very short period of time that we've actually had this ball deception upon us. Now, we're told we've known for thousands of years. Yeah, we're told that quite often, as would need to be the case when a lie is being perpetuated.
Well, that's a perfect segue. I need some segues. We had a good segue, but it got ruined.
Did.
Because we had to look at some friggin' Chinese map from 1600s.
We are going to be going back to the beginning, because like with the Chinese... Got to start whipping people into order. We started this the other day a little bit with Patricia Steer and Mark Sargent, and Mark dodged the bullet. Patricia didn't in this instance, but I'm sure Mark, who does
you have to wait for that segue. Please wait for that segue. You're all discombobulated.
Oh, sorry.
Because we're gonna be going over that. Did you look at the title of this? Let me state the title for you, okay? It says Ballbusters Live, episode 135. Duffy, Faulkner, plus bonus coverage, Mark, Pat, Joe Model, and DJ Curious Moron.
Did you see that he got praise from Dubai? Model maker guy got praise. Look, this has been explained. Yeah, he did. He gave him praise. I watched it today.
Oh, no.
Debate gave him praise. He also covered shadows. Let me just contextualize. We got an audience. We just not chit chat. It's not just us. Take a chill pill. Right, for the audience's benefit. My rhetoric at the moment, and this is internal as well, and I'm not going to name and shame anybody, but there's people that want to get stuck into this, that are associated with us, and people on the fringe. I'll mention him. The people on the fringes that are doing it too, like Angels of Light, came on the show the other day and was like, "Look at these shadows converging weirdly," and we're like, "Okay, I see what you see. Just chill, right?" And I described it poorly as like a dust storm going on, and you're on a ridge watching the dust storm in the distance on some town that's not you. You're like, well, they're all fucked. Excuse my French. Right? But you can just watch the dust storm happen. That's all you can do. Or you can jump in your Ferrari and drive straight into it. Like, yeah, I get it. You've got a Ferrari. It's nice. Just chill. Can't you see the dust storm?
Let it settle.
Let it settle. Let the dust settle. That's why I was saying it, Neil. I thought someone would jump in like you last time. They didn't. Thank you. Wait for the dust to settle, and then drive your Ferrari over the dust. Because in the meantime, all the people that you go into the dust storm appealing to might vanish in the wind. Yeah? You've got to assess it after the dust settled. Because there's going to be people, at the moment, they're just flailing. They don't know how bad this is. People like Dave Weiss, right? He's just going to carry on in the circuit like nothing's happened. Yeah? No, you sold us all down the river with a $5 app that was a globe projection that they held up in false dichotomy. Maybe people will start paying attention to these words now that it's all over. Yeah, false dichotomy, map being held up that's a globe projection. Sound familiar? Dave sold it you. He's screwed. You might think, oh, it'll be all right. We'll show it with this dome model. You can believe that. But for us, just watch all that crap happen. You might have something really interesting. If you're listening, they're going, no, I've got this. It might not be about how they're claiming in false dichotomy that looking at the sun proves Earth's a sphere by antipodal assumption. Ancillary to that, I've got this great piece of information about how they functionally use their telescopes. Right? Just sit on it, right? Refine it. Work on it. Work out any kinks it might have. It might not have any. Right? On a few people that are local to you, don't put it into the sandstorm. It might blow away too. And there's no need. This is unaffected. We're unaffected by this. If you're one of those people listening, go, I've got really juicy information about this. Be on your own. Now, I will shut up eventually, but I'll give you a Vsauce example, which holds true in this particular instance, right? There's a thing called the jelly bean test, where you put a tub of jelly beans that's transparent in front of a load of people and ask them to guess how many there are. And if you take the mean of that guess structure, all the people's guesses averaged, the mean average, the actual average of all of them will be pretty damn accurate to how many jelly beans there are. That falls apart completely if you allow the participants to talk to each other. As soon as they start interacting, you get one guy go, I'm going to do 1,000. And the other guy goes, well, I'm going to do 1,001. Price is right there. On up you, mate. Right? And then that throws the whole process off. But when people just have a guess individually, it kind of evens itself out, right? Well, in this instance, we're watching this sandstorm happen whilst trying to get together and make some semblance of sense of what they've actually presented. We all need to chill. On this side of the fence, we could just watch the sandstorm and figure out various anomalies amongst ourselves. And then when there's 50% reduction in flatties because half of them have become despondent, the ones that remain you can appeal to with this useful information rather than throwing your pearls to swine. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you've got information that's useful about it, loads of people have got in touch with me. We've discussed it internally too. Amongst ourselves, we've come to the conclusion there's no point doing anything with all this information that we have at this point. And all the opponent wants to do is scream things like, there's no guns, or look at the sun. Like, okay, well, just let them tucker themselves out screaming that nonsense for a bit, and then make them go mad by pointing out flat Earth measurements, or if you've got new information from the Antarctic expedition, present it then when it might actually hit home and have some use.
Basically, they're asking for I saw all the equatorial mounts. All we want is the 24-hour elevation angles. Thank you. See you in the new year, guys. I said this last week. Just what's going off now is it's a bun fight, isn't it?
Yep.
Over what? Nathan summed it up nice. The best you're looking into a sandstorm. Wait till the date is there to actually make a judgment on, and Who knows? What I will say is flat Earth tests invoking Chinook's sons.
Yes, sir. So wait for the sandstorm, the nothing burger sandstorm to settle down, because it's still a nothing burger.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're sitting pretty.
Me, what I've got in my arsenal lined up to blast out is the standards that were put and levelled at us when we were doing similar sort of things. We were actually on boots on the ground doing stuff. Well, for us, on a much, much less grandiose scale, it was going to the Isle of Man and doing things. Now, you can argue the validity of what we actually achieved out there all day long. That's not relevant. What is relevant is what we got back from our opponent. Where's this? Didn't get it? Useless. Didn't have this, and this when you got that? Useless. Oh, I'm going to have quite a lot of fun. Duffy, where's the elevation angle data? Give it me now. Or is it published already? I haven't got it. When are you going to go back and get it? You know what I mean? Totally unreasonable standards that we had put to us at the Isle of Man. To the point where we had to literally physically go out and measure the side of a hill for its height. Like, okay. Those sorts of standards. Well, you didn't get those measurements while you were down there. Oh, well, it's going to be another £500,000 then, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that's
you
what's going to
can't prove
happen.
your nothing burger. You haven't got the measurements for your nothing burger. Go back and get more measurements for your nothing burger, or I don't accept it.
Yes.
That's what I'll be
No
doing.
guns, Nathan. No guns.
Did they check behind the mountain for the guns? Right, where's
where I don't-
behind the mountains? I say there's an entire arsenal behind there. There's an entire Navy gunship behind that mountain. Did he show the hidden guns?
Oh.
Get back down there, 40 grand each. Show me. Prove there's no guns. I don't believe you. Did he show them? There's plenty of places for them to hide. I didn't see any, but does that prove they're not there? They get down there again, lads. Not satisfied. I say there are guns. I say it's a big smoke screen. Toon saying there's no guns is because there is definitely guns there. Better go prove there isn't.
Or they paid off the people with the guns.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's all a conspiracy. They paid off all the people holding the guns. They got them to hide. Got them out of shot. Prove that they're not there. The unreasonable standards can go on forever when they're proactively doing stuff.
Yeah. I hadn't thought about that. That's a unique angle.
It's not like there was secrets about coming, was it?
No. Right, let's just Adam's chill. I will stop him. No, QE just had to ruin it. Let's do that. No. Let's watch the dust settle. I've got stuff lined up too. That's my thing.
I heard that because knew McToon was going, he had a word with his mates, and McToon got him to put them on the Nazi U-boats that are still down there. It's proved that, McToon.
Was he allowed to just wander freely? Oh no, let me get it straight. He was contractually obliged to stay in a very specific area. So you're telling me they made you sign a contract to hide the guns? This could go on forever. It'd be endless poking of fun at two especially.
Yeah. Hold on, so let me ask a question, because a certain party is going to be on Candace Owens. So what is she going to have him there for? To laugh at him?
Who, Mr. Ping?
He's going to be
who, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball?
Yeah. He established a relationship with the producer.
Yep.
And trust me, he's going to be on that show.
Oh, I know. I seen it. Yep.
Yeah. The guy that arranged with Duffy to go down there and was generally hanging around Duffy and wasn't around Jaron and Whitsitt for the entire trip. What would he want? Person that Duffy got down there to be poked fun at and humiliated and held up for everyone to laugh at. What would he be doing on Candace's show? Oh, he's there for the greater good of Flat Earth. He's only doing it for us, Neil.
Yep.
Should be very grateful. Let's hold him up as a hero.
They were spooning together the whole time. Yeah, I thought I was the only one that caught that. Good job, Neil.
I'm all over that.
Outstanding.
Is he one of the ones that got the boobs out?
Yes, I think so. Where is that picture? I got that picture somewhere. I don't know where I put it. I don't want to go get it. Maybe later.
In that vein, Brian, you specifically asked Will Duffy for pitch data, and after pointing out that would offer proof in the form of measurements, he ignored you, offered conditional acceptance in regards to the false dichotomy he was punting, Then when we got pitch data, he did actually get back in touch with you. So just out of interest, did we get the pitch data going down to Antarctica? Obviously, the presupposition being that it's down somewhere and we'd need pitch data to validate that. Did he get back to you and give you that data? The expensive mission to reverse the globe?
Because this is the thing. I said this many times, and I was saying it at the time, before we got the pitch data, obviously. I didn't want pitch data associated with this, because all that would happen is if we focused on them getting the pitch data off of the flight and doing this observation, if they didn't see the 24-hour Antarctic sun, we wouldn't get to know about whether they saw it or not, probably not. And we certainly wouldn't have got the pitch data from that flight. If they did see it and they got the pitch data, no one would hear about the pitch data for two reasons. One, because it'd be completely drowned out by all the media talking about the 24-hour Antarctic sun, and two, because just like actually happened, all the flat earthers, all the flat earth channels, all the people out there who followed with it, and all these other people, none of them would have shared it, none of them would have done anything about it. Well, maybe they would have in a panic, but a week too late it would be overshadowed by the 24-hour Antarctic sun observation, which is why we were given the opportunity months beforehand, right, flat earth in general, not us, but we did our best, but flat earth in general, right, to actually promote this pitch data and get it onto shows like Candace Owens. I sent it via email to her and everything, and nothing. None of the flat earthers helped us out. Where were ye? Where were all those channels promoting this? None of them. And now they want to talk about good arguments. Where were you when you were needed? So I didn't want any connection to Will Duffy and what he was doing. I just wanted the pitch data, and I didn't want him to even be going to Antarctica. I wanted him to just get the pitch data. That was my request to him. Never mind Antarctica, just get the pitch data. That will prove or disprove. And he didn't want to do that because he knew that what the pitch data was going to show, and he knew it wasn't going to help out.
He didn't know. He didn't know what the pitch data was going to. Do you think he knows what pitch data is?
No, but I bet he knew there was a 24-hour sun.
I just wanted to tail off what Brian said, though, because Brian's pointing out something about where were these other channels. No, you, Brian, us, you become the authority now. When people need hope, they seek out good arguments, and you're getting mentioned. You're getting pitch data put into the chats of these streams with 24-hour suns when it's necessary. When people need decent arguments, they'll find them, and they have. That's the point. These tossers like Dave and Jaron and Whitsett stop being the authority when they screw people royally, when they're proven badly wrong. And what they've offered them isn't a defense of what's being presented, when their ether doesn't save them in the face of affirming the consequent fallacy and false dichotomy. So what do people do? They seek out a better authority. You have to take ownership. We have to take ownership of this moment. We have to become the authority the people want. And we already have the information, and what we get criticised for is our presentation skills and our interpersonal skills.
And where's the guns?
Well, no, that's the ballers.
But the thing is, when Whitsett was on your show a few weeks ago,
Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. Excuse me, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball.
Everyone knows. Yeah, okay, but people know him by the name Whitsett.
All right, that's fine.
When he was on the show a few weeks ago, and Nathan put it to him, would you? I don't know which one of the two you did it, but you both asked him at separate times. Brought up would you promote Brian, like to Alex Stein, or get Alex Stein to put Brian forward for something? But like I was going to try to get on to Candace Owens. That's what I was trying to do. And he said that he wouldn't want his reputation tarnished or something like that. Yes, he decided his reputation tarnished. I mean, if there was ever a backward comment, I mean, what does he think this has done to his reputation? If he's really genuinely interested in his reputation, this thing he's done in Antarctica has not helped his reputation. It doesn't matter if it puts him on Candace Owens' show, but it doesn't matter if it puts him on Candace Owens because he knows the producer now. That doesn't matter. What's he going to say when he's on there?
That's what he was. Remember, he was sort of pointing to, because there's much bigger shows coming He already had that in the hopper.
But he knew that this lad, Mark, who was the producer of Candace Owens' show, was going to be going.
Yep.
And he knew this, I would say, at that time. And look, I don't even know I don't know this guy, Mark. I know he's a Globe or whatever. Now, if he was looking at the emails, if he looks at the emails that are sent to Candace Owens' show, because there's no her personal email, it's like he could see the flight presentation that I sent and ignore it. She might never see it. She might not see it for 2 years or never. So there's a big channel that who's going to get on there? The very fella who went to Antarctica, and what's he going to say when he's on there? What's he going to say? What's he going to say? What are you going to say with it? Are you going to talk about elevation angles? The very thing that you tried to decry 2 years ago?
Yep. No, it's going to be ethers eventually. He's going to have to put up some kind of semblance of a defense of the 24-hour sun. That's going to be, I'm going to get the popcorn out. But ethers is definitely coming up. It might not come up on the first show, but on the second, oh, yeah, that's coming.
So egregious, him saying he might damage, sorry, bring my mic closer, might damage my reputation. You're like, what? Outrageous. It's like Bernie Madoff telling the Dalai Lama I wouldn't want a reputational harm by associating with you.
Yeah, he got the full brunt after that little comment. I was trying to get on, man. I couldn't get to my friggin' mute button fast enough.
He got the full brunt the other day, too.
Yes, he did.
Good job, Nathan.
All right. So you guys all tuckered out yet? Can we get on with the show? I would like a segue. I had one before, but then we had to put up with the map from 16.
I don't predict that we'll get a good segue.
Well, I had to eat humble pie today, if that means that to anyone.
Humble pie, is it potato pie?
It's bitter. It's bitter pie. I had to remove a couple of videos up there. I thought I was onto something, and I wasn't onto something. I thought I was getting smart, and I wasn't getting smart. And I ended up having to admit that my videos were wrong.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
That's called intellectual honesty.
No one's going to hear it because Brian's going to friggin' rumpus you. Go ahead, Chocolate. What was that again, Chocolate?
No, I just said that's called intellectual honesty.
Ah, that's what that is.
So, I don't know, it's internal pride that is expressing to the external audience, which is useful for me. It's like, what? So you got something wrong and admitted to it? Shocking. Yeah, flat earthers that are prevalent in this community, they don't want to do that. You know, they'll still defend something that's been demonstrably proven wrong by the people around them that they'll call scammers, and their opponents that they'll say are producing CGI images. You know, those people will still hold up their incorrect information, double and triple down on it. Whereas what you'll show that you were wrong and have some intellectual honesty. Yeah, that's what people around us do when we're wrong, Brian. That's normal.
You called them flat earthers.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Hold on.
Well,
Wait a second. You called those flat earthers. You sure about that?
Earth believers.
True earthers.
True earthers. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry about that, Kiwi. Nah, it's like this. I can't expect that standard from someone else if I'm not willing. I can't expect that level. I can't expect someone else to be honest with me and to admit when they're wrong if I won't admit it when I am. Do you know what I mean? I actually thought it was going to... I thought it was... Sorry,
Don't wax philosophical on
I was going to say, for the audience's benefit, I will also admit that I was wrong. There were no guns.
Segue. Segue.
I predict we'll never get a segue for this.
All right, we're going to head in here. Like I said, for the last couple days, I've just been overwhelmed. Not only under my videos, but everywhere I go, I'm hearing predictionist. They nailed the predictions. What's your prediction, QE? They had the predictions. 24-hour sun. Got it. You're done. And I said, oh, really? So let's spin back to when I first come out here. That's what me and Nathan were talking about, or Nathan and I were discussing, that we were jumping back because of the models and predictions. I said, we're just going to revert back to like 2016 and 2017. Like, I don't know. I must have done 50 at least 50 presentations from that time till now on natural science and the scientific method, and specifically about predictions, right? So all you globetards, predictions, we got some predictions. You can have a prediction, and we'll have a prediction, and you can have one. Well, let's actually see what this means in context. That is, in science. And a funny thing happened earlier today. I pulled this out of one of the natural science presentations, just predictions. I just wanted the short part. And I was working on it earlier today. And my wife came in, and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm working on scientific predictions." I said, "You know what?" I said, "You're a baller. I've asked ballers for 8 years, what is a scientific prediction? Can you tell me what a scientific prediction is, wife?" And without hesitation, she said hypothesis. The first time in 8 years a baller told me correctly. So I was beside myself. I'm telling you, this actually happened. And she started walking away, so I started trailing her down the hallway because she was all that. She was strutting and stuff. She goes, "I got a science acumen." That led me. I was on her. I was on her like white on rice. And she was headed towards the garage. She's working on putting some boxes away in the garage. And I said, that's science acumen. So scientific prediction, that's a hypothesis. I said, can you tell me the two constituent parts of a scientific hypothesis there, love? And she goes, I really have to get out to the garage. And she opened the door and closed it. And I said, yeah. Typical baller. But I thought I'd share that with you. That's how this morning started off. But let's get into it. So, ballers, predictions in science, words, they kind of mean things. Let's find out what predictions are. And let's start off, ironically, with one of my wife's alma maters, Colorado State. Colorado State, scientific hypothesis. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Isn't that beautiful? So it's a special kind of prediction, and it has two constituent parts to it. Let's try out McClellan Christen, The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method from the Geological Society of America. Hypothesis. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. The first blank is the dependent variable. It depends on what you are doing in the second blank. And the second blank, number 2, is the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. Interesting. Some echoes between Colorado State and Kristen McClellan. Let's see if there's any others. From Penn State University. The scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable and the dependent variable. Is there an echo in here? The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on what? The hypothesis. The prediction is often an if and then statement. From California State University, hypothesis. A hypothesis is a tentative explanation for a phenomena and is used as the basis for further investigation. It is a specific statement of prediction and describes what you expect to happen in the study. From Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. A hypothesis is a prediction of the outcome of a test. It forms the basis for designing an experiment in the scientific method. You don't say. Back to California State, Bakersfield, the other one was Northridge. Formalized hypotheses contain two variables. I wonder what those are. One is the independent variable, and the other is the dependent variable. The independent variable is the one you, the scientist, control, and the dependent variable is the one that you observe and or measure the results. Notice there are two parts to a formalized hypothesis. The if portion contains the testable proposed relationship, and the then portion is the prediction of the expected results from an experiment. An acceptable hypothesis, i.e. a viable one, contains both aspects, not just the prediction portion. Interesting. From David Van Nuys, websonoma.edu, what is a hypothesis? Basically, a hypothesis is a prediction. Shocking surprise. It is an educated guess as to how a scientific experiment will turn out. From the University of Wisconsin, writing an introduction for a scientific paper. Hypothesis / prediction. They treat them like synonyms. Specific prediction or predictions that you will test during your experiment. From ChemLibra text, what is a hypothesis? First word out the gate, prediction. If you ever carried out a scientific experiment, glue sniffing baltards, you probably made this type of hypothesis when you predicted the outcome of your experiment. From GCSE, a hypothesis in practical work is a prediction that is supported with an explanation. And from sciencing.com, a hypothesis should make predictions, shocking surprise, that will hold true if the hypothesis itself is true. A testable prediction can be verified through experiment. You globe-tard goobers, you get it yet? Thank you. Any questions?
So you're saying hypothesis is a prediction in science?
Correct.
Science prediction is called a hypothesis. They are basically the same thing. They're synonyms. They're used interchangeably. When you're talking science, you're talking experiment, and you're talking about predictions, and those are called hypotheses.
Yes.
So prediction where the sun's going to be is not a prediction.
I haven't got there yet, Neil. Jumping the gun a little bit.
I have a question.
And what might your question be? Merry Christmas to you
Merry
and
Christmas.
Booger alike.
My question is, where are the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns, Nathan?
Right here, baby, right here.
You did predict guns.
Did you?
There's your link. Oh, God damn it.
No swearing.
No swearing.
That should have been the prediction. Where's the guns, Nathan?
Not swearing.
Focus on what is being stated in amongst those citations about what the prediction should contain. It's an if and then statement. It's a very specific type of prediction. It's not a Nostradamus guess about what might happen somewhere at some time. It's an if and then statement. It predicts an outcome you've observed in nature and what you can do to influence that outcome. That is to say, if your independent variable, that's what you'll vary, n, the effect that you're trying to induce. The process is, I think this, that's the thing that you're going to be changing, manipulating, will cause that thing I observed in nature. So that's a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis. And that's what we're talking about contextually, because we're being told we had a prediction or our experiment. Okay, so we've contextualized this within the context of science. That context is a hypothesis. The hypothesis isn't just any prediction. It's an if and then statement, supposition of causal influencer, and observed phenomena. If supposition of causal influencer, then observed phenomena. That's your prediction.
Well, where are they? Ballers, where are
No,
they? You've been hounding me for predictions. Where's your predictions at? Where did you predict?
I've only had. Well, let me just. For TFE, I have had to date on actual personal interaction with Will Duffy. Came to one of my videos and left a comment. Now, admittedly, I can't remember what he commented. What I can remember was what I replied to him with, which is, what is the hypothesis or the final experiment? Please, can you give me the independent and dependent variables? That is the only interaction I've had. Now, in response, I got Where's Wally and all sorts of other clowns responding on his behalf. He did not give me that which I asked for. He then went on to claim that he'd offered me some ticket that he never contacted me, spoke to you about. Nothing. I haven't had any interactions with him whatsoever. He just lied. It turned out the ticket he lied about offering me didn't exist. But that's my interactions with Will Duffy. My only interaction with him was in one of my comments on one of my videos where he commented and I replied, what is the hypothesis? What's your independent and dependent variable? TFE.
Interesting. So Globers. Nah, let me put the Globers aside. Actual flat earthers, when you get confronted with this, and you will, what is your answer going to be when they say, well, all our predictions, we nailed it. Did you have any predictions? Which is non sequitur to the discussion. What's your answer going to be? I just gave you all the answers. I should be hearing them over the next few days, shouldn't I? I'll be looking out. Booger! Is Booger here?
He's occupied, but I can get him if you need me to.
Don't you need to get him?
Is there Oh, I didn't see one. Oh yeah, there is. Booger, come here. Booger. He's opened a bunch of gifts and stuff. We're at family's house.
Oh.
So I'm kind of just halfway listening. Sorry about that. I got you. Hold on. Booger, say super chat. Super chat.
Super Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Theo Megawordy sent, you may now get on with the show when you're ready. That's not assertive enough.
Yeah, try You May Begin.
Yeah, you may begin.
Event.
You missed another one.
For those who want to reminisce, right? If you're a flatty and you've been here a while, you'll fondly recall. Hey, Chocolate, you there? You'll fondly recall QE having ballers over a barrel in debate with pink writing. You'll know what I mean immediately when I say that.
Yep.
We're going to do that. With the reset, doesn't apply to the ballers. Right? They're not coming, are they? Who does it apply to? It applies to our own. After the dust settles and there's anchors like Dave Weiss still hanging around, we're going to be whipping them around by their short hairs with the same thing. Come here, Dave. All right, you said everything's made of blood after talking about science. Can you give me your independent variable, please, big bald Dave? Oh, you can't. What are you clowning for then? Ed.
Sorry. Yeah, he's running around like crazy, so I caught him again so he could say it one more time. Tony Whitcomb sent, the non-twoo earthers are loving the charade and not being called out unless guns are mentioned. Great glow proofs they still don't have.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Theo. Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, so that was almost at the very last bit of the point, which is what you saw with the pink writing years and years ago with us whipping the ballers round by their short hairs is what we're going to now have to do after the fact once the dust settles with flatties. Make sure they understand what a prediction is. When a baller shoves TFE in their face, you know what to do with it, where to go, how to cope. Now, I'm not saying that in a sarcastic way this time. I'm saying in sincerity. How do you cope when someone comes to you and says, ha ha ha, 24-hour sun? Well, what's your immediate reply? Well, your immediate reply should be, and forcing your opponent to actually turn it into a claim. So there's nobody making a claim, which is good in a way, right? I wasn't going to intend to go onto this segue, but I will. As a byproduct of us actually doing what Brian tried to suggest we should have done in the first place, which is swamp these people when they come out with this crap, make it irrelevant by us telling them that we already know how irrelevant it is. In other words, our arguments. In this case, you've got to swamp this How do predictions work? What is science? How have we been duped? Do it with the flatties. They can by the hand explain what science is so that they know how we've been duped. Instead of what we were doing with the ballers, while flatties ran amok, they weren't engaging with the people who'd still got the argument in their belly, peddling crap, talking about Freemasons, talking about 666, talking about stuff being upside down and looking like symbols. Like, none of this proves a flat earth. It never will. It never did. It made us all look stupid when the person went, well, I've got to have something to talk about flat earth. What about this globe projection that's flat? Here you go. $5. Meanwhile, look at all the Freemasons in space. Like, this is what led us to look like complete dicks when it came to TFE. What do? You learn the good arguments. You know what to say when someone throws up a non-positive claim, a baseless assertion that doesn't even exist in a claim format. Look at the sun in Antarctica going around for the whole day. Okay, I've looked. Okay, Mr. Baller. And what does that prove? You haven't given me a claim. Why haven't they given you a claim? Because Duffy hasn't explained how the claim works at all. Every time he attempted to, he hesitated because we were all over his case, pointing out that you need to affirm the consequent. That was right at their door while they were preparing for this. Us. And what? If P, then Q, Q, therefore P? If Earth a ball, antipodal, then 24-hour sun, 24-hour sun, therefore a ball? We also had to hedge our bets that the tossers on the flat Earth side, the believers we're now chastising, would also affirm the consequent if they didn't see a 24-hour sun. That was just as bad a news for us. It was just as fallacious. We were never going to be using this as some sort of heroic proof to give a ticker tape parade to Whitsitt and Jeron if they didn't see it. On the contrary, if you don't see a 24-hour sun, it's the AE map. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, oh, great. Here we go. Now we've got to tell all the flatties that hate us because they've been told that we're scammers by Jeron and Whitsitt, who are now heroes because they didn't see a 24-hour sun and have managed to also affirm the consequent. But what does this ultimately boil down to? What do you actually need if you've come here and actually come to learn? What are they using to peddle their grift? Word experiment. And they tried to back it up with the word prediction, so that you think they've got some semblance of actual proof, like science would provide. Empirical proof if you followed the method. They're hijacking something that offers empiricism, that's science, and then offering some sort of finality in the title, and then suggesting that their predictions came to fruition. Therefore, empirical proof of what? Well, fortunately for you, you don't know because you can't link it together. Duffy didn't make that explicit. He would have done if we hadn't been all over his case. He said, if we do see a 24-hour sun, Earth's a ball. And what do you know we do? So Earth's a ball. If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. He didn't. He didn't actually state the fallacy explicitly, and neither did anybody around him, because we were all over him like flies on shit. Nobody can actually link this together. Try it. Test me if you don't believe me. Go and ask a random baller how a 24-hour sun proves a ball. There's a 50-50 chance they won't give you an answer. They might say, well, because I assumed I'm on a ball when I went and looked at it. Yeah, that's the only way they can claim it's proof. Assume you're on a ball, look at the sun, see the sun, so you're on a ball. That's what they've done. I've been saying for a year.
That was the funniest part of yesterday on politics. You were like, where are you guys? Represent. You spent all this money to go out there and nobody's here. Nobody's throwing this at us. What are you guys doing? Represent, guys.
I was expecting it to be the case in politics because it was rammer jammer ding dong with all sorts of triggered people on ball and flat side. And we're like, okay, we're here. Yeah. Someone throw the 24-hour sun as a globe proof. And nobody did. It was shocking because nobody knows how to formulate it, even into the fallacy. Do they?
We also got told measurements are subjective, so that was cool.
Well, I heard somebody say that the independent variable could be independent from the experiment, Mr. T-Jump.
Oh, nah, wow. Man, you just manipulate the experiment, man.
Man, I forgot all about
the whole experiment.
I forgot all about T-Jump. I'm so far behind on treatments now. We'll get to T-Jump. Just be patient.
we're giving you baby steps. I'll segueing you back in. We're giving you baby steps in the scientific method, right? Step one for you, not in the method. For you, flat earther or whoever's here listening to this in the aftermath.
Well, we're going to get into the heroes.
Learn what a prediction is. What are we talking about? What have they utilized? Well, they've used predictions and said that they're going to guess.
Could I say something?
Well, yeah, after he's done chopping, is he chopping for you guys?
Yes, because.
And now you're chopping.
Okay, I go
because you're Irish.
He's got a bad connection and doesn't realize that he thinks we're all
Yeah, I'm getting.
you're chopping.
I'm getting some nonsense again. Yeah,
you need to tighten all the cables on your router. I don't think your engineer's tightened all the nuts on the back of that box properly.
Oh, he's tightened them all properly. Something's going on with OBS. All right, everything's good. Go ahead.
Brian wanted to say something. I was just waiting to see if you sorted your connection out. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, what the ballers, I don't think they realised is a 24-hour Antarctic sun, right, for them is confirmation bias of the globe, because it's part of what they're told. Like when they talk about predicting, right, this 24-hour Antarctic sun, what they're actually talking about is they were told basically their whole lives that this a phenomenon was there, right? So, and it was there because it's a globe. That's basically the mentality, right? So that's not a prediction, obviously. That's just, they're expecting to see the thing that they're told was always going to be there, and they're told it's definitely a globe, and it has to be a globe, so that has to be there. So it was more of a case of, for them, it was like, once they saw it, it was like, oh, a sigh of relief. It really is there, right? But the problem is that after that, how did they then come at flat earthers? A real flat earther, let's just say, right? Like, whatever is going on in the sky, right, the stationary flat plane of reality has no bearing on it. It's only the globe paradigm where there is the apparent motion of the sun and the stars due to the rotation of the globe. That has a direct bearing on what they see. But for me, if the sun starts going west to east tomorrow, it has nothing to do with the flat earth I stand on. You know what I mean? So
yes.
That's the problem. There was never not anything to worry about.
Yeah, there was never any there was never any experiments. There were never any predictions. They're using these words. They don't know what they mean. So call them out. Catch them. And don't go for the flack. Once they say I got predictions, I got an experiment, hold their feet to the fire and don't move until they say it or write it. Don't let them bring up a red herring fallacy about Aunt Jenny's tomatoes and stuff. Don't answer that. Stay with the experiment and the prediction and their models. Okay? For God's sake.
Going back to basics isn't necessarily, we're not going back far enough. I've just realised. There's going to be a certain faction
play here, Nathan.
Again.
So there's two things at play. There's what Huey's warning Ryan with, and then there's the reality of what we've seen. Your figures have gone through the roof, not because you really suddenly people have realised how good looking a bald man is. Yeah, they're there for a purpose. Suddenly they're looking for answers. So there is a point, I think, starting again, ladies and gentlemen, with those basic principles where we start out with experiment. What as a hypothesis? What constitutes it? Yeah. What? All the back to the basics, back to the creator again.
Yep.
There appears to be an audience, and I've got no problem with reiterating many points why I know. Yeah. For sure.
Way ahead of you.
Without a doubt, the Earth is flat.
Basically, no.
Super ICU.
Sorry, I'm on my phone. Please forgive me. Theo Megawordy sent shout out to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and Politics Discord.
Thanks, Theo. Finish up, Adam.
Well, I was going to take over from his point, which is to say we're not going back far enough. I agree, and we are, and we will, but we're not going back basic enough. What's the problem here? We're talking about structures in logic. We're offering empirical logical consistency in the form of the scientific method, and then starting to explain how that functions. Unfortunately, I don't think that's basic enough. It is.
The entire
Bear with me. Nearly done. Basic in terms of how you're going to present it and break it down is perfect, QE. What you're doing is ace. But people need to understand where the base of logic fails for them with the affirming the consequent. Why isn't it proof of a ball when you assume you're on a ball? And some people might not pick up on the fact that what I'm telling them is a base assumption that you're already proving the thing that you've assumed. That's a base in logic that people might not get. A lot of the flatties that have left us in this predicament, if you're a flat earth believer, that is. That's why you might be here. The extra numbers, as Adam says. You need to learn how good logic works and how logical fallacies work. So we're going to have to go back even one step behind how the scientific method works to get people on the right track from the offset, if that makes sense.
Yes, but I think you missed. It's not what I'll finish with. It's not about being able to identify logical fallacy. That helps. But as Big Globe Dave demonstrated when put on the spot, actually, if you put on the spot, are you prepared to say for sure and without a doubt you know that the earth is flat, and then list why? That, respectfully, is a skill very few of us have. Why people are coming over here now to find out how you can say that. Oh my God, there's a black Goku.
So what?
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 Sort this out.
Huh? Say there's a black Goku?
Goku, top left.
Oh, that's me.
Black Goku. He's not wrong.
It's me.
Oh. So we got black Goku and a chocolate Saiyan. That's what's up.
Are you brothers?
He has no idea what's going on.
Maybe a long lost brother.
So what you're saying is we're going to have to go back to basics, maybe starting over in the new year. I feel a heavy burden coming down on me to go over basic logical fallacies and then head into the scientific method and then the flat Earth proofs. Yes.
Yes.
I think that's it. I just want to cite some numbers. I've seen Nathan show. Was it 100 odd normally to 180? Almost a doubling. And the reason they're here is because they don't know. Suddenly, their paradigm been destroyed. The thing that they thought would mean you didn't have to worry about a ball, or that they knew it was flat, gone. Now they're here to. They still feel it's flat. They don't know why. They can't say to the mates at the pub anymore. We've got to tell them. And what Nathan said, logical fallacy, is one of those things to start with. That's how you identify you being mugged off. But how you know for sure and without a doubt is up till Easter, I think.
Okay.
It's going to take us a while. You're not wrong.
Well, look how it's come
more arduous than you are first identifying by going into this, by saying hypothesis construction, what is a prediction? You're too advanced, as strange as that seems.
Well, let's start off at the beginning.
But I was just gonna say, look how it's come full circle now, right? Because
Yes.
what did we get when we first came out here?
Chocolate ice cream.
Chocolate ice cream.
Sorry, my headphone fell out of my ear. I'm working. So what did we get when we first came out here? You stupid flirts. Science proves globe. Science proves this. Science proves this. That, the body of science, all that crap. And then what happened? Huey showed up, started pulling out the pink writing, which honestly was one of my favorite parts, like little segments of the show. And what happened shortly after that? Oh, you stupid flirts. Science doesn't prove things. And then to come to this point where now their biggest proof is something they labeled as an experiment. So science does prove things again. That's interesting, isn't it? I think you should bring back the pink writing for 2025, brother.
Poor dumb bastards.
You're gonna have to. My brother just called me up in a panic. He's getting attacked by all different Christians because this Duffy is a Christian and he's a pastor, and he proved by going there that Earth is a globe. So he sent me this whole bunch of stuff, and I told him, Chris, it's because they don't know what science is. Huey's going over it now. Send them the link. Let them watch the show.
No, I'm not going over it now. It's going to be in the new year, sometime probably mid-January. That we'll start at the beginning. We'll have to talk about it. But I'll put it in. I'll put it in front of the Supreme Council, and then we'll move from there.
Yeah, but even just what Nathan explained could give them a little taste of what science actually is.
Did you not hear Nathan groan? What a big volume of work this is going to be. It's not a one-line epiphany to give people.
Yeah, I know. I think it is because I understand it.
Can I just reiterate a point, Nathan?
Not really, no.
All right, we let it go.
we got to get into talking about the heroes. There's more to this show. Heroes.
The heroes.
Yeah.
I know. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Yeah. Heroes, and we're going to hear from Joe Model. Also,
wait, but didn't we get the ticket tape parade set up yet?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Nathan, segue. Did he leave?
He's quit at the volume of repetitive work he's going to have to do.
Nathan! He just quit. Did he go?
Oh, where's the guns, Nathan?
He's going to find the guns. That's what the son of they snuck it in on me.
Latchy's quick faster.
I got a gun in my safe. I don't know if that counts at all.
Was that Flatsy that rumpused right ahead of me?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh!
She's on the guns quicker than anybody. She's a quick draw.
Yeah. Let me go back into Discord. Is he still in there? Nathan! We'll just wait a couple seconds. Go ahead, Brian. The point you wanted to reiterate. Make it concise.
Yeah, it's that flat earthers never had anything to worry about. It was the ballers who were worried because that was part of what they were told is proof for a ball, and that has to happen because they have to be on a ball, so they had to see that. I have whatever is happening in the sky. If it changes around tomorrow, it has no bearing on the Earth I walk around on.
Duh.
It's independent of the Earth. Do you know what I mean?
I remember you telling me that, Brian, that if they go there and they don't see a 24-hour sun, they got problems.
Well, that would have been the end of it for them, really. You know?
Super problems.
Sorry about that.
Well, sorry about what?
Because I couldn't tell you right away. The family's all right here. Theo Megaword, he sent shout out to the final proposition #TFP from Secret Asian Man.
From what? Thanks for the super chat.
The final proposition.
What's the final proposition?
Indio is starting this the final proposition for any of the Globers or flat earthers to be able to take that observation from Antarctica and put it into a logical syllogism.
We want him.
Good luck with that with Indio.
We want him. Well, shout out to Indio. We want him to put the final experiment into a hypothesis. And and I want to know the prediction. Of course, you have to say prediction. Just let the poor dumb bastards go. Then I want Mr. Critical Think, a.k.a. The Fly. I'll show everyone right here out in YouTube land who Mr. Critical Think is. Remember him with his experiment on Will Duffy. Will, do you want me to show them the experiment right now? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, The Fly. Go ahead and show. With his...
No, he said he brought experiments.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, with his test masses. Yeah, he's up on screen, QE Live. You know, The Fly right there. You guys remember that? Yeah, we're going to need the hypothesis for that experiment, by the way.
Help me. Help me. That's the really old one.
That's the Fly. That's the one with what's his name? Vincent Price, right?
Nathan! You back yet,
Look,
sir?
I'm an insect who dreamt he was a man. Loved it.
Yeah, he's back. All right. I was before you left. I said, segue. We want to talk about heroes. That's what we're going to talk about. Did you get it?
No.
Probably not. All right, you're going to get it.
Heroes welcome.
You're going to get it right now, real quick. So we're going to
like a sandwich.
No, I don't think so. Maybe you'd have to ask her, but we're going to find out right now. People in Discord, go ahead and join QE Live. Thank you very much. People in YouTube land.
Oh. You know who followed me this week on Twitter?
Your sister?
After all these years, right? This comes back to the point we're making. After all these years, guess who followed me on Twitter this week?
Elton John.
Patty Steer. Shout out, Patty. Thanks for following.
Oh, no. I don't think she's going to be following me.
She's about to hang herself now.
Right, look, I was particularly harsh on Patricia last time we covered this. If we're going to be harsh on her this time, I'm sorry in advance, Patricia.
He's not going to unfollow me because you're a lot of rude.
I'm not going to be rude.
Rude, harsh, I said harsh.
That's funny.
Why would you suspect such? Well, I never.
Oh, that was a shot by Flatsy.
Oh, crap. Where did that come from? Hold on. Segue, please.
Segue, I was only predicting what was going to happen.
Thanks. That nice touch. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Are we ready for this? You guys will be able to hear
Is he in Antarctica, DJ Curious, as well?
Yes, he is.
Love it.
So let me introduce the players, even though their names are here. Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, DJ Curious, whoever that is, and Joseph Hanvey, who I affectionately called now Joe Model. That's who we're going to be listening to. Only, we're not going to be listening to the whole thing, just bits and parts, okay? Any objections?
Contact.
No model. Model, correct?
We'll be going over models here in a few minutes. First, we have to get the context, like Adam has suggested.
I've got it on Patty, Mark, and I'm looking at the stuff that's around Joseph, what his context is. DJ Curious, I don't know. That's all. Who is he? I'm not having a go at him. Who is he? What is? I know he's not really in Antarctica. You know what's he doing? What's he doing on the show?
I don't know him. I've only seen him on Mark's show. Never heard of him.
Probably a DJ.
You might possibly be correct. Okay.
One of those inquisitive ones.
All right, let's get the context for you, Adam. Here's the context for you. You ready?
Was another one that you said pertaining to a king.
Proverbs 25 too.
Exactly. It's the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter.
That was one of my
Just
favorite.
a second.
Hold on.
Hold
on. That was one of my favorite scripture verses of all time. I was shocked that they stated that. Go on, Adam.
Been distracted. I'm going to have to ask for a J. And if it's a bit of scripture. The question was, I know Patty likes cats, doesn't she? Looks like she got a couple of puppies for Christmas.
Yeah, but they're not doing that. They're misquoting the scripture.
Adam.
In the interest of balance, I've always found that scripture verse a bit boring.
Oh, have you? Oh, you quickly drove away from the puppies. This is a family show, Adam.
Adam, I just got that.
A little bit
People
slow.
choose to dress how they want. I'll just.
Neil's a little bit slow on the uptake, Adam. Would you go on about the puppies?
No.
No.
Otherwise, and that would become vulgar, wouldn't it?
I had my attention distracted the whole time by the jukebox.
And really, that's what you're doing. But really, isn't that what we're all doing? Even our guys who were and girl, Lisbeth, in Antarctica, we're doing this exact same thing. And I hope when those three get back here to the United States, they are greeted with a hero's welcome.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just find that so funny.
Trisha's outfit is very revealing. She does have fantastic breasts, I'm not going to lie. But it's quite low cut, isn't it?
I'd put...
Is she going to go out dancing or something?
I'm not, wasn't being lewd. That's why I put it the way I was. It was just very noticeable.
I hadn't noticed.
Maybe she found the gun.
I hadn't noticed.
Maybe she found the guns.
I hadn't noticed.
He found both guns.
I had not noticed. I just wanted to put this in, right? Until this came up, and even after Neil, the penny had dropped for it dropped after the fact for me, even later than Neil. I hadn't noticed, actually, Adam. So just to put that in there.
That's a bunch of baloney.
I had not noticed her breasts. My eyes hadn't glanced at them. I didn't notice in the slightest or thought about them. She's a woman. She happens to have breasts. I'm happily married and couldn't care less, and know Patricia. I've seen her breasts before, so I wasn't looking in her breasts direction.
Holy, oh my God.
I'm just telling you, I'm being honest. I'm just balancing it by being honest and saying, actually, no, up until this point, I hadn't noticed. But Patricia used to get this kind of crap all the time. That's why I'm highlighting it. There are men that don't necessarily just look at her and go, breasts, and listen to what she says. Kiwi had just pointed out a scripture that she'd rattled off. Not all focus will be on Patricia's breasts, and I want to dispense with it by saying the word breasts as many times as possible till it becomes boring and we stop focusing on it.
I need to make things clear. Number one, that's why I asked for the rewind so I could hear the scripture. Number two, she's not normally that revealed. And number three, cracking pair of knockers, Patty. Love it.
Yeah, she does. Now I've looked at them, I will assess them and give my opinion. And yes, very good breasts. Okay, let's move on.
There's no insult. It was just, I'm a man. How can you not have a cleavage like that staring at you when you're looking at the screen?
Move
You're
on,
not
Adam.
noticing it?
Okay.
What's wrong with you?
Listen, we're flat earthers. We've been looking for curvature for 10 years now. So found it.
All right.
Good one, Chalk.
All right, I gave you a J, so here we go.
We're doing this exact same thing.
You might need another J. There we go.
Isn't that what we're all doing?
Oh, you'll need another one. Many J's, man.
Glory of God to conceal.
We're going to need another one. Went a little bit farther. Here we go. Here's your J.
In what you've done. And there was another one that you said, pertaining to a king.
Proverbs 25
yeah,
too.
Exactly. It's the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter.
Isn't it profound? I always found it profound when I first came by it.
Yeah, but there are no kings there searching out anything.
Yeah, we know that, Neil. You get the gist?
Like that.
Everyone got the gist? I think they did. Can I continue? Yes.
And really, that's what you're doing. But really, isn't that what we're all doing? Even our guys who were, and girl, Lisbeth, in Antarctica.
Gist.
What now, Adam?
Got the gist, right? Not in this context, no. That's it was very profound. Then apply it here, no. We're talking about yeah. Unless this is a noble quest.
Yes.
Well, you can apply it to us. We're searching out the matter correctly, though.
Is it explaining the 24-hour sun, kingly?
We'll just have to roll with them. Let's see where it rolls to, Adam.
We're doing this exact same thing. And I hope when those three get back here to the United States, they are greeted with a hero's welcome.
And then you can hear Brian.
Listen, yeah, I mean, this is like some of the behavior that's happened here in the past few minutes and this nonsense talk. This is the reason why Flat Earth is going to lose.
You think?
Yeah.
Like the moon landing.
No. This back to the Socratic method. It's not obviously my intention to go back this far, It's defining terms, isn't it? What's a hero? Person who is admired for their courage, outstanding achievements, or noble qualities. Does Whitsitt or Jaren fit that degree per se?
No, they don't.
No.
They don't have noble qualities.
A sandwich.
No.
A sandwich. Oh, a hero sandwich. I got it now. Thanks. Okay.
See, why would she ask for them to receive a hero's welcome? What did they do that makes them a hero?
Maybe she'll get into it.
Nothing. I can answer that. Because she's kind of know Patricia well, or reasonably well. She's got a lot of empathy and she feels bad for them. That's why.
Okay.
Oh, they'll be declared as heroes, just not by the people they want to be declared as heroes by.
Oh.
Have fun with that.
That's a good point, Chocolate.
And who might that population be that you're speaking to? Or that you're
the ones who are going to welcome him back into the fold, right?
Oh, the Glovers.
Yep.
I got it.
Not with people calling them shills. Not
Shills or grifters. They're grifters.
with people saying that they fake the whole thing.
Demonstrated grifting, by the way. That
I understand my guttural response now.
Go ahead.
It's the lack of humility. When you read that, I've just gone to Proverbs 25:2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, King James. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing. The honor of kings is to search out a matter. It's not. You've got to be a king. It's the honor of a king to be able to search out a matter. It's not if you search out a matter, it makes you a king.
Oh, boy. Can we move on?
I like a bit of scripture. It's nice.
Yeah,
I find that interesting.
I'll school
I find
you
that
on it.
interesting.
I'll school you on it later. You're incorrect.
It was in a sound stage or
Who said it was on a sound?
Yes.
Who said that it was on a sound stage? What?
She's got to bear in mind, she's appealing to a wider audience of flirfs.
Oh, got
Plenty
it.
of people she's appealing to that aren't us that do what she's describing, and she's appealing to them.
Okay. Fair enough.
Hold on.
Hold on what? What am I holding on to? Besides your sister.
Oh,
What?
you've
That just roll that up like you did those.
What?
Mike's
It's not inside
discipline.
out.
You got her inside out? No, I don't. She's got indoor plumbing.
What? Oh,
Is
oops,
there
sorry,
something
guys.
wrong? Go on, Vax. You first, and then I'll have my beef.
He was off moot. He didn't know. He's got nothing to say.
Yeah, I was hot mic and I'm trying to get my daughter to fold some clothes and she was confused. That's why I said it was inside out. My bad.
It made more sense than most people make when they're actually trying to engage with us, so don't worry about it.
Oh, cool. That's funny.
Didn't it? Didn't it? You had to consider it and think, was that an intelligent retort?
Are they inside out?
I think they are inside out because I think that's my point. Yeah. But the honor of kings is to search out a man.
He won't let it go.
No, I won't let it go.
But we got to get on, Adam.
Adam, in the New Testament, Christians are known as kings and priests, a royal priesthood.
Let's move on from the bit of scripture on Christmas week. Busters. Get on.
Super scripture. Nice one, Adam. Little
Accidentally
jab
almost
as you
hit
go.
Booger in the mouth with the phone. Anyways, Theo Megawordy sent head pats for all the self-professed heroes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh, and another super chat, Theo Megawordy. iPhone user exposed. He hates iPhones, man.
He might have a point. He might have got a phone call. That's why he came off moot.
Nice.
He would not be caught dead with Apple.
Nice little jab there, Adam. I heard that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Everyone clear the airwaves just for 20 seconds, just so we can get through a little bit of footage. Just 20 seconds of playing the footage, please. Next timestamp.
Why? Really pertinent point. Worthy of any intellectual discussion, particularly if you apply it to everything. that's been going off. It's the glory of God to conceal a thing. It's 24-hour sun that has not been concealed. It's all come to us and all that's going off. And what's been cited is the rest. But the honour of kings is to search out a matter. As if we're kings. As if it's for us.
Got it the first time, Adam. All right.
No. Okay.
You're not entertained.
Yeah. We'll talk about it later. Okay. Just go with it. All right.
Okay. Let's go.
They
back to
were
Boo.
flown to another location, not where they said they were at that base camp. That's ridiculous. And that's not because I'm dumb. I'm not. I do know liars.
Hold on.
Oh, she does
How
know
is that
liars.
not ridiculous? Hold on. How has that been validated? I haven't seen anybody prove to me that that is the case. And I'm not saying I'm just going to speculate either way in that regard. But have we had a play-by-play proving that's the case? Have we had tracking apps and information that showed their star positioning information to prove they were where they said they were? I haven't had any of that. I'll be demanding it. Just not yet.
I was kind of thinking that earlier today. Like, at the very least, right? They could have done on camera, right? Just like a quick, oh, let me do this little Google Earth thing to show my location.
They
Don't
did.
give the game away.
They
Don't
did.
give
They
the game
did.
away.
Chocolate. They did. What's his name? The
Oh,
guy
did
from the guy from Candace Owens, the producer. He held up his phone with his location, but you got to
Whoa,
really.
I'm talking about the people in
That-
Antarctica. I don't care about Candace Owens.
Yeah, the standards aren't that low, Neil. You know, we know what the standards were when we were merely at the Isle of Man. I mean, the standards were like off the charts high. You think when they're demonstrating something down in Antarctica, the standards are going to get lower? Au contraire.
No, I know what you're saying, but I'm just saying somebody did try to show their location the way Chocolate is
Well,
explaining.
thank you. Yeah, we heard you. Yes.
We
Thank
got
you.
it, yeah.
The trouble with going to Antarctica and seeing a 24-hour sun and then wanting to track the stars is that stars require the absence of the sun to be seen. It's going to be interesting to be able to use the stars to validate your position.
Interesting. Back on topic?
Because I'm dumb.
A compass would no. This is on top. A compass would have been nice, and I heard him talk about a compass on the way there. He had lots of people try and figure out which way the compass was going. That would have been interesting. That'll be interesting data to gather. All the compass data.
Yes, it will. I agree.
Base camp. That's ridiculous. And that's not because I'm dumb. I'm not. I do know liars.
So you know what's it?
Oh, you see? Conspiratorial.
So she knows Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. Good. Okay.
But generally speaking, we in Flat Earth are
Slow.
often wrong about things, but there's a difference
Speak for yourself.
between being wrong about things as we continue trying to learn and being a liar. The
liar. Yeah. What's it?
Liars are on the other side.
No, they're not. There some liars might be. Well, we definitely know about one liar that's allegedly on this side. His name is Witsit, a.k.a. Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball. We've demonstrated.
We can take Patricia and what she says as read and just say, yes, you're correct. Based on what you've said, the liars, that's Witsit, he's been proven a liar, are on the other side. Yeah, so he's on the other side based on her logic. Witsit's basically a baller. That's about how much use he is. He's a proven liar.
Thank you.
And I'm not just talking about the Adamant Globe people who are on YouTube who are fighting against dumb. I'm not. I do know liars, but generally speaking, we in Flat Earth are often wrong about things. But
Speak for yourself.
there's a difference between being wrong about things as we continue trying to learn and being a liar. The liars are on the other side. And I'm not just talking about the Adamant Globe.
Yes.
As we head into 2025, no, Patty, the things we talk about we're not wrong on. We won't be proven wrong on. Yeah? Housekeeping questions are there. Things we've moved on and added to them in terms of flat earth proofs are there. They're never going to be wrong. Never going to get gas pressure without containment. Yeah? You're never going to be able to measure an elevation angle without a flat baseline. These things aren't wrong. We're not wrong. This is the trouble. Respectfully, I'm not having a go at you guys. When you go off into the fluffy world where all considerations are possible and on the table, and you leave them on the table and don't kick them off, this is where you can get proven wrong a lot, because you leave stuff on the table that you know fundamentally by your own standards is wrong, because it's, neutral outcomes and politics. We put ourselves in compromising positions. And sadly, the past 5-6 years, we've been in a compromising position whereby maintaining our standards, we've been accused of all sorts of chicanery, deception, lies, and even on-video child abuse, as stated by the good Pastor Will Duffy recently. Yeah, in fact, we've stuck by them, and where are we now? Get rid of this crap. Start tuning in to QE Live and Ballbusters in the new year and get educated. And then you won't have shit on the table that will be proven wrong.
People who are on YouTube who are fighting against the flat earth. I'm just talking about the people that put this whole system in place. A system that is here to hide God. If you don't like the word God, then use the word the creator, or just say whatever created this place.
Let's pause there. Let's start snapping this garbage out. Right, Earth's measured flat. That's how Earth's measured. It's got bugger all to do with this garbage, right? This is where it all begins. Now, yes, we can prove there's a creator. That's no problem. We can do that too. Like aside from the fact that Earth's measured flat, this connection to the conspiratorial idea that the reason we have a ball is because they're trying to hide God means to me that they've not researched the origins of where this ball came from. It came from the Roman Catholic Church. If you want to infer nefarious intent for the people who created these maths, and be my guest, you've got to show intent though. Right? Saying what is hiding God? Really? You think the church came up with this so that they could hide God? Seems stupid if you know the history.
The Roman Catholic Church is not the church, by the way.
I keep forgetting to add in, there is Christians amongst us, and they are touchy when it comes to me just saying the church. That's not what I mean. Roman Catholic Church specifically. That's
Jesuits.
You got rumpus, Nathan. Deal with it.
I was done. Go ahead, Adam. Or Superchat.
That's why I prefaced that map with Jesuits. I didn't say the Roman Catholics. Particular orders of the Roman Catholics. It's like saying everybody in NASA's behind it.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I'm not saying QE's incorrect to correct me. He's right. I should preface it with Roman Catholic Church. But when you know why they're being employed to do this, what is their charge? Why are they trying to better predict where the stars are going to be at given times? You go, well, okay, that's what they've been charged with, and that's what they came up with. Very kind of crazy, if you will, but I say quite eloquent, out of the box thinking when you bend the baselines of the measurements of the angles that you're utilizing to create this system. You go, that's pretty out there. I mean, so outside my realm of comprehension, even when you put yourself in their empathetic shoes and go, right, if I was charged with this, would I come up with that? I don't think I'd come up with it in a million lifetimes. It's pretty out there. Did they come up with it and go, I intend the public 500 years from now to reify the world itself into this curved mathematical system where we're in motion around the sun? Like, I don't think that was their intention. Hiding God is just some old crap that we used to peddle back in 2015 when we were trying to make some semblance of sense of why there was a deception when we appealed to motive. A fallacy, as it turns out. And number one, who bloody cares? Number two, this is not the lines if you want to prove there's a creator. If you want to prove there's a God, you can do that. We can show you that too. Just don't connect the two together. Earth's just measured flat. I don't want to decry it by saying just. I'm saying there's no connection to God in that regard. Yeah, you can connect everything to God if you wish. That's not what I'm driving at. I mean, there's a distinct difference. If you're out there talking about flat Earth, talk about flat Earth. Creator, that's a different subject.
Isn't the irony rich, though? That a paradigm that has no creator at its forefront, pushed by the church itself. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, so is your muffled voice.
Yeah, it's a good Bluetooth, man.
Yeah,
I charge my
it's
phone.
bad. All right, can we continue so we can stay on topic, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Those are the liars.
Was there a super chat? Or I know Adam is not going to let me do it, right? Is there a super chat I missed?
No, I thought there might have been when there was rumblings, but it was I blame it on chocolate.
Adam, quickly.
It was only quick to bring it back onto topic. I was going to say my mumble was agreement ladder. That's what I've just said. I've just said you hand yourself a spanking by admitting you've got shit on the table that's wrong, and then start again by saying it's an agree. I didn't hear it as contentious because it's just trying to get the audience back on side. We all agree, no matter what's gone off, that all of this is, and it is a good fundamental point for the great unwashed.
Sure, sure.
Well, you know, there is a purpose to suggesting that there isn't a creator and that everything came from nothing, which is not necessarily what the bloke who went to China believed, knew what it would be turned out to be, but it's kind of where we're at today in undermining a creator. As we look at the world today, it's very obvious, and I would say that unashamedly. That's a reality of the world we live in. Yeah, you're mocked, particularly for being a Christian, for believing in Christ.
Can you define quickly?
Lemaitre came later.
Not getting interrupted. I'll get to an end, but go on.
I'm saying Lemaitre came later, right? It's part of the story, and I'm not saying we shouldn't cover it, but it's just not directly connected to flat Earth and the lie about it. That's what's being peddled here.
Yes.
They have their reasons, and our reasons are so much more beautiful. So let's welcome them back with the hero's welcome that they deserve.
So how did you connect that? What? Huh?
Oh my goodness.
What?
It's not beauty. It's not. No. What the problem is no. This superficial rose-tinted glasses look at someone who Patricia describes as well-presented and well-spoken and speaks nice and presents well, wits it, right? No. It's not about love and happiness, unfortunately. It's just about facts. That's what we've got to get back down to. Brass tacks of what is this argument about. It's about Earth. Is it flat or isn't it? We know it is and can show how it is. It doesn't matter how you present. This fluffy garbage, I'm just going to dispense with it when I hear it from now on.
Yep.
I don't understand it because they set us back. You're going to see in the next few weeks what's going to happen. They set us back tremendously with this little journey they took. And really good, Patricia.
Au contraire. I have
I did us a favor.
Yes, they did.
I'm not saying
us.
I'm talking about people out there. No, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the people out there.
Yeah, I know, Neil. Your ambitions are very different to mine. You wanted to know how many flat Earth evangelical conversions you could make and how we could speed that process up. I get it. Your motivations, ironically, align with Dave Weiss's in that regard. I'm not suggesting you like him, by the way. I'm just saying, coincidentally, his motivations were similar. Me, I didn't have those motivations. QE doesn't have those motivations. But in this regard, we could be thanking Witsit and Jaren for purging flat Earth believers.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you got a point there. But I'm saying just the text my brother sent me, he got like 50 people contacting him saying, "Oh, flat earthers, they just proved the globe." A pastor, now you're still gonna fight being a Christian? So it's just, what are we gonna do here? We're being exalted as heroes.
Let it unfold. And let's stick with the spin zone here. That's what I think I'm in here. The spin zone. I kind of like it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Heroes.
To say that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, these guys.
Yep. See, Joe Model agrees 100%. These guys, what? What do these guys do?
Even not watching TV in 5 years or media in 5 years.
Even not watching what? Huh?
You can't help but know who Jaren and Austin are in the truth movement.
We can't help but know what who Austin and Jaron are in the truth movement. Yeah, they're liars.
It's almost like they've been positioned such to gather up as many people as possible. It's like you couldn't know them if you're a flat earther, and therefore be affected by how they influence what's going on. Isn't that interesting? You can't not know them, and yet they're doing a terrible disservice to everybody who believes Earth's flat. Interesting.
Interesting.
Oh.
That was an interesting how he came into the topic. I liked how he came into that. Really weird.
In 5 years,
Before you press play,
you can't help
Oh, brother. It's too late. I already did.
I'll press play then.
TV in 5 years or media in 5 years. You can't help but know who Jaron and Austin are in the truth movement. And the things they've done for truth.
For truth, like lie?
It's ridiculous to treat people like that, period.
What, to treat liars like what? We just treat him as we just demonstrate him as a liar and then we move on.
Can you go over
I,
what the things that he's done? Go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
No, Neil, you spoke before me. Off you go.
No, I'm just saying, QE went over that day we were having that big argument. He went over what has Whitsitt actually done. And we couldn't really find anything. And what has Jaron actually done for the truth movement?
Well, that's my question. What is this truth movement? I didn't know I was part of this thing. What the hell is that?
Good question.
I don't care if you don't agree with somebody. Treating
Do
somebody
with the number 9.
It has to do with the number 9. He doesn't care. Joe Model doesn't care if you agree with somebody or not. This is Joe Model. This subject is not an agree-disagree issue, right? Agree-disagree have to deal with subjectivity. The nature of our reality is objective. So you're in a category error. Okay, Joe?
as though they're dung on the ground beneath you. It's just
No, they're just liars and grifters. We've demonstrated that previously, well before TFE, right? So I don't treat them as dung. I don't treat them as anything other than liars and grifters and move on to, breakfast like eggs and bacon. Okay? That's what I do.
Pause. No, again, another privileged position that we hold because we are consistent. Everyone else has been bum-licking them. Yeah, thinking they're the bee's knees, the best thing Flat Earth has ever had. We've not. We've spent 6 months calling them out as liars and fakers. And a year or so, we're having them call us liars and scammers because we say science proves things. Our position is clear. We don't need to mitigate. We're not indicting, and this is the funny thing for me. I'm not indicting them for the bum sniffers they are when they've come back and conceded defeat after 2 hours of a 24-hour day. Numpties, yeah. I was accusing them of being liars for all their lies that we've outlined over the previous Ballbusters and QE Live. Our position's solid. I've got no hurty feelings. Yeah, you might feel betrayed, which is why you don't want people to treat them like you do. Yeah, it's pathetic. You hurty butt feelers. Yeah.
What's great? Just in case the audience doesn't know, why does this show exist?
Ballbusters?
Yep.
Because Globe Dumpsters dropped the ball?
I know
Globe
why, yep.
Dumpsters got it completely wrong, ballsed it all up.
Yep.
That's why. So all the people who've been bum-siffing Bob, Jaron, Whitsitt, Dave Weiss, that whole crowd. No, this show only exists as an alternative because they cock it up all the time. It stands in direct contravention of their garbage appeal to what they think is good for flat Earth, if you want to call it that. Their beliefs, their waffle, their sales, their apps, their consults, sitting around with Jaron for $300. That's what they're there for. They're grifters. Meanwhile, we get called grifters.
Yeah.
For trying to scrape a living out of YouTube. But we've actually, as Adam just pointed out, we're consistent. We've got no mitigation to make. As we're saying, we're bulletproof in this regard. It turns out not. Were no guns. I do need to make that concession.
Well, what the difference is that Jaron and Whitsitt did exactly what we all expected them to do, but the rest of the people from out that are claimed flat earthers out from outside of our arena, we're expecting something different to happen, or expecting what we expected to happen. There's only one conclusion. It can only be one of two conclusions: they go there and see it, or they go there and don't see it. You know what I mean? What purpose was there of them being there other than seeing it or not seeing it?
Guns.
Maybe.
Just a terrible way to live life. And it's generally a sign that there's something wrong inside of the person treating other people like that.
Oh, so there's something wrong with us because we've demonstrated that they're liars, Joe. Really?
Something inside so wrong.
That's a unique take on it, Joe Model. Thanks for that. When did you stop sniffing? When did you stop sniffing glue, Joe?
Not Jaron and Whitsitt, is it? It's you. There's something wrong inside if you can't just see that they're not dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait. Sorry, Adam. I thought you were done. But Patricia's going to have some good words for Nathan. Hey, thank you, Patricia.
Shut up, Neil. You've watched this before. Don't anticipate. Damn.
Well, no, before we go on, because I've been a bit slow here, right?
A bit?
Yeah, because with regards to the setup, and I think this is where I'd indict Mark and Patty, and not have a dig. This is your rebuttal. Like, hippie apologetics, DJ Curious, I'm not sure what it is. Doesn't matter. But what we have brought to the table substantiate the flat earth position. It's a guy with models, plastic domes and lights, and a globe projection stuck to his back wall. This is the point. If you continue down this route where we should be nice and try and remodel it and reconceptualize and have lots of other things on the table that might be wrong, we're screwed. Why Nathan's figures have nearly doubled, because people are realizing that there is a way forwards. No, for sure, without a doubt, that the earth is flat. Yeah. You start by disproving a ball, sadly, which we'll be doing, I think, in the early new year.
No.
Mm.
No. Adam, no.
Yeah.
What we'll be doing
We're
is
gonna go straight proofs.
We're not going to. No. We've done that for 10 years. We will continue along the 2024 rhetoric. Just chill your beans for a minute, QE. Right? No. My intention is to discipline flat earthers in how to prove Earth is flat, first and foremost, every time they discuss the subject, without question. It started with an example like with McToon. There's 24-hour sun, Nathan. Yeah, you measure Earth flat, Toon. There's no guns, Nathan! There's no guns! Shouted it at the snow. He put the phone down on me. Why do you think he hung up on me? It's when he could hear me trying to desperately get between him rumpusing, saying, "You've measured it flat." All I want people, I don't disprove the. Go to Dave Weiss. Listen to him babble on about how we should see at this distance. Okay, yeah, we dispensed with that 4 years ago. Black Swan. Oh no, Earth's not a ball. Black Swan. You need 2 words. Know what they mean, and that's it. You're done with the ball. You don't need to go keep doing it over and over again. That's the problem here.
No, you don't. You don't need to scream at people. I've proved it. You need to show them the journey. This is sadly the reality. Yeah, got to start again. Painful and boring as it is, but actually, what's good about this is there's a great summary we've spent a very long time on that's going to summarize that whole journey, so they don't have to be as mind-numbingly wrecked. Focus on each subject as we had to get clarity on it. No, we do have to go through all of those topics. It's called your book.
Saves the housekeeping question. Before TFE, there was a question of, do we need to keep debunking the ball and asking these questions? I know it keeps them on the table so that everyone knows that they never went away, and we weren't spending 10 years talking about if there was guns in Antarctica. We were asking these questions. Here they are. They've been asked at nausea on every single show. But we were like, well, now we're moving forward on the front foot and actually proving Earth's flat. Well, it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. If we're like, no, the housekeeping questions are absolutely worthy of contention because suddenly the hotel's full, isn't it? You've
No,
got to
that's
keep.
not what I
gotta keep
said.
asking.
That's not what I said. I didn't
Agree
say
with you.
worthy of contention, right? My point is, right, we're in a world now where you think you can scream 2 reference frames and actually 179 viewers will understand it. But 79 will go, what? So you'll have to explain it again, unfortunately, yeah, for those 79. But them 79 are the important ones now. And they'll be helped along and it'll be a quicker journey. But that's where you are. Reset. But you've just reset at almost a double. And just wait if you're giving the people the shit that you know instead of screaming, who reference frame Muppet? Yeah. Actually, there's a level of content that's been developed that we decry because we know it inside out, upside down. There is an audience that would love to hear it. I can see 4 of them on screen right now that would really benefit from just a proper explanation of what Coriolis is. Yeah, just think of what I've been doing this week. None of them can recite that, which means none of them have the assurance.
They didn't listen then. You think they're going to listen now?
We're telling them now, Neil. That's what I'm saying to Brian earlier. We're in the authority. When Brian's saying, "Oh well, where were they when we were explaining this?" Well, now they're buggered as a result of their actions. And what are people doing? They're seeking out the actual answers and finding us. Well, we didn't know, or I couldn't have anticipated that was beneficial effect of the Ballers winning versus Jaron and Whitsitt and the AE map. That's Dave Weiss, if you want to take it as the representative who's profited the most from that globe projection. Okay, well, the grift's up, lads. You're telling the commenters to leave their thoughts on the matter below isn't going to help you. Now the people want answers and they're finding us. So we've got to start at basics. It's number 1, Earth is actually flat. Here's how. Number 2, how did you get duped? Not finding out good logic and being duped with fallacy. And that started with not knowing what science was. That's where we start this show, where DFE duped you, Earthers we're talking to now, with this word experiment. You didn't know what it meant. If you thought, oh no, this actually proves something, well, you need to go back to the fallacy stage. If you thought, well, they had an experiment, they made their predictions, well, we're at the what is a prediction stage on today's show. Or we were when we went through the presentation earlier. Now we're saying, well, who are these for? Well, they've been around forever. They've been in this subject as long as I have. Yeah, they have. And? I mean, they know what they're doing? No, definitely not. They're appealing to models. They're talking about how airy, fairy, and fluffy we all need to be for the heroes that got it wrong. We're not getting it wrong. It's coming to us asking, can I be on your side now that I got screwed? No, he's coming to me, Jisha. Definitely not getting a hero's welcome. Told him to sod off because he didn't align with us before he got us all, that's you, not me, in this mess. Down in the mouth about. It's time to pick up and learn the hard arguments that, oh, it's easier to just report on people's actions in Flat Earth. No. Well, then you're not welcome. You need to learn the arguments if you're going to give yourself that brand. If you call yourself a flat earther, you better damn well know it's flat. You can't be half stepping around it like Dave Weiss, being asked 20 times if he knows for sure. You need to be able to say yes when you're asked if you know for sure Earth's flat. When they say why, slap a few measurements on the floor. On the table, gets pitch data put in front of them, angle measurements, or the globe's origins, if you're advanced in the subject. Not, well, we need to be nice to the people who believed it was flat. They talked quite a lot about Freemasonry and how 666 is everywhere. So we need to be nice to them now. They've ballsed it all up, got it wrong, and made a few grand out of selling people globe projections on an app. Now, sod them. They can burn. We weren't wrong ever. And we're not going to make any apologetics for the dicks who are hopefully purged from the subject. If you're going to hang around, good for you. You're going to be subject to knowing how to argue this subject. That's Flat Earth. That's our specialist subject. Now that we've taken control of this rabble of idiots and bullshitters and grifters and scammers and app salesmen, don't know how Earth's flat. We do. Promote us. Yeah? It's Patricia had my name coming out of her mouth, and the only thing she could say about me was how I was shouting. How? Oh, right. The guy who's talking about Nathan and screaming his name into the snow. Well, it is a guy that shouts, Nathan. Shouts how Earth is flat. The guys you're suggesting we should give a hero's welcome to are coming grovelling cap in hand to me, seeking my bleeding alignment. Dave Weiss, the tosser flogging his crappy app and globe projection, is saying Earth's measured flat now. Where's he got that from? That quick little whip that he's whipping out in defence of TFE. Us! That's where he got it. So have some respect, Patricia, Mark, numpty globe projection man in the background, Joseph Map, and DJ whoever the hell you are, should be contacting us, saying, how do we actually argue this subject? Because up until now, our globe projection methodology that Mark appealed to when I told him 7 years ago that it was a globe projection that had failed after the sun tracking, he said it was a useful tool. Well, it turns out, Mark, you were wrong. Do you remember that conversation we had? Useful tool that they've used against us, Mark. I think you better reassess the conversation we had in person, you and I, over the desk, with you justifying your use of the AE map. One that, sniffing around this guy, he's got it in the background. It's been used as a tool by them. Definitely not worthy of use when I tried to appeal to you. What is it, 7 or 8 years ago? Literally, I went to Mark in person. Not like with Dave, where I'm trying to explain science and he's bragging about his boat. I sat over the desk with Mark and talked about the AE map problem. From then till now, because he's such a nice guy, I defended his use of it. Mark told me it was a tool for getting people into the subject, for them to conceptualize how flat Earth could be. I'm not saying the world is that way. And to be fair, Mark's put enough weasel words in to get away with it, until now. Now it stops. Now you better know how to prove Earth's flat in a few sentences in an elevator pitch without using the AE map globe projection, because that's where all this deception has led to. That's one of the tools they've used to deceive us. Using it as a flatty, it backfired. Jaron and Whitsit and Dave. Bob, if he was still alive. Now we have to start disciplining our own. I don't mind doing it. You can call me Mr. Shouty if you're Patricia, or you can get with the program and actually learn how Earth's flat. Learn how to debunk the globe efficiently and effectively if it comes up and you have to reactively deal with them. As proactively as a flat earther, you should be telling people in no uncertain terms how you know for sure and without a doubt Earth is flat.
And then start boshing the proofs that we provided you for 8 years now.
Bosh. They don't know him.
Nope, they don't know them.
So I think, we should be glad that Jaron and
Oh my God. We're going to wax philosophical again. Can I get on with the video?
That's boring. They're only going to indict themselves.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, but what's happening here is a bigger thing. This is that now it might be peppered in frustration. It's actually a plea to you guys to come and join us. Listen, pay attention, and then disseminate the argument we've been asking to disseminate. Yeah, because you need it, don't you? Because you're done. As Nathan said, I tolerated more. It's a good explanation. It's a good route in. Well, actually, consequence now is he ain't. It's actually bollocks, like Dave's at.
Yeah, because the end doesn't justify the means, ever.
And that's it. But these guys aren't no longer useful, like Dave's app. Yeah, these guys just need tooling up with the right equipment, not an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. And if they get tooled up with the right shit, they're going to be powerful, aren't they?
Yes. So you're
Can I say something real quick?
So you're pleading with them, Adam. So you summarize what Nathan said. Thank you very much. Adam has a plea to Mark and Patricia and DJ, whoever you are. And I don't know, Joe Model's gone, as you're going to see here in a little bit. But go ahead, Neil.
I just wanted to say we're being very rude because people are watching us. So I just wanted to say hello to those people at Globebusters.
That are Globebusters? What?
Yeah, don't you remember they watch us?
Oh.
You never really said hello to them.
Oh, that's right. The ones that said that they never watch us and they don't watch us and they watch us. Thank you.
Neil's little vindictive streak that he wants to rub our opponents who ballsed everything up's faces in it because he knows damn well they'll be listening.
Yes.
It defines the statement I actually just made. Actual contradiction of it now. we've all been dicks in the past. But we all got here and behaved like dicks to each other because we thought the Earth was flat back then. Now, went our separate ways. We proved it. Yeah, proved A, it's not a ball, and then we proved how it's flat. Yeah, actually got it all. You guys went off and you etherized this, etc., etc., and it's lovely. There's many philosophical and metaphysical things we can consider in our growth as a human being. But in terms of the flat Earth, we went off and resolved it. And we're here as a police saying, we've got it all. Just come to us and you won't have to flounder like this and get a guy with a plastic dome, 15 equatorial mounts, and a globe projection stuck on his wall. We'll give you the answers.
You haven't seen, oh boy. You are not going to be a happy camper coming up here.
You've got timestamps, right? You've got timestamps for this video, correct?
I do.
We've got to we can bosh through this, Adam. We'll actually get to summarize this video because QE's like assessed it and got timestamps.
Yep.
I agree with that. I was just making it as a like, do we recognise genuine plea? Unless you've got an objection to anybody, even what's his name? What's the numpty that? Oh, I forgot his name.
No, it's a better plea. Sorry to interrupt you, Adam. Right, Pat, you know how to do PR. You know how to make people create a good impression.
Yep.
You can make that turd that is Brian polished and gleaming. Right. Right.
Oh,
work on our image. Come and help us. Right. You can do this stuff for us. Right. You can be beneficial to us. That's what I'm saying. Make it seem like we need you, Pat. We need your help massaging our image. If you just see me as Mr. Shouty, then you need to massage that out of me, metaphorically speaking. We're going to work in a symbiotic manner with flat Earth proofs and good PR. And if that's the aspect that you bring to the table, then you need to bring it good and proper because we're the ones that aren't being tarnished by this crap Witsit and Jaron and Dave led everyone astray with. We're the ones still here screaming our Earth's flat and making ballers cry into the snow. That's what we're doing.
Okay, let me Oakleyfy it so it's more palatable. All right, you absolute flurf retards. You thought the 24-hour sun had something to do with it. Yeah, you were wrong, you muppets, right? But come over here and we'll still teach you how to destroy globetards, right? Even though Nathan will make you cry a little bit before he then teaches you. Is that fair?
Adam, nicely done. Can I move on with the video now? I think everyone got the picture. Till the next 5 seconds. That'll take 2 hours.
It's generally a sign that
I figured someone's going to stop me.
It was Brian. I tried to goad him into the conversation, to be fair.
Yeah, I can't. I heard me name Nathan, but I didn't hear what you said before.
It was a turd.
Yeah,
No,
something about that.
The bit, don't focus on the turd bit. I was suggesting that Patricia could do with polishing up your image, because that's what she does. And, you know, with your dark lighting and your punch bag in the background, believe me, you know full well that if Patricia was to come along and go, "Hi, Brian, if you just maybe put the camera towards this corner."
I don't need Patricia to do anything for me.
I'm saying
Listen, I tell you. Mark is there now, Mark Sargent, and he has this guy, Joe Hanvey. And I want to say something. I saw a very small clip on Eric DeBay's video earlier, the one that Nathan referenced, of Joe Hanvey creating basically an Antarctic Sun, right? 24-hour. And I was like, oh, pretty good, right? But Mark Sargent was supposed to have me on, it's not about me, he was supposed to have the pitch data on months ago.
Yeah.
He never did. And now, after this, he has Joe Hanvey on with another model that isn't a model of anything, that has things in it that if you go out into nature, you won't find them. You won't find them.
You're giving up the ghost. Shut the hell up. We're going to go there.
Oh, it's just frustration out of me. That's all it is.
My God. Can I continue, please?
Yes, let's get there.
there's something wrong inside of the person treating other people like that. So I think, yeah, we should be glad that Jaron and Austin sacrificed. I mean, can you imagine spending a week with a couple of those guys in that kind of conditions? It's not.
Especially MC Toon, who there's video of him screaming on the phone at another flat earther.
Who might that be?
As we all know, Nathan Oakley does his own share of screaming, but it's not.
My word. Is that all he does? You just paint Nathan with that brush and that's it. Well, Nathan, he just does a lot of screaming.
See what pisses me off?
Car accidents?
Jelly beans.
Those are my fault. But when somebody
10th man's
misrepresents somebody and she's got the ability to really give Nathan a good shout out, that's what you get? Really?
Now, Nathan, you know what it's like when I'm labeled the interrupter.
And, well, he fired back at you, you turd.
It's on his own channel. He doesn't call people up on the phone to scream at them personally.
Oh, yes, he does.
People who get screamed at on his channel, well, they went there willingly.
No, the people that get screamed at on his channel, they have asked for it because they're either rumpusing or over talking. That's what happens there, Smiley. Thanks.
To the channel. So, anyway.
And I've sat down and had lunch and dinner with Austin at the Truth and Freedom Conference.
Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball at the Truth and Freedom Conference, he's a demonstrated liar.
Truth and Freedom Conference. Stop it. That's ridiculous.
That tickle your funny bone. Somebody, was that Adam?
Can't get any better than that.
He's a good guy.
He's a superhero.
Yeah, he's a superhero.
We've got Adam. Adam, go ahead.
Isn't that where? Who else would go? I've got my tickets to the Truth and Freedom Conference this year. Who are you? Spider-Man.
Spider-Man? I was thinking Aquaman. But Spider-Man's a good one. Captain America was there. That's for sure.
They'd be there, wouldn't they?
Truth and Freedom Conference.
Joseph.
He's a good guy. He's open to growth and learning and
lying.
You know, I guess people see him, and because he's so polished, they think
he's as polished as a turd. He's a double-speaking lion sewer rat. I have over 124 hours on my channel going over every single one. 124 hours. Just go to my channel, go to the playlist, hit Wits It Clown, and get the popcorn out. I don't know what you're doing here, dude. Mr. Spinmeister, Mr. Joe Model. You're doing more damage to yourself right now than I can ever do. You're doing it. I just let you speak.
I want to labour that, right? This is the problem. This is the biggest problem here, right? People like Patricia, DJ Curious, Mark, Joseph. No, why do you think we've got these playlists? Not apologising to Witsy. He's not coming on bended knee saying, can you remove the 120 hours of material showing I'm a demonstrable liar from your channel because you're the liar. No. He's coming cap in hand asking us to help him in spite of the fact that we've got hours of footage showing him as a liar. He still needs us in spite of how much we're detrimental because he's succeeded in poisoning people like Patricia and DJ Curious and Joseph into thinking they're good guys and well polished. They're liars. It's just when you hear someone like me or QE who are slightly abrasive saying we've proven they're a liar, you go, oh, do you hear how he shouted that? Do you hear his tone? So you didn't hear me saying that he was a liar and I've got proof and here's the evidence and have a look at it. You didn't hear that, but you just heard me being a bit annoyed because I've been lied to by scumbags for 10 straight years in the subject. A lot of them, if not half, are on my own side like Witsit. Yeah, it's ground me down, Patricia, it really has. Shysters you're currently holding up as frickin' heroes are the lying bastards that grind me down in this subject. Call me a con man. No, I'm still here, and they're appealing to me for the good evidence and arguments that they need when they bugger it all up. They're simultaneously the ones that grind us into the ground, make us a bit despondent. Wankers who have only got their spit and polish to offer. No substance. Literally, I listened to Dave Weiss today. Could have vomited. Listening to him barking on, constantly disclaiming how nothing that he says proves Earth's flat. That's what he's there for. Still flogging his bleeding app every sixth sentence saying this doesn't prove flat Earth and that doesn't prove flat Earth. But look how many sixes there are here. Like, oh my God, it's infuriating. I spent 10 years to find out the bleeding arguments that work, along with everybody around me, only to be, oh, that's the shouty guy.
Yep.
What?
Yep. That's what you got.
This is the difference, Huey. Okay. As I mentioned, we know they're liars, and this is the frustrating point.
We
They've
know who's
actually
liars.
lied.
We know who's. You got it.
Ping pong golf ball. Ping pong golf ball.
Ping pong golf ball. Okay.
What's it?
Now these guys are still very confused. Okay. But what's going to demonstrate that their lies isn't your disappointment of the trip to Antarctica. It's going to be the knowledge that will prove flat Earth that you can move forwards. When you use that, learn it, and recognize it, that will demonstrate what liars these guys are. Because this is what the shit they've been hurling at us. Yeah? And yet here we are. We'll learn it, and then you'll be able to make their mind up. I'm not bothered about proving Witz a liar anymore. Yeah? What I've said is, come and learn why the Earth is for sure, and without a doubt, flat, people. Something you're very, very, I think sadly right now, unable to say. Yeah. So come and learn it. And in doing so, you won't need to indict Witsit. Your own mental clarity, you'll figure it out yourselves, guys.
I think he's a know-it-all, and he's not. Like he's just a humble guy who's
the humble liar.
See?
Willing to learn and grow.
Willing to lie and network and spoon with directors of high-powered shows. That's what he's done.
And you know, Jaren,
lying clown, who, in the face of his own lies, will double down and make up new lies to cover the original lies. And in the face of the lie being proven to the point where it's so concise it can be summarized in a single sentence, he'll call the person proving it a grifter, and then question why you'd have to use the lie still. Inferring that he's definitely going to be lying through his back teeth going forward.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what Witsit does.
regardless of what he decides about the shape of the Earth, based.
What? What the hell did he just hold on? Oh, wait. Whoa. What? Say that one more time, Joe Model.
He's just a humble guy who's willing to learn and grow. And, you know, Jaren, regardless of what he decides about the shape of the Earth.
What Jaren decides about the shape of the Earth? What the hell was that?
What it is it's the result of the guru at the top of the pile of the flat earth believing numpties never really offering anything of substance to suggest that he would have a reason to stay. Anybody who watches me, Brian, QE, Adam, anybody on this panel, when they hear us speak and we talk about Earth being measured flat and how the globe came from those measurements, you go, this person's incapable of walking away from this subject. I can't leave. Yeah? And what is that a bad thing? Well, in a way, if you want to look at it, but it's because I know balls to bones it's flat. And why? So is it ever going to be the case that someone who listens to Nathan Oakley or Quantum Eraser goes, oh yeah, I totally get it if Nathan walked away from flat Earth? People go, what? Why? Have you not watched him?
Just listen to this. Listen to the question that he's insane. Listen to this.
He's just a humble guy who's willing to learn and grow. And, you know, Jaren, regardless of what he decides about the shape of the Earth,
what Jaren decides on what the shape of the Earth is. What?
There's a reason for that.
Reason for what? It's batshit insane. What the hell does that even mean?
Because on the video that he played, he was telling his people in chat, I don't know how you're going to figure this out because there's a 24-hour sun and it don't work on a flat Earth.
What? That means what he just said? Are we waiting for Jaren to decide what the shape of the Earth is? What?
No, he's got an implication. I want to hear it. Is it, well, regardless of whether Jaren decides it's flat or round, I'm going to still send him a Christmas card because he's a lovely person that wants to grow.
All right.
Going off.
I'll let it go. Here we go.
Jaren, regardless of what he decides about the shape of the Earth based on what he saw in the sky, he's still a good dude, and
It's still a good dude, man. Just got
Getting a Christmas card, isn't he? He's
Yeah.
getting a Christmas card. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Lad.
Yeah, good lad.
I mean, there's tons of things he can talk about outside of the earth, but
Really? Well, that's what we want to listen to. We want to listen to Grifter, Lion, Sorat, Hanoi, Jaren tell us about other subjects outside the shape of the hurt that he hasn't come to yet. What the hell? What is this? DJ Curious, wake up. Mark, did you hear what he just said? Patricia, hello? Nothing, right? Nothing.
if those two were to walk away from flat Earth,
It would be the best thing to ever happen, but not just yet. Thanks.
couldn't blame them. I mean, the way they've been treated, who could blame them?
Yeah, that's
The way they've been treated. They've been treated as lion, Sorat grifters of what they've been demonstrated to be. That's it. Then it's on to breakfast.
that's the hard part for me, just kind of being the new kid on the block, getting into this and seeing how much division there is even within the community. But
What community?
News, big news. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Christmas. This doesn't happen often. I'm going to relate to Adam. Wife has bought me a beer. Probably within about an hour or so, I'll be drunk. Just thought I'd let you know.
Thanks, Nathan.
that's also just coming with the territory because everyone's skeptical. So it's on the hyper skeptical side to be questioning the shape of the Earth and just not buying into the heliocentric model. And
What model might that be? You got that with you? So we can see it? Probably not.
You see, there you go. Not buying into the heliocentric model. Some people are at that stage.
Well, we'd like to see it, wouldn't we?
That's the apologetics we've given to Mark before, and he still needs to deal with that. There's still a entry level. There's a info wars level to realizing everything's bullshit. Yeah, but what needs to change for these guys is that pimping the Gleasons.
Are you pimping the Gleason?
Well, no, that's what Mark's got to stop doing, isn't it? That's what Dave Weiss has got to shut his app down from doing.
And
Can't pimp the Gleasons no more.
It's not pimping the Gleason, it's peeping the Gleason.
Oh, they're pimping it, mate.
And so for the people that have spent the time and energy to really put their neck out, absolutely we need to welcome them. We need to give them the benefit of the doubt. We need to let them.
We need to give them the benefit of the doubt of what? Why would they need to be given the benefit of the doubt? Why? What? Huh? Who knows?
Kind of share their information because maybe they found another flat Earth proof that could.
Maybe Jaren and Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball have found another flat Earth proof. Well, to find another one, they would have to already find one previously. Can you please state that one, please? To have another, you have to have one first.
Can we zip forward? Isn't the timestamps?
Yeah, we're going to go forward here in a couple minutes.
To be a death blow to the heliocentric model.
The death blow to the heliocentric model, we took care of that back in 2016. Where you been? Oh, I forgot the new guy.
Because, just as this goes without saying, just because there's a 24-hour circling sun, which obviously Mark had already talked about on the show, saying could be a possibility. He wasn't going to be surprised if we saw it.
Oh, you see,
So it's
Mark had
not-
talked about it. So that means that it's an affirming the consequent, yeah?
Yep.
What? These guys are lost.
Yep.
And this is what I'm saying, yeah. We can ridicule them for ages because there's not going to be a sentence that comes out of their mouth that doesn't need educating, respectfully. Hence the plea. Carry on.
No, I'm not going to carry on. We're going to move on. Nathan, he's anticipating his drunkenness in about an hour, so we're going to move on to the model.
What beer you got, Nate?
Yeah, thank God he got the hint. Made it, it ruined it.
A block user has joined. Leave voice. No, stay here.
You couldn't just make one up. You're a bloody actor, sir.
Okay, I got to get the right one. Let's see.
You're gone with the Hofmeister.
See if I got the right one. Ooh. Let's try it. I'm going to go 5 seconds. You guys tell me if you can hear this and see this.
No, I'm just excited to talk about this model in a little bit more in depth. Because
Okay, got it. So I got the right. What the hell happened there?
the benefit of the doubt, we need to let them.
Oh,
kind of...
son of a, you son of a. 1 second.
No, I'm just excited.
All right, I think we're golden. Expand over there. YouTube. Friggin' son of a wonderful woman.
Excited to talk about this model in a little bit more in depth because a couple questions right off the bat.
What model? Is this a scientific model we're going to talk about? Okay.
That you can kind of get to is, do we think that the sunlight is a projection coming from outside the dome, or is the physical sun inside the dome giving?
What? I haven't watched this. What dome?
Oh boy.
Yeah, he's outright claiming there's a dome.
What, Neil? What did you just say?
I said he's outright claiming there's a dome. Now, in my faith, I think there's a dome, but I don't use it in an argument. I just say that without, pressure, we have no. Without containment, we have no gas pressure. He's outright saying the dome. Has he found it?
Yeah, we don't know what the
trouble, isn't it? It's that burden of proof. Suddenly, flat earther Joseph feels the need to explain a 24-hour sun, and to do so, he's going to invoke a dome. These are the cautionary tales, of a flat earther.
Told you, need to go back a step to accepting logic. Right, where does the burden lie? Why do we forget about dicks like Dave Weiss and Jaron and what they do? Who gives a toss? Why do we talk about gas pressure and its requirement of containment? Is it so we can prove a friggin' dome? No. It's because there is a positive claim, not by us, that the sky is a vacuum. No, we debunk that by pointing out that we're breathing. Therefore, we must have containment to be breathing in rebuttal to a claim there's a sky vacuum. Oh, what do numpties do? See that they need to explain an observation in the sky? No, if they're going down to observe the sky, let them put it into a logical syllogism and offer it as their proof for their observation based on what they say it proves, and then deal with that. Don't take our standards when we debunk people claiming there's a sky vacuum and NASA and all the crap in it with gas pressure and its requirement for containment. Make a positive claim. Because why are you making it? Have you seen this dome? How wide is it? How high is it? No, you haven't. But you're now in the position where you're making a positive claim about a bleeding dome. You've got no clue what dome. Show it me? No, you can't. You don't. You haven't got a clue.
It's right here. Joe Model got it.
Not talking about that dome. He's going to reify this crap this guy's got behind him into being the whole world, isn't he? That's the dome DJ Curious is talking about.
Yes. Yeah, he's asking.
What dome?
He's asking Joe Model if the light's coming outside. Is the sun outside the dome or inside the dome? That's his question to Joe Model.
Yeah, because we've spun forward and we're now 100% into the reification of whatever this guy does represents the world by correlation, aka reification fallacy. And immediately my toes are curling. This isn't just me being Mr. Shouty, Patricia. This is me infuriated with the guy across from you.
Yep, and Joe Model is Joe Christian. Let's see what he answers.
Off the light.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's one I get a lot. And I would say I don't know.
You don't know? Have you read Genesis yet? Say for the dome. Have you read Genesis yet? Where did he put the sun in reference to the firmament? Joe.
Inside it.
Yeah.
Superchat.
Supermodel.
Sasha said, "This is more than pathetic, almost like dramatic."
You think that they're just doing this to be dramatic?
I don't want to seem nippy or snarky, but that what you were fishing for? Because why are we doing this? This is you're saying that the biblical standard would say otherwise, and I'd agree. He's got that wrong if he's trying to appeal to a biblical standard. So lights outside the dome. What? We're not. Are we doing that? I mean, by example, shouldn't we be setting that example and saying, no offense to any Christians here, but I couldn't give a toss.
I'm just taking it as they come.
Okay.
And I think it can work both ways. I know it can work both ways. The only problem with me doing it from the inside is trying to stick my hand in.
Stop. Work. This is an important word. Work. Wait, what? So you can put your thing that you've made behind you into some sort of practical application and useful working operation in the real world. It's got a practical use. That would mean I could put it to work. Will it work for me? Will it make me money? This word needs critiquing very heavily. When someone says something works, what kind of work is it going to be doing? Will it save my life at sea? Will it earn me money? What kind of work do you refer to? This word annoys me greatly when I hear it.
It's actually a logical.
Does it?
It's actually a logical fallacy. It's called a pragmatic fallacy, by the way. Just to let you know. Please continue.
Okay, I didn't know that. New one on me. I've heard this term, but
That's appeal to utility or pragmatism.
Yep.
Like just because something, if it works, that must mean it's correct. That's a logical fallacy.
Yes.
In there, and it just throws everything off because it's not level. Everything has to be level for it to really work. So,
you want to go off on the work again, or are we good?
Does he? Hold on. I haven't watched this. Does he now brush past that? That's what we focus on, though, right? How that statement relates to Earth as a horizontal plane of reference is critically important. Having the confidence to say Earth is measured flat, knowing how it's measured flat, as opposed to just joking about it. Does he actually focus on that as a flat Earth proof in the next two breaths?
I can't remember. Let's find out.
You don't need to, do you?
Well, we could find out, but we're not going to find out for a while.
Well, okay. Oh, wait. Let me stay in the theme. Prediction time.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam.
Yeah, I do it from the top, but if I create the light source coming from underneath, it works the same.
From underneath what? The floor? Underneath? I don't know.
It's glass dome.
You see? Flat Earth proof. Does light work the same when coming from underneath?
Oh, I'm telling you. Yeah, I would cease and desist with that one. You're going to get blown away here in a few minutes.
Same way as it's projected into the sky. What I personally believe is
it's what he personally believes now. This is what he this is what he personally accepts without evidence.
I don't know if you guys can kind of see right here. So this two-way mirror
I'm gonna blow you up. So give me a second.
Mark's gonna blow you up. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was gonna blow him up.
Go ahead.
So the two-way mirror right here in the top, which
two-way mirror.
What two-way mirror? Sorry. Let's have a quick pop quiz. Hands up, who's seen the two-way mirror in the sky?
I was just going to say the one in the sky, Nathan. Can't you see it?
Which one would that be, Neil?
The one right up there. I'm looking at it now.
I'm not seeing. I just see a blue bit. Oh, it's not my bad. It's black right now. Is that the two-way mirror? It's blue, then it's black. Does that mean two-way mirror?
No. There's another
Which
one. You
two-way
got to
mirror?
look harder. You have to look harder for a
Two-way
second.
mirror. Which two-way mirror in reality is this guy babbling about? It's not like with gas pressure where, without containment there can be no pressure. It's not like without sun rotation there can be no two-way mirror. What's he babbling about? What two-way mirror?
You're going to find out.
Okay, go ahead.
So the two-way mirror right here in the top, which you can't really see on the camera because it's kind of hidden, represents where the superfluid ceiling starts. What's in
What? Come again? Superfluid ceiling? Come again? Superfluid
I've been
ceiling?
thinking about getting one of them myself.
Sorry.
Interesting.
You know what's wrong here?
No, what's wrong?
Brian.
What's wrong here is we have people in this community that keep on creating imagination models that have no connection to a real 3D world. I don't make claims about what the sun is or how it does what it does because I don't know. So what's the point in me making up some composition for the sun and then adding in a load of things that will give me a similar effect to what I see the sun do in the sky? That doesn't make it, like that was the fallacy I was talking about earlier, that doesn't make it conducive to what the sun does and what the sun is. I don't know, so that's it. And unless I can find out, and nobody has yet found out in, I don't know how long human history has been, that I'm aware of, what the sun is or how it does what it does or anything else up there. So it's time to just stick to your own business, isn't it?
No.
Mind your own business.
No, he's got a model. It works. Okay? All right?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Interesting about this is this also answers the second Gaussian surface needed.
Second Gaussian surface? What's a Gaussian surface?
You know where you've heard that before, don't you?
I've heard that before. You know what a Gaussian surface is?
It'd be Ethereum, isn't it? This is
I
going to
do.
be Ethereum shit, isn't it? I can just smell it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Let me look it up.
Something that's invoked to invoke a level of understanding that's way beyond the person invoking it. Yeah. To imply that ether and dielectrics is something we should consider when invoking a different meaning for the force of gravity. Which we then reify.
Unbeknownst to you guys in Discord, I don't think you can see this. I pulled up what Gaussian surface is. So, from Hyperphysics at Georgia State University, it is often convenient to construct an imaginary surface called a Gaussian surface to take advantage of the symmetry of the physical situation. From the University of California, San Diego, note, a Gaussian is an imaginary surface. It does not necessarily coincide with a physical object. End of citation.
But you're going to need them to levitate frogs.
Thanks, Adam.
Right. It's a big problem. Right. The reason it goes south is because the only way these quote-unquote models work is in an app that makes work to put money in Dave Weiss's pocket. That's how these were put to work. And it all boils down to how do they work. Somebody can cash in on selling the dream of globe projection maps with etheric planes, creating caustic coffee cup reflections of suns. That's what they work to do. They line the pockets of grifters. That's the only work they do.
Here we go.
This also answers the second Gaussian surface needed for horizontal lines of equipotential voltage, which we have on the Earth.
Who was asking about the equipotential voltage of Earth? And they came to you asking if Earth's flat. Were they asking about the equipotential voltage? Or does that sound like an ether grift that someone else has got going? The hero's welcome needed is to keep the ether grift going, isn't it?
Is that parallel lines of equipotential voltage?
Yes, that's what he's speaking of, Adam. Continue, please.
That would be false. They can't be parallel if the equipotential starts where the surface starts and we have topography.
I think he said horizontal.
It can't be horizontal. They can be horizontal. No, they can't be because the waves, they're a field, aren't they? An electric field.
Yes.
As defined by their electric potential being starting at the ground point, i.e. if I'm on a field, it's zero. I'm on the top of a mountain, it's zero. It's where the field starts when it leaves, the surface.
What field?
Right. Sorry, I've just got to stop both of you. Sorry, and this will achieve reification of a Gaussian imaginary surface, will it?
No, free energy, so you don't have to power your computer with compute,
That's a Witsit word.
Why are we ushering in the next line of bullshit Ethereans? Why are we doing this?
I'm not.
Patricia
I'm
and
doing
Mark
it tongue in
this.
cheek, Nathan, because
I know
frankly,
you are, but I'm just cutting to brass tacks and saying, why are Patricia and Mark ushering in the next line of grifter Etherean bullshitters? Was TFE answered with the next generation of bullshitting Ethereans? How do we solve this problem created by a line of bullshitting Ethereans who just made crap up and appealed to globe projections? I know, I'll roll out another bullshitting Ethereum with a globe projection. And what? Wait for the next guy to monetize this model into an app. $5. And it gets proven wrong with another experiment. And so we go around every 10 years. This is nonsense. What's going on?
Is needed for horizontal lines of equipotential voltage, which we have on the Earth.
Well, I think
we do. Can you show that first? Let's see that first.
Explain a few things there. First of all, like, what is superfluid and those terms you just used? Can you break?
DJ Curious comes in and says, "Wait a damn second. What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah, ESA bound.
Here we go.
But this is the.
Sorry, Adam. Did you say DJ Curious asked about what those terms meant just a moment ago?
Yes.
1 point, DJ Curious.
Yep.
If you don't know, good. Just ask. Let's see if you are satisfied with the answer, DJ Curious. But so far, +1 for asking.
Yes.
If you don't know.
Yes.
For you.
Yes, it was +1 for him. Adam, quickly.
Oh no, move on.
Break that down in simpler terms really quick.
Yes.
Yeah. Get ready to make some shit up, man. Yeah. That's a nice move right there. I've seen that. Okay, let's hear it.
Superfluid is when a gas.
Wrong. Superfluids are not gases.
Transitions, and it's not in a gas.
It's not a gas when it transitions to not a gaseous state. Oh my God.
Gaseous state. It's not in a solid state. It's
a liquid.
Its own kind of state of matter.
Yeah, a liquid state.
But superfluids are said to have zero viscosity.
Zero viscosity? What does that mean?
And the interesting thing about superfluids is they form at really cold temperatures. Like helium-4 forms
they're
at
gases.
They're not gases. No.
Well, why would we? What? I'm sniffing again. You see what I mean? And what is superfluid? His dome. Has he got a superfluid dome next to him on the table?
Making it all up.
Just wait. Let him tell you. All right. Don't anticipate.
154 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wait, pause. I'm going to make a prediction.
Oh, that's not a scientific prediction.
Superfluid dome on his table.
Nope, that's not a scientific prediction either.
I didn't say.
And what they do is they actually climb their.
He won't. Shut up!
I have the right to rebuttal, sir.
Fahrenheit. And what they do is they actually climb their containers.
Well, do we see superfluids climbing the Earth container? Who's seen a superfluid climb the Earth container out there?
What dome? I said what dome? He's describing his dome that he's fantasized out of nothing. Now he's got superfluids climbing this dome that no one's seen, that he's manufactured in his brain. Is now peddling to what this is the dust settling. Maybe we should be less harsh. I don't know. This is garbage nonsense. Hopefully this will blow away in the wind.
Oh, you're going to lose it before the beer gets here.
Fluid.
Superfluids.
He said it twice because there's two. Sasha sent, I smell some profound conceptual fact. And then Theo Megaword, he sent, how to make superfluid. Eat Taco Bell. Wait.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Here we go.
And suspend themselves in the tops of their containers.
So superfluids suspend themselves in the top of the container. I don't see any superfluids in the top of your container there, Sunshine.
Oh, he's implying the superfluid is the container, isn't he?
No, he did not say that. He said that they suspend. Hold on. They suspend themselves in the top of the container, Adam.
Well, that's the dome.
No. Okay. The superfluids suspend themselves in the top of the container, meaning the superfluids are not that container, Neil. Get it?
Good to know we're talking about them.
And the
then,
fact that they're super ionized gases.
They're not superfluids. No, you cannot. Superfluids are not super duper ionized gases. They aren't gases at all.
Who cares?
Now you may.
I did not say that it was the container.
Stop. Everyone stop. We're arguing about this by fiat. There's no need to discuss this. It's irrelevant. You don't care. He hasn't proven any of this. You don't need to be discussing what superfluids are or are not. Why are we? Well, because this guy imagineered them, so we should discuss them.
Yes.
No.
Yeah, what are we going to talk about then?
What else are we going to talk about? Your beer that they're going to get in less than an hour?
Wait, I think I get what you're presenting here, and this is kind of my point. Sometimes when I say don't talk about this stupid 24-hour things till we've got all the information, this is somebody talking. What he appears to be conflating is plasma now with superfluids, and this is the point. This makes you look a fudging idiot. And I've only got a minute, but that's my prediction now, that what he's actually doing with his super energized ionized gas, which is his superfluids, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But what he has got is a shed in his mum's basement and the old cake cover that he's stuck orbs to. What this is Witsit's like fodder, isn't it? This is what he feeds off. He gets subscribers off, and he earns revenue from.
Listen, he's got solar systems in that room.
Not finished, Neil. Look at what you've done to this man. He's making an arse of himself. He's driving superfluids as plasma and just demonstrating he doesn't know what he's talking about. A disciple of your tribe, yeah? Come over here, guys, yeah? And you'll be able, before Easter, with a little bit of effort on your part, be able to discern what a gibbering idiot is not able to even know himself. He's describing plasma while citing superfluids. This is embarrassing for us.
You already got it. All right. Thanks, Adam.
That was my Christmas indictment of him. Nice beard, though.
All right.
Sandwich.
Yeah, but your prediction, non-scientific prediction, is not going to come true. Brian,
That's
quickly.
A cake, though. He nicked that from his mum's kitchen.
Brian, quickly.
Yeah. Just so for the audience, superfluid. To create a helium superfluid, you need temperatures and pressures that do not exist in nature.
Yes.
So what's the point in talking about it?
But wait a second.
Purely man-made thing.
But wait a second. How do you know he's talking about helium?
That's the only superfluid I'm aware of.
Well, he did mention helium, but just hold your horses, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Formed into a super.
Shut up, Adam. I thought you went to get a sandwich or something.
No. You can't. No, you've got your agenda now. You've got a QE agenda.
QE agenda.
Yeah, agenda.
Yes, I always have an agenda. Yes,
but it's not taking his words. As we take his words, right? You've got a superfluid that is like highly energized ionized gas. What we've got that goes to the top of its container.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks for the summary. Can we continue?
Hey. Like coming back after the break, isn't it? Just to recap.
Superfluid state makes them the perfect medium for light to exist.
Wow.
Uh-oh, so superfluids are now mediums for light to exist. Huh?
So we actually have light to exist needs a medium.
Oh, you fucking guy. Shut up!
Oh, swearing.
Sounds like they're going to ether to me.
You need to breathe. You need to breathe. Right. Jay, don't worry about what he's saying. Watch Mark's face. He's having to swallow this.
Okay.
What's he doing?
State makes them the perfect medium for light to exist.
Wow.
So
he just said wow.
We actually have light to exist needs a medium.
You sure about that?
DJ
Wow.
Curie said,
There you go.
Mark's lips didn't move.
His head nodded.
Right. He just agreed to something there.
He just totally agreed. Okay.
It's just.
Okay.
What? You want
If you
another?
want to indict shit, right? When an idiot flat earther says light needs a medium, yeah, and you don't, you've already gone and moved in comfortably in your seat, and when he says that, you then nod. Me, what's the inference to me, Mark? What's the inference, mate? That you agree?
Why'd you do it, Mark? Why'd you do it, Mark?
All right, I pulled a fiver.
Actually have light to exist needs a medium. It's just how it works.
His eyes rolled back into his head while he was giving the shaking of the head.
Everything needs a medium to exist.
Everything needs a medium to exist in.
And
what about the medium?
Doesn't the medium? So the medium needs a medium to exist in, is what he's saying.
Yeah. Equal right.
Medium. You can't have no thing, QE. That would be silly.
There's a passage.
No thing can't exist.
In the Bible it says that the Creator hangs the earth on nothing.
No thing.
That's different. Nothing. No thing. Totally different.
They're different. Thanks, Dyslow.
It's just how it works. Everything needs a medium to exist, and the ether is the background medium.
There it is. There it is. I told you.
Wait a second. No, he just said the superfluid was the medium for light to exist, and now he's saying that the ether is the medium for light to exist. Which one is it?
The fluid goes to the top of the container, which must be full of the medium.
You missed
it. Is the medium.
You missed it. Nope. Nope. You missed it.
I do not care about him. Mark Sargent. Dude, don't let this shit cock waffle carry on your show. Shut it down. It's incoherent. It's embarrassing. Don't shuffle in your seat and nod. Shit like that.
Oh, he's not only going to do that. He's not only going to do that, Adam. He's going to help him.
I don't know why you're surprised. Mark Sargent is a Witcher supporter.
There's more to indict him on by the seams of things.
Yeah.
QE knows in advance, obviously. Let's hear it all. Come on, let's get it all.
In which everything exists. And there's different layers and density and stuff within the ether itself.
So you got layers and density within ether. So with the density, that's a substance. That substance has a chemical formula. Can you please tell us what that might be, sir? Thanks.
But yeah, like the space between me and the computer is not empty space.
No, there's air between you and the computer.
That's ether.
It's ether.
Like, what compels people to make such claims, like literally wild claims that they cannot substantiate, being flat earthers or supposed flat earthers, where you just came from all of this, these wild claims that were never proven, and it just doesn't make any sense to me.
They lowered their standards. That's why.
You Mrs. Language, right? I thought you'd know this term. Do you look this up in the dictionary? I thought you'd be familiar with it. Go to your dictionary and you look up the word bullshitter.
Yeah, they'll be there.
I pulled a J. Here we go.
Within the ether itself. But yeah, like the space between me and the computer is not empty space. That's ether. So
let me explain the medium real fast for some people that don't know what we're talking about here. Meaning
the medium.
Let's see what Mark says.
It's hurting.
He's Mr. Helper.
Sound is one of the most common one used, which is you can take a bell. It's famous experiments been done for years and years and years, which is you take a bell, you put it in a vacuum chamber, and you suck out the air slowly. The bell will get quieter and quieter until finally you will not be able to hear the bell at all, no matter how hard you ring it, because the air that the sound is traveling through isn't there anymore. That's the medium. So if there's no air, there's no sound. Same thing can be applied to light.
Uh-oh.
It? What? You can remove air and light will still traverse. What's he talking about? Hold on, has he got more to say? He might give a juxtaposition as opposed to a false comparison.
Can't remember.
Might say
This is not good, is it?
Doesn't seem good. Let's see what the next three words are.
Sounds like a false equivalence fallacy right on his
sound
face.
good. It didn't sound good at all.
Did he interrupt me?
I'll keep doing so.
I said it sounds like a false equivalence fallacy right off the jump. So let's see what he says.
It sounds like somebody who needs a medium for light to travel in. What
Yes.
it sounds like.
Yes.
And all aspects of light. And people have been arguing that for a long
All aspects of light? What are all the aspects of light?
time.
You're wrong.
Which
Mark,
is,
you should know this. Mark deals with computers. No, we haven't been arguing it. It's based in the scientific validity that's offered to quantum mechanics to give you the computers that you program for. If we didn't know this, we wouldn't have these computers, Mark. We absolutely know already.
all aspects of light. And people have been arguing that for a long time.
So these nameless, faceless people have been arguing what and how long? What does that have to do
Light
with
being a wave or light being a particle. That's what Mark's going to go into. I know where this is going.
Which
Obviously,
is,
you
in
know
fact,
this.
scientists have a really tough time with this because the real
Scientists have a tough time with what? They don't have a tough time with what is. What's or is. They don't have a tough time with that.
It's just got clarity. Stop. Whether or not light is a wave or a particle, which is obviously where this is going, Mark, right, isn't science in that regard, right? We can understand it based on a principle that's utilized in a scientific experiment that's answering a different question, right? One of the principles that's being utilized in, for example, just acquiring single or double slit diffraction. That principle, that's not an experiment, that's just observing shit happen. You can describe how light must behave, dispense with this wave garbage immediately, just in what happens with light and how you demonstrate it to occur. Now, off the back of that understanding, you can get to quantum mechanics, but that's further down the line. In other words, my point in this instance is, no. Whether or not light is a bleeding wave or particle, number one, we know. Number two, that's not science. It's just a what is. It's just what it is. It's not a wave. It's garbage that it needs to traverse a medium, which is where this is going. Garbage.
How do you know that? How do you know that's where it's going, Gene Dixon?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is this Mystic Nathan?
Yeah,
Nathan's scientific
Mystic
prediction
Nathan.
about what's in our
Am
sergeant's
I
going to
wrong?
say? What
Am I
is
wrong?
going on here, Mr. P.O.?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Nathan.
Yes.
Nathan.
That-
The theme of the show is to preface it with my prediction is, and then you can get away with it.
That's what he should have done.
No,
yes.
the conspiracy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The
I was gonna
answer.
say-
The answer. I'm trying to answer him. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Over friggin' Brian, Adam, and you. So the answer to the question: are you wrong, Nathan? Yes, you are wrong. Good.
Okay.
really some really high-end scientists have talked about this. Which,
Like really high-end scientists. Or what's the difference between a high-end scientist and a low-end scientist?
Leather interior.
Which
is
end they're
you
at,
can't
obviously.
Oh, what did you say, Adam?
Which end they're at.
I thought you said something about what kind of what perfume they wear. Cologne, sorry.
see something until it hit. You can't see light until it hits an object, for example.
Okay.
Because there's no medium, in a vacuum of space.
Where's the vacuum of space at?
Hello? Where'd that come from? Who's invoked that?
What the hell?
Mark, where is the vacuum of space at, sir?
That's why it's dark.
I pulled a J so you can hear it again.
Which is you can't
No
see
medium.
something until it hit, you can't see light until it hits an object, for example, because there's no medium, in a vacuum of space, there's nothing to shine off of.
What? So where is that, Mark?
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So
we're gonna deal with that.
I thought I already did.
Deal with
No,
what?
we haven't dealt with it. There is no vacuum of space. This is where we give our learning point, isn't it? It's the difference between containment, which is what we require to be breathing, and debunks the notion of a sky vacuum, and container, which can be reified into all sorts of garbage you can't prove.
My take on this bit now is Mark Sargent's had some cock waffle that invoked ether, is reaffirmed that for light to travel there must be a medium, is reaffirmed that there's a vacuum of space to kind of say I think you're wrong, which is what I think he's trying to say. This is the trouble, you see. The indictment of the Naked and Oakley show is if you call a spade, you're rude, it's not polite, it's not conducive. Yeah. But what's going off here? I don't know Mark's position. As far as I can tell now, he thinks space is real. Yeah. What did you...
What do you mean he thinks?
Ultra ether and a superfluid plasma top layer of eudomy thing that this is just
Whoa. What do you mean you think? He invoked the vacuum of space. I just heard it twice.
Can I just point out something very ironic?
Sorry, Brian.
Sorry, can I just point out something very ironic, right? They often use the Ethereans, right? We have to use, like this lad here, obviously, this lad Joe is an Etherean, and Mark is possibly an Etherean, I don't know. But they use this vacuum thing, and it's like, when you take out all the air, right? Are you saying there's nothing in there? Let's just say, right? Besides this few remaining molecules, what's in between the molecules? And you go, well, elements of the light spectrum. But light needs a medium to travel through. Yeah, and what's left between the molecules? Elements of the light spectrum.
Yeah, but you don't need to go there.
Hang on.
You don't need to go there. Mark just said there was a vacuum of space.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out something, right? The people that say that when they try to talk about a vacuum and that there can't be nothing between the molecules, right? Because they're saying that light needs a medium to travel through. And the ironic thing is there isn't nothing between the molecules. There's elements of the light spectrum. So the thing that they're saying,
so I want you to travel. So on the next show, I want you to demonstrate that. Okay.
That's what's in between. It's
okay.
not just me saying it.
That's just you saying it right now. Since we're going down this road that doesn't need to be gone down. So on the next,
I was pointing out something about Ethereans. I don't care about the vacuum of space. It doesn't exist.
I do. That's what he said.
It's not possible to respond to that. He's not saying anything. It's a nothing.
Well, then let me continue.
I was trying to make a point.
A point that didn't need to be made.
Why not?
Because you're searching for stuff. He never said anything about, well, there's nothing there between this and that. Mark didn't say that.
I wasn't even referring to him. I wasn't even
I know, but that's who we're
referring to the Ethereans.
Oh my God.
All right, you want me to say something about what he said? Well, the vacuum of space doesn't exist, so I don't know why Mark Sargent is saying the vacuum of space, bringing it up for whatever reason.
Yes, how is he?
Why couldn't you do that the first time, Brian?
I don't know. I don't know why I didn't talk about this thing that doesn't exist that Mark Sargent brought up for some God knows what reason.
He greased the skids for the ether by stating that there's a vacuum of space. I want to know where that is, Mark. Along with your bell that you were banging. Is that vacuum chamber? Is that like a natural phenomena? How about the bell? Who was banging the bell? That sort of motif. Stick with what they say. Fair? Thanks.
That's what superfluids are basically. They're just this different state of matter.
Yeah, they're fluids.
It's super ionized.
They're not super ionized. For God's sake.
Cold. It has zero
Right,
viscosity.
pause,
So there's
pause. Right. Words have meanings, LB. Super fluid. Right. The state's defined in the last bit. They're definitely fluids. Right? They're just super. Now, why are they super? You might want to get into. I'm not going to here, QE. Words have meanings.
I know that.
They're not like gas fluids. Otherwise, you'd call them gas fluids, wouldn't you?
Correct.
Ionized gas fluids.
Superfluids are liquids.
There's no impedance to travel through it. And you hit something like that with an energy.
You hit some superfluids with energy
source, an electric or electromagnetic field.
What would that be? What is an electromagnetic field? Joe Model.
But if you hit that shit, right, with an electromagnetic field, you're going to open up a portal to Narnia. Yeah? And you're going to go straight through there. And on your way through, if you've got your alignment correct, you'll pick up fur coats.
Oh, God.
And if it's concentrated enough, you're going to get light. And the interesting thing is,
isn't electromagnetism light, according to you? Why would you get light? You already hit it with electromagnetism, which you think is light, which it's not. Kind of stupid, don't you think there, Joe Model? Idiot.
There's also a toroidal magnetic field, which there is. Everything's toroidal.
Really? Everything? Where's the toroidal magnetic field at? Everything is that? What about tree bark? Is tree bark part of the everything? Show how tree bark is a toroidal magnetic field. You're talking out your ass, man.
Then you're going to get movement through that medium.
Movement of what? Through what medium?
So the ether drift caused by the...
Ether drift? What's ether? And where's it drifting to?
Antarctica.
Toroidal influence of the realm itself.
Toroidal influence of the realm? Huh?
Moves the lights through the medium of the...
It moves the lights. Where'd you get the lights from?
Superfluid.
And
from the superfluid. What? Go ahead.
Fundamentally, what I think I'm hearing is the reason on an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe that you see a 24-hour sun is because of the toroidalness of ether and the superfluid firmamental dome.
No, the superfluid's not the dome. The superfluid's the two-way mirror. You're not paying attention.
I have the two-way mirror. I forgot that step. I'm an idiot. Sometimes the lack of detail embarrasses me.
It's very difficult to pay attention to this. I'm going to be honest. It's very difficult to pay attention to it. It's just a complete and utter nonsense. It's hard. It gives me it pains me in the stomach to listen to it. It's hard to listen to it. Waffle. None of it is supported by anything.
That's why I was putting the indictment at Mark Sargent. Not necessarily tonight, but moving forward. This level of cockwaffle, mate, it's embarrassing for all of us, isn't it? Listen to it. Yeah? Don't entertain it. I know you might be sometimes considered rude like Nathan, but I think it'll be much more fruitful, as we're seeing, if you don't just deal... It should be stopped in the book at the point where you conceded space, a medium that's needed for light to actually travel in. This is nonsense. These are the things, part of the things you need tooling up with. Respectfully, you're not informed. You're biased by a prejudice of what can only appear to be a religious belief in this It's a bit like Yoda, isn't it? You believe in the Force, the ether, this all-encompassing thing.
Superchat.
Super Ether.
The Omega word he sent, as freckles on a bum, so are the aspects of light.
Thanks.
What
That
I
was
think
good.
creates
Like
the
it.
lights, I think everything's tied to the sun, personally. And I
Literally? You think everything is tied to the... What about tree bark? Or chamomile tea? It's tied to it physically?
Can we real quick?
Well,
What are we?
technically,
Sorry, Brian.
go on, Chuck.
Real quick. What are we watching? Because I had to drop out.
Oh, we're not doing that shit again. You freaking go back and listen to it.
Well then.
Don't let him bully you like that.
I'll
Joe.
bully him like Eddie pulled that.
Okay.
We pulled that nonsense before with Adam, and Adam entertained it. We had to start over. So this is Joe Model's model. All right, he's got a dome here. He's got superfluid that climbed up the walls of the dome. He's got the superfluid is turned into a two-way mirror, and now we need a medium for light, and ether exists.
And don't forget the toroidal movement.
And the toroidal magnetic field.
See, where would I be without that Cliff Note version?
That was brilliant.
That was
Kiwi.
excellent. That was excellent. Even though he was moaning at chocolate, he did actually give him the Cliff Notes version. And we're doing a live stream, so there's going to be people that have joined late. Want to know what the hell is this guy babbling about? So QE summarising it for chocolate with total disdain. Brilliant and well worthy.
Thank you. I'll be in the area all week.
I'm not sure if it was well worthy.
He's the perfect summarizer, if that's a word.
May I continue? Thank you.
It's tied to the sun, personally. And I believe the energy of the dielectric plane that's coming upwards comes up and it collimates to a certain point and then is sent back down, reflected, refracted, whatever
Reflected, whatever.
people want to say.
Whatever I want to say. Horse shit.
Whatever you want to say.
Focal point of energy that then hits its respective superfluid layer and
Now we got different superfluid layers. I thought it was the two-way mirror.
ignites, causing the sun focal point sun disk.
You need to be institutionalized. Okay, Joe?
And that is carried through that medium by
Through what medium?
The ether drift that
I thought the ether was the medium. But you said it was a superfluid. What?
is influenced by the toroidal field.
It must be. That's what I figured at the end, that it was all influenced by the toroidal magnetic field of tree bark.
Look at Mark Sargent. He's looking at anything else. My God.
No, he's eating this up.
Can I get one more thing in there?
What's your favorite color? It should be the next question.
DJ, just
Hang on,
take
hang
2
on.
seconds.
Good.
I'm waiting to see if Mark was paying attention to any of that.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Let's tango.
Which is this is a question for Joseph. Joseph, have you ever listened to any of Eric Dollard's rants?
Well, that had a lot to do with what he just said to you. Who's Eric Dollard that I've spoken with, by the way?
No.
I will send it to you. Fascinating guy. He believed also that a lot.
He accepted without evidence that what?
But it came down to the sun, which he.
A lot of what? You said a lot of it came down to the sun. Excuse me. He said a lot of it came down to the sun. What is it? Now you may.
Remember that scene in RoboCop? We're at the cocaine factory and they're all shooting the guys on the gantries and RoboCop's like, in it. Remember?
Did you start drinking?
Yeah.
Oh, he's giggling. He's giggling. He's drunk.
Which scene?
I looked at the definition. person who tries to persuade someone or get their admiration by saying things that are not true. And it gives an example. She was a complete bullshitter, but she will probably get the job. See? That's from Cambridge Dictionary.
And that was in reference to what?
Oh, nothing.
Thanks.
No, he's drunk.
He said that there was no fusion happening at the sun. He goes, there's no, he goes, I don't know what the sun is.
What does that have to do with Joe Model's model?
Who's he referencing for this point? Just
Eric
out
Doll-
of curiosity.
Dollard.
Eric Dollard.
Okay.
I remember now. It was a really good scene in RoboCop.
Oh my God.
But it's not what they say it is. He said it's just a transformer. He goes,
So it's a transformer? Like the movie?
Which one? Bumblebee?
RoboCop.
Power coming to it, and it's generating light. He goes, where that power is coming from, I have no idea.
Well, what does that have to do with Joe Model's model? Who knows?
He goes, but there's no fusion happening at the sun. And he was the conviction and his logic behind it. He's
the conviction and the logic. What was the logic? I want to hear the logic. I want the syllogism for that from Eric Dollard.
One of those mad scientist types.
He's not never a scientist. He never. And what he was doing was not science. You don't know what science is. That's a big problem.
And Crow 777.
Oh, we got to have Crow 777 come in with the lunar wave, right? Thanks a lot, Patty.
A long time ago, for those of us who've been in FE for quite some time, had a sort of groundbreaking video where he theorized, based on the lunar wave, where he saw ripples across the moon's surface, and other people did as
well. What does that have to do with Joe Model's model here of superfluids?
Also, when they shot that scene, they had like these blood packs that they had that when they pulled the trigger, they like explode a bit of gun.
Adam, can you mute that drunk?
As well and caught it on camera.
I'm almost, the thing is, Nathan's making more sense than I'm looking forward to his interjections. No, I won't.
What I'm actually doing, no, I'm not drunk, is offering up the same sort of level of complete non sequitur that both Pat and Mark are offering up.
It's just.
Yeah, but yours is making more sense than Ez.
Sorry, Neil, go on.
Nah, I'm just saying, but Nathan's making more sense than these two bozos, and he's not even trying.
It's very frustrating.
I'm trying to hear what scene RoboCop is.
I figured you were. Good job, Chocolate.
What's after happening here is the hosts went quiet while this lad Joseph talked about nonsense, basically, and then they're trying to pretend that they were listening to it.
Yes.
Mark started talking about Eric Dollard and the sun, and then Patricia Steer came in with stuff about Crow 777 and the moon, and lunar wave nonsense. And it's like, it's that no one's being honest here. It's just like, Joe, you're talking paper rubbish.
You're wrong. They
Sorry.
are Witsit fanboys. They are paying close attention to this.
Oh, they weren't listening to what he said, though, Neil. Because Mark didn't respond to what he said. Mark just went to Eric Dollard. Save me. That's what happened.
Specializes in the sun. Then Patricia Steer comes in with the lunar wave, because that's the only time you can see the ether, right? When there's a wave going across it.
No, Neil.
No, Neil, no, this is wrong. That's nothing to do with the ether. No. Eric Dollard came up because he was connected to the sun, and the last thing Joseph had said was the sun is connected to everything, or everyone's connected to the sun, something like that. So Mark caught on that word, came to Eric Dollard and the sun. What's also like the sun? The moon. Then Patricia Steele jumped on the moon via Crow 777, and it's like we're all involved in the same conversation here. We're not. No one's listening to what's going on.
You'll see.
You'll
see.
It's not what. But the original Crow 777 thing had nothing to do with ether.
They're on the same path. They will all bring this back to a head. It will all come back to how good RoboCop's.
Yeah, I figured you were going to say that. There you go.
I don't. No, it's not that, is it? It's clearly Crow 777's lunar wave predicted a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Jesus.
That's how it all come together.
You think she's going to tie it together? Let's see if she ties it together.
I think I did a better job than any.
That space, quote unquote, is water.
Quote unquote, space, quote unquote, is water. Like the quote unquote, like the meat hooks.
Oh boy.
Could Joseph be the quote superfluid that you're speaking of?
Water as a superfluid. Love. Superfluids reach superfluid status at 460 minus 460 degrees Fahrenheit.
Super chat. There's 2 super chats, so I was letting him do them both. We got Kiefer Green sent, personally, it's all tied to the local sun disk. And Retro Bill sent, and the award for best performance in an endlessly mind-numbing, meaningless project goes to
Retro Bill, where you been, sir? Haven't
Yeah,
seen you in a coon's age. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and yours. And thanks for the super chat, guys. Go on. I guess not. I'm going to go back 10 seconds for a J for myself so you can get the whole picture.
Caught it on camera.
Oh, boy. What?
He said the award goes to, and I said Peter Weller.
Not Peter Weller, Joe Model.
That space, quote unquote, is water. Could Joseph be the quote superfluid?
Don't do it, Joe.
Or it's not related.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely, Joe. Superfluids reach superfluid status at or near absolute zero.
Don't do it.
Water. Don't do it. What temperature does water freeze at?
Why are we doing that? That's another question, Adam. Why are we doing this? Because some guy imagineered something and then put a few materials together to imagineer that that's the world above us? What? Why are we doing this? Why are we educating them on this? They're using these words to bullshit an audience into nonsensery. Why do we have to educate them on what superfluids are?
Shouldn't you be talking about superfluid, Cop?
Do you know that the Ballers are having a field day with this guy? You know that, right?
Oh boy, they should.
Absolutely, it could. In my opinion, right now, and I like what DJ says. We're learning, we're growing.
We're still learning and growing.
Have all the answers, but
you don't have any answers. You have nothing. Is this a scientific model?
I'm doing my best to give solid scientific.
That was key. Of course, it was interrupted. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, nobody wants to now. They only want to do it when you're talking.
Shut up.
In my opinion, right now, and I like what DJ says. We're learning, we're growing. I don't have all the answers, but I'm doing my best to give solid scientific explanations.
No, you're not.
He said solid.
Doing his best.
So there's a few things here, isn't there? From the camp of Jaren and Whitset, of which you're clearly from. And number one is just a straight indictment. No, you're not doing your best. Number two, you invoke science, something that proves nothing. And number three, you're doing a very bad job and misrepresenting full category areas with regards to what is science. Your mum's cake dome and your son's little thing you got from a fair, along with your telescopes. You notice your telescope's just pointing at a wall. That's about how clear your view is, mate.
Your mom's cake pan, is that what she said?
Look at it. That's what we have one on our kitchen top. It's called the Dome of Delights. It's got a handle on the top so you can lift it up. It's a lovely glass dome. You can, when my wife makes nice cakes, goes in there, keeps it fresh. It's there because when you get a fresh cake, you want it in front of you so you can see it. Never thought. You know what? It's been there since before the kids were born. I call it the Dome of Delights.
That is outrageous. I love that phrase.
So, but I never thought of ever trying to stick an LED lamp on and explain the Earth in all my flat Earth years.
You forgot the two-way mirror, by the way. You keep forgetting it.
I never forgot to stick. See, this two-way mirror thing, I was looking into that. I heard some of this. See, part of that is how flat earthers think you have to have a rainbow, isn't it?
I don't know.
And their misconception of what forms a rainbow. Because if to make it in your garage, you need to stick a mirror to the ceiling.
What?
Yeah, this two-way mirror shit kind of reflectiveness for the point of the rain. Did you not see this crap come out recently where they were looking at how different rainbows have different arcs and then elucidating a causal relationship to the nature of the dome? This is what retard flat earthers do.
And I'm glad I hadn't.
That
Super rainbows.
Super retards.
Roger Ledwell sent 2 points. Science proves that 2 points. Science proves and light travels. I have learned a lot today.
Yeah, you have. Thanks for the super chat.
Fall in line with the modeling.
You ain't robot, just shut up.
And people can say that.
Sorry, Flatsy. Merry Christmas and Merry Christmas to Booger too. That last super chat.
Why, thank you.
That last super chat was classic. Classic.
That fall in line with the modeling, and people can say they're not, but if they go study these things, they're going to
study what things? Like superfluids or not ionized gases? You mean those types of things? Or is this just an idiot elephant hurling fallacy?
You know when
That
you
sounded
talk about...
like.
On Brian.
I go after you, Ed.
No, I'm only at a point of full sinuses. Honestly, I'm looking at the picture and I'm thinking, how you talk about this? Why would you take like one of those little plasma globe things and bother to switch it on and put it in your field of view? Take your mum's cake dome, all your mounts. What is that? The validation you need, son? I don't even put my camera on anymore because my argument is sufficient.
You don't know what this is for yet. You're gonna find out.
Is it? Oh no!
Yeah, it's for something. Go ahead, Brian.
Is it going to prove something?
The Dome of Delights. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, I love it.
I can't remember. What was the last thing he said? Because that's what I was going to work off of.
All right, I'll give it to you. 1 second. I'll pull a fiver. Here you go.
Line with the modeling, and people can say they're not, but if they go study these things, they're going to. If they weren't, I wouldn't be able to get it to work.
Right.
Another pragmatic fallacy. If we studied those things like you did.
Dave got it to work. It generated him a lot of juicy money. And all those crying flat earthers worried about this situation, he just wipes up his tears with dollar bills that you all gave him.
That didn't sound like Brian.
Work it does. Work, yeah. Works to earn Dave money.
This guy is one of those do your own research guys, isn't he?
Well, he
that's what he'll top you off with.
He puts on the air. He puts on the air like he's Mr. Studyfied. He knows about this stuff because he studied it, and because he studied it, he knows how these things operate. And if he didn't study it, then his globe or his model wouldn't work, more or less. That's what he's portraying.
He comes across to me as one of those kind of like when push comes to shove and he's talking to someone, he tells them, listen, you need to be more open-minded. You need to do your own research, and walks off.
Yes.
Leaving somebody with absolutely nothing to go on.
Yep. But he's researched it. He knows. Listen, it works. Therefore, I researched this and I know everything about it, what I just said. That's non sequitur retarded, Joe, just to let you know. Thanks.
And any kind of fluid, for example.
Any kind of fluid? What about transmissions fluid?
At its surface, if it's completely still at its surface, it acts as a two-way mirror. So people say,
what? No, it doesn't. It does not act. You don't know what a two-way mirror is that you conjured and put inside your friggin' Dome of Delights either. That's one of the dumbest things I ever heard.
Say, how do you know it would a two-way mirror?
Look up people on your own. Look up define two-way mirror. He needs to be institutionalized.
represent the surface of the superfluid? Well, because
superfluid,
a fluid at its surface, if it's still at the surface, and it doesn't have to be perfectly still, it's going to be super reflective.
Does that make it a two-way mirror? No.
I can go out in the middle of the day to my swimming pool, take my
Can't do
peanut
that, can
Duffy.
you can't say the prerequisite for liquids to be two-way mirrors is for them to be super still, and say the ferment's a superfluid, but it's not still. What? This is like, this is a bit. Next, I'm going to be in a yellow submarine, isn't it? This is an LSD trip at best.
Oh yeah, he's tripping.
Huey, can you just...
Yes. Are you done drinking?
I've had one drink, literally one drink.
Okay,
I'm not going to be drunk. Okay. Anyway, I've sent you a link to a video by a guy called Joshua Master B. Or do you want it in Discord? I can figure that out. I'll do that if you prefer it there.
And Master B, you want me to play another video while I'm reviewing a video?
Just for the sake of the importance of what's going on here. So this guy's just told the audience that I've done the research, I've come up with this stuff. He's inferring like I've mastered the art of how to figure this stuff out. Whereas what I'm going to show you is somebody doing it 10 years ago.
Okay.
Well, Joshua.
Hold on.
That's the video I've sent you of Joshua.
I know that name. That's one of the numpties that used. That's one of the numpties that used to show up here.
Chocolate. Thanks. Go to 1 minute 30.
1 minute 30. 1 second. I gotta share it with you guys. 1 minute 30 on that one. One moment. 1 minute 30. There it is. Okay. You want
familiar? What's going on? We got a mirror with an azimuthal equidistant projection. I the top half and bottom half of his map, same exact thing. Joshua did this 10 years ago. Check out the date on the video. From 10 years ago. Check out the date on the video.
9 years, Nathan, you liar. Where's the gun?
I'm a liar. JLB had me on this because I keep saying 10. Almost 10. Okay, 9 years
yourself
ago.
10 years,
Regardless,
Nathan. Why do you
this
keep
is
giving
not-
yourself 10?
Getting rumpused. This is not new.
So, do you want me to play this or?
No, that's enough. What you've put up on screen as you're scrubbing through, people can get the general idea of what's being demonstrated here. You know, it's the exact same crap. It's not new.
Is this the two-way mirror right here?
Look at that. That's not a dome of delights. That's just a bog standard cooking bowl. No firmament, you asshole.
Play it if you want. People can look it up. They'll find it relatively easily. This is not new, is my point. And you only need to scrub through it to see what he's showing. When you get to the 1 minute 30 mark, you can see the audience can see what he's doing. Feel free to share the video. Like I say, this isn't some revelation. This was the same crap that I got fed 10 years ago. We're talking about having a reset. I'm showing you. You know what? I remember this because I got shown it 10 years ago.
Joshua was one of the numpties that used to show up on FED years ago. I know that name.
Yeah.
Hey, he looked into this stuff and then, you know what? He figured out actually Earth's a ball. He's really smart. He could figure out how to do this, looked really clever, and then told everyone's Earth's a ball. I can't figure out how this particular thing works.
No way, he didn't. He did that.
Yeah, overtly and publicly. Yeah.
Wow.
I had to click the link because I like chocolate. I heard the name. I thought I'll click that. Oh, I am subscribed to Joshua. He's only got 380 subscribers, and this is the kind of crap that was about 10 years ago. Look at what. Look. Now it might be a more sophisticated cooking bowl where we've not got something that. See, this guy's it won't balance on a countertop. Or
is that just your run of the mill dough bowl?
I think that's probably seen flour in its life. It's just a prediction.
It's just a prediction, you friggin' weasel, you.
Nathan brings
prediction.
it back.
If we no, let me give you a real prediction.
He
Adam.
brings it back. We're starting again. Look at it. Look at what he's just shown us. I'm linked to this guy. He's got 388 subscribers, and it's 9 years ago. Yeah. Hopefully now we're starting again with the same amount of subscribers before the algorithm kicked in. And a lot of the Muppets won't be believing that this, whether it be a good old trusty cooking bowl or a purpose dome that you've may have even had specially built. You know what I mean?
Thanks, Adam. Can we continue?
Well, I was about to. Why do you have to rumpus at the end?
I didn't rumpus. That was Nathan Rumpusin. That wasn't me.
And Nathan,
Adam, it actually might work out better. Sorry, Adam.
No, just go ahead, Chocolate. Just overtalk him.
Sometimes you have to.
I was serious. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Right. I was just gonna say maybe this time it'll actually work rhythm because now since they think flat Earth is dead, they have no reason to mess with the algorithm. So the message will get out even more.
Listen to Chocolate.
Thanks, Globus.
Listen to Chocolate. Right on topic.
Yeah, but what's going to happen when QE Power 2 turns up? The new QE.
the globe side QE.
No, the new flat Earth QE. There's going to be a QE turn up, just like QE turned up years ago. In about 6 months.
You people are twisted.
Whoa.
Who's going to be the new Nathan that
We'll just invite him. We'll just invite him to FED.
Patricia will be the new Nathan.
Turn the jets off, let the water go still,
Getting
and
all
shoot the
yelly
sun
and
and
stuff.
catch sunspots, or shoot the moon and catch craters
Shoot the moon.
in the reflection on the surface of the water. So a superfluid ceiling would act as a two-way mirror.
That's not what you got here. The ceiling is the top part of your dome. Are you saying there's two ceilings?
Why do I need a two-way mirror?
I don't know.
Am I going to do like a perfect B&B place where I'm going to sell foot? What's going off?
Listen to Adam. This is a family show. All right.
Always check that if you
and-
Airbnb.
And not only that,
You always check for two-way mirrors when you go to a B&B? Really?
Airbnb, not necessarily your standard Hilton. Yeah, but apparently, yeah. Always have a good look at the mirrors.
How could you tell? How could you tell if it was a two-way mirror?
Around the smoke alarms.
Oh,
Maybe
brother.
pull them down, check the batteries, see if there's anything else. I'd be very dodgy of an Airbnb.
Now, on to my question that you rumpused. How can you tell a mirror is a two-way mirror? Wouldn't you have to be on the other side of it?
You've got to at least be able to fog it, apparently. I'm not a technician.
Just about if you. Sorry. Go ahead.
You can go ahead. I might be robotic.
Nah.
Would somebody go?
You know, when you put your finger to a mirror, the two-way mirrors have some sort of like anomaly. Your finger doesn't look like it's touching the mirror or something like that. There's a way to tell that it's a two-way mirror by
Really?
the way it looks when you touch it.
No,
Yeah.
that's actually
That's how they caught
propaganda.
the guy in Equalizer.
No. Let me just correct that. That is propaganda put out by the two-way mirror manufacturers so that when they approach their customers, they go, "Ha! See, you can put two fingers up to our two-way mirror. No one's going to know."
Wait a second.
Well,
I seen it
no,
happen
there's
in
a
the
special-
Equalizer too.
There's a special object that is designed for finding out if something is a two-way mirror.
There's a special
Oh, a hammer.
objects. This is a family
A
show.
hammer.
Yeah, a hammer.
A hammer.
Nathan jumped in. Well, you rumpus me and stop me saying it. You got out in front. No, don't talk. Say nothing. Gag him. No, I was a hammer.
Right.
I was gonna say.
Terrible
Brian,
crime.
you don't listen to anybody, Brian. You do you.
You don't tell me what to do.
You don't tell him not to do, just to do him. I was saying special objects. My mind was in the gutter, and then Nathan said a hammer. Is that what you did, Nathan? You little.
In all seriousness, RoboCop in that scene.
Oh, brother.
Again, gives us our second Gaussian surface
Oh, the second imaginary surface again. That's where we're back to. Okay.
that allows for the horizontal lines of equipotential voltage that we
Oh, that's the second time you said that. The horizontal lines of equipotential voltage. Can we see those? In nature, by the way.
Oh,
We have.
No, you see, I've got a problem now. Horizontal lines of equipotential voltage.
Yeah.
Now, his top Gaussian field is dome-shaped. His second one is topographical. Well, where are these lines?
No, you missed it. You missed it again.
You can't just see them with your eyeballs.
He missed them again. The two Gaussian surfaces, the imaginary surfaces, one of them's a two-way mirror. Not the top of the dome. Adam, I told you about that before.
Sometimes I'd let myself down.
I heard booger.
Yeah, go on, booger.
Yep.
Super Gaussian surfaces.
Retro Bill sent, waiting with breathless anticipation for Jaren's verdict on the Earth's shape.
Yes. So am I. You caught that. Nice one. No, I don't think anyone else caught it in here. They're all drinking.
On our realm, which we can test in the lab.
Mr. Grinch.
Which we can test in nature and we can recreate in a lab. So
you could test those in nature. You already did that. Let's see them. Let's see those horizontal lines of equipotential in nature. No? Probably not.
We know that we have those things.
We do? How do we know that?
But a sphere can't have horizontal lines of equipotential voltage. But
Second.
It's just assertion. We just know.
Yep.
Right, you gotta ask yourself as an audience member, when you listen to this tribe, at the end of each statement, think, am I any closer to learning something? And what is that thing? If you can identify it, which is unlikely, ask yourself, is it useful? And then ask what it's useful for. In this case, you go, if I understood and comprehended the lines of equidistant potential, or whatever the bollocks he's babbling about is, does it have a useful practical application that I can put into use in any way, shape, or form? Beyond what he's punting, that's his own bullshit musings and fantasy about a model he thinks he can explain that's already been done 10 years ago and failed literally about 10 days ago. Less than that, 7 days ago. Yeah? What's he got? He's got nothing. What's it useful for? What's anything this man said to you so far been useful for?
His model.
Nothing. Just his model. Self-fulfilling. Exactly.
Yes.
To recreate it, you've got to have two 3D Gaussian surfaces.
Two 3D imaginary surfaces, okay?
One underneath.
Is that... Nathan was saying, is there anything useful? And is that a mini Tesla coil he's got next to his child's plasma globe? Well,
I don't know.
This is the clip.
It might be. It might be back. It's hard to tell. I can't. Perspective's killing me.
What he needs to do is get rid of those two things. Yeah. Recognize that the telescopes and the mounts they're on will be very useful to measure flat Earth elevation angles. Something he could throw away that Gleason's map for. Yeah. And after the thing he's got on his table, use it to preserve cakes. Fantastic.
You're gonna be shocked, but in that dome, that's not the Gleason map. Can you predict?
Moon map.
Yeah, son of a ruin.
Oh no! He's from Tenerife.
Yeah, I already clocked it. They're just all right. Oh, you say that globe projection doesn't work? Oh well, they just. Hang on a second. I'll just change the slide in the projector. Here we go, new map. Let's just start again. This is what we're witnessing. They just change out the slide in the projector for a different map, and off they go again. Ether in tow.
Now our floor and one above, which would be the ceiling. If there is no superfluid ceiling, then we're...
Good. Plasma and the moon map. Is that what I just heard?
It's a moon map in here. Nathan.
Yeah, right. So
Nathan ruined
they're
it.
going to use a moon map as a representative. What they're going to invoke is like however many years ago, there was this plasma thing that invoked a scar, a shadow you might call, of the great image upon the moon. which is why you can still see it today, even though it's true and it might have changed. This is part of the mitigation for why it might have changed a bit. If you're a hippie from Tenerife, and that's what he's got under his. That's where you should be keeping cakes, mate. Keep them fresh under there. Don't get hippie maps from Tenerife. Nonsense. Or a Gleason's. This is
which would be our floor. And
no, I want to talk beer with Nathan. This is beyond retardia. This is beyond our level, guys.
Thanks.
Below. Sorry, not beyond. In fact, it clearly is beyond. You've got to believe in plasma impregnations of an Earth thousands of years ago that have created a map. You then to read in the skies to see the continents that are in Aristarchus's arse.
one above, which would be the ceiling. If there is no superfluid ceiling, then we run into a problem because
if there is no superfluid ceiling, you got problems.
The dome itself is not level.
The dome's not level, really. Amazing.
So the superfluid ceiling makes a lot of sense. And if you look at the Go Fast rocket that they shot up, I think it made it to like 74, 75 miles.
Right. See how bad things are? It's 2024. Even Riley, Anthony Riley admits that's bollocks, doesn't he? Yeah. The GoPro rocket.
Go Fast rocket.
About the Pepsi Challenge from 1984, mate. What's that got to do with anything?
He's going to tell you. If you'd let him stop rumpusing him.
I don't want to even hear it.
And the temperature that it recorded was very close or right at negative 454 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ooh, really? Did they record that temperature from the Go Fast rocket? That's real close to absolute zero. Like 6 degrees away, right? Isn't something like that? I think it's 458, minus 458 Fahrenheit, somewhere around there.
What height was the rocket at?
72 miles.
There's never been a high altitude balloon that went past 36 miles.
72 miles.
I'm thinking that's what if somebody can look that up real quick.
Was that one of those ones where you get to see the ground underneath it?
Say again?
Yeah, I don't rate any of them things as being correct, because I've seen some of them and they were claiming to be 16 miles up, and it was obvious from the angle. You could see a car on the ground. Do you know what I mean? You're not 60 miles up. You look like you're about 6 miles up, kind of.
Up,
you know,
up, you say.
Up.
Not out.
Yeah.
Yep. He said
miles
up.
Out or 60 miles up.
Yeah, up.
Yeah. This thing about being able to go up at ridiculous heights. As I said, I couldn't find any evidence that anything went higher than the high altitude balloons, and there's never been any high altitude balloon that went over 36
Well, obviously he's not talking about balloons. He's talking about the Go Fast rocket.
Yeah, but there's a claim of them going way higher than 36 miles.
Claim of who going past 36? The Go Fast. Did somebody look it up yet? Am I going to have to do it?
While that's going on, we'll look at
no way I'm wasting my time.
I'll tell you what.
How high the GoPro rocket went.
That's what we needed, another voice in here. So we need Nathan, then Adam, and then a third voice. That will help out.
Let the third voice go.
Go Fast went 73 miles.
I was off by a mile. Oh, my God. What temperature? What was the temperature?
Who cares? It slipped us by, right. What are we doing? We're arguing about whether the musings and fantasy of this guy, Bosch together in his so-called model, would or wouldn't need a superfluid mirror that a Go Fast rocket's proving or disproving. We're into, is the Go Fast real? It's like, in this argument, at any point, there's a whole number of flat Earth prerequisites. For example, it slipped by. What height? Off a flat Earth. Now, nobody in this discussion, the four of them, not one of them will mention this flat Earth proof. Just to describe the height of anything ever, you need a flat Earth. Yes. We're into this model that will work, and we've seen it. It's just happened. Just line the pockets of some scumbag like Dave Weiss. That's all it works to do. And it needs a load of apologies and a load of fantasy and imaginary mediums and mirrors. Bullshit. All it does is line the pockets of grifters to offer some semblance of explanation where people think they need one. What's that? You can't explain 24-hour sun? Well, someone will charge you money to give you one. Dave's been grifting on it for years. Don't need it. What do we need? We need people to understand that, yeah, any height description ever comes off a flat plane. There won't be a question
Which
of
is
whether or not
where
Jared
helium.
walked on flat Earth. Here we are talking about whether or not go fast is real and how high the superfluid ether medium is going to be a mirror in his model. Just garbage.
Or forms, I believe, somewhere right around there. But regardless, at super cold temperatures is where these ionized gases start to
he still thinks superfluids are ionized gases. Unbelievable.
This is ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is the point, right? So, Patty, Mark, okay. So if there is somebody of a educational level like mine, of which there are lots of people like Dr. John D, that you could be affecting with good argument that can be supported with science, come across this chancer.
Yep.
He doesn't know his horse from his elbow. They walk away.
Yep.
And they walk away from you because look how you're entertaining it. Yeah. Now, the years of politeness have done. I'll say again, you guys, you need to stop pandering to nonsense. He's just waffling. Would you let any random person just talk shit, unsubstantiated for this amount of time? You know. And you didn't in the early days. Why are you tolerating this? And again, final plea.
For Pat's benefit, I came along to you, Patricia, given that I've shaved my head and wear clothes that are about 15 years old and out of date. Clean, but they're out of date. If I started telling you how to look and wear your hair and what your outfit should be, do you think this guy has no right to tell me what fashion is? I know fashion. Yeah, that's how you'd feel. Aggrieved if I started telling you how to dress and look. That's what this guy's doing. Telling us who've been here, finding out how to prove to others how Earth is flat. He's here chancing. What did you call him? A chancer? When it all goes sour.
But that's
like he's on that, Brian.
He's on there because there's a 24-hour Antarctic Sun after being supposedly filmed. So, oh no.
Oh, is that all? Is that all you got?
Happened just before or just after this? Right. Sorry?
You must have chopped or something.
Must have chopped.
Can you hear
I thought
me?
it was a dramatic pause, Brian. You went, so who knows? And then you cut out. And I thought, well, that's theatre. I like it.
No, sorry. That was my headphones. What's going on here is this interview either happened just before or just after the whole Antarctica thing.
After.
And it's like, yeah, we're desperate. We're desperate for some explanation of this thing because it's either that or admit that all the stuff that we've been supporting has been pointless.
Yeah.
Because all they've been supporting for years is this type of rubbish.
Yeah.
They weren't supporting FED, let's be honest, and QE Live and all that, they weren't.
Yeah, it's more damaging though, and Adam hit right on it. So let me say it in English so everyone will understand. If somebody comes by this video that is a recent high school graduate or has even a freshman level university understanding of the terms and phrases that he's using, they will turn and walk away laughing and dismiss flat Earth right out of hand. This is a cancer, folks. Cancer, like Adam said. Do not lose that point. Everyone follow that.
Adam's point was super correct.
Second?
I'm saying Adam's point was super correct.
Yep.
Because I never did that, and even the bit of information I have, that would have turned me off. Do you know what I mean? I would have turned away from that. If this wasn't being played here, I wouldn't be watching it.
Yep.
I know I'm a flat earther, but still, the point being is that when you hear someone using a term like superfluid, and then they don't even understand really what it is, and they're trying to insert it into reality, into nature. I mean, they don't even realize it's not a natural thing. It's a man-made thing. It's not a natural. There's no superfluids. Could you show me a superfluid in nature? I don't know of one.
I'd like to see it.
Transition to the superfluid form.
I wonder if that has anything to do with NASA's love for helium, the biggest.
Oh, yeah, it has to do with helium. Remember your lunar wave, Patricia? Remember when you asked him if that water could be a superfluid, and he said, absolutely. Now we're on the helium consumption of NASA? Really?
Consumers of helium on Earth. I don't know if there's any sort of connection to that.
There isn't.
In the chat, people are asking about
why would you bring it up?
Exactly. But now she's going to go to chat.
I was going to defend her there. In terms of the only reason you'd throw that random factoid in is to just turn this shit shower, because she's got some broadcasting experience and knows this is gobshittery. You get me? Actually,
they're into this. No, they're into this, man. They are all into this.
We're going for a second. Oh, we'll have a second course of that.
Yep.
On the all-you-can-eat buffet.
He's going to give you a demonstration of it right now.
TFE expedition group and how they went hundreds of miles south after reaching Antarctica. But a couple of people are saying in chat that your model indicates they would have hit the firmament, and then others.
No, they would have hit close to the edge of the table first.
Clearly, you're going to hit the cookery bowl if you go too far south.
Thanks
Thanks
for that.
The model. Get the model. Yeah. Whoa. Human show.
Are saying no. The firmament is hundreds more miles. So, what do you think? How far from where they had their base camp
Pause a second.
would the?
What do you think? What do you think? How far away from base camp would they change their favorite color? What do you think, Joe Model?
Yeah, hang on a minute. She's after now stating that someone else is stating that no, the firmament will be hundreds of miles further. How does anyone know these things?
No, they don't.
You know what I mean? It's just statements of fact based off nothing.
No, Brian. You test it with different sized cooking bowls.
Oh, brother.
Firmament has been.
I have no clue.
What can you like spitball it?
Well,
can you spitball how far the container, the dome is away from where they were camped? Just spitball it. That's what she said to Joe.
4 miles past you. How about that?
Yeah, that's a ridiculous. It's ridiculous, ignorant behavior. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What the hell kind of question? What the hell kind of statement is that? Please.
Well, that's the point. What are we trying to support here? That there is a dome. Why? Because we have to invoke what are they called? Those coffee cup caustics and those caustic reflections. Yeah? What's going off? Can we not just accept that is, as far as we know right now, observable? Okay, this time of year, and move forwards and recognize it for what it is. Why do we have to give? And this is the point, Patty.
Well, I hope we get there.
And I'm nearly there. I was a couple of stutters, but why do we have to give an alternative explanation? Back to Nathan's big sigh. Oh God, we're back to that level, are we?
Yes.
We've got to actually. What's this one now?
An acceptance of a flipping the burden fallacy.
Thank you.
For the chat.
You're better on beer. You're less shouty and more pertinent.
That kind of thinking is the in the box kind of thinking. That
in the box, like in the container type of thinking. So we need to come out of the box to, like, I don't know, imagine how far the dome is away from their base camp. Really, Joe Model?
Yeah. Like RoboCop when he uses that spike as a weapon instead of lock into the computer system.
that we've got to get rid of.
Okay.
No, what we got to get rid of is numpty dipshit pretender clown frauds like yourself and the cheerleading squad around you. That's exactly what we got to get rid of.
Got to get out of the box and into the dome.
The dome of delights.
I'm demonstrating, and I'm not talking to you. I'm just talking
I
about
know.
those
It's just
type
been asked in the chat, and they you know.
So
yeah.
one, we got to think of scale. Two, we got to think. We don't know exactly how big the realm is, so it could go out.
How the hell are
way
you going to
further.
model it then? How are you gonna chart it, model it, float on it, sail across it, fly over it? If you don't know. So maybe we should just focus on the maps that do have practical applications and stop people from dying, and focus on how they prove Earth is flat. Given that that's what we're all here for.
Are you saying Joe Model went on to what channel? On Eric Dubé's channel? You're saying this guy went on Eric Dubé's channel and presented this to the flat Earth community?
Yes.
What was the result? Eric, I'll tell you what, Eric, if you didn't mule kick him out of here in less than 5 seconds, you got big problems. You, Eric Dubé, I'm talking to you. I am Quantum Eraser. If you did not mule kick him out of your video in 5 seconds with this horse shit, me and you have a problem, sir. A big problem. And you're going to be on the short end of it quite quickly.
Well, let me give you context before you throw the baby out with the bathwater. Context is, flat earthers have made efforts previously, going back 100 years, and to date, this guy, to explain successfully in their models, that's the point that Debate is making, how certain circumstances can give you a circling sun on the edge of this dome in the case of this guy's model and other examples he's got documented. Okay? So he's saying, in the way that we would explain it, look, this is a false dichotomy. It doesn't mean that it has to be one or the other. And Eric's saying, look, other people have attempted to explain this. You could put it the other way and go, like the globe has, doesn't make it right. And he isn't necessarily saying the sky's right. He's saying flat earthers have attempted to explain it successfully and reproduce the effect in model form previously. So big deal. You're saying this can only work on a globe? No, otherwise these guys have replicated the effect. Doesn't mean it is that, doesn't mean it is a globe, but that's the example Eric's using it as, to show, no, here you go. You're saying it can't be done any other way. Well, how come this guy can make a sun circle on his map dome model thing? That's kind of how he's using it before you condemn him completely.
That doesn't save him.
Whoa.
Yeah.
No. You're right, QE. And so's Fatty. He's calling him... Right. If you're going to invoke a dome, and by the inflection of what he's going to do, he's going to invoke this caustic thing. And the caustic effect, it is a limitation of the internal reflective surface. Okay? So, therefore, the 24-hour sun can only be caused in a certain area, and the size of the dome, therefore, if you are going to invoke it as the cause of your 24-hour sun, actually has some measurable quality. Because it's like saying, well, where's my 24-hour sun in the middle of my coffee cup? Well, it's not. It's only on the inner rim caused by the physical bit of your coffee cup. Yeah? You can't give a causation which has a clear understanding you've invoked and then deny it. Well, so shout out Patty. And Eric, as QE said, you should shred him. I hope you did.
Than we know.
So this exact model you've got could be huge. You're just showing it this way, but will all the bits and pieces work if it's much, much, much bigger?
Yeah, that absolutely still works.
Yes, it will. Yes, they will work to put the money in Dave Weiss's pocket like he did. He monetized this. It worked very well to keep Dave's boat afloat.
That clock app's screwed, Nathan. That clock app is deed. Yeah?
Now, you could have been on one of them boats too, Nathan.
This is
Your
what Dave
sky
told me.
system.
We're trying to educate him, like we're trying to educate the audience that's come to us in light of the 24-hour sun observation. Come to us like Dave was approached by me to explain how science works, and he's just told me about his boat and how many app sales he's got. He sent me a little video of his ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. Everyone's buying his app. That's what he sent me. That's how these things work. You can monetize them. Now, don't get me wrong, maybe Dave will just slip a moon app. It'll become the sun, moon, and moon map clock zodiac app. Who gives a crap? He's just going to turn it into money. It's a bullshit idea that you can explain the world. I mean, it doesn't matter that you haven't demonstrated a superfluid medium. It doesn't matter that you haven't shown the edge of the coffee cup caustic side of the dome. It doesn't matter. It's potentially how it could work. It just needs a bit of work. Give me $5. Leaving my crap that I haven't proven.
We're done with Joe Model and Patricia and those guys. It would be false advertising because I'm going to roll on out of here in a little bit. It'd be false advertising if I didn't go off on Danny Faulkner and these idiots. So, you guys follow me? Rejoin Quantum Eraser inside Discord.
Yeah, sure. We can see it. Press play.
We are taking flat earthers.
What the hell is this?
Don't know, NASA makes clouds.
And globe earthers.
That was a rhetorical question, by the way.
Where's the container? No. Stop.
To Antarctica this month.
I think already there's some tension.
There's no way you can get a spinning heliocentric.
What the hell is this supposed to represent? That's rhetorical, too. Is this a scientific model, Danny? You dipshit.
A globe out of anything in the Bible.
When you looked at the planet, what did it look like?
It looks round, folks.
It's round. Well, hey, Mike Discipliner, I'm going to mute your dumb ass. Yeah, there you go.
I'm leaving for the day.
Bye.
Who is it? Come on. Mute.
My God. So let's go back.
When you looked at the planet, what did it look like?
It looks round, folks.
It looks round. As an astronaut, do you know that round and flat aren't mutually exclusive? They're dumbass liar.
What does the Bible actually say?
We are doing something that I don't think has ever been done before.
The final experiment.
Really? Final experiment from a PhD astronomer. Is it an actual experiment? What's the hypothesis, Danny? I'll bet you. I know you don't know what one is.
Will going to Antarctica finally prove that the flat earthers are wrong? Welcome.
No. What's that thing in his desk? Is that a representation of the celestial sphere? You'll need a flat earth for that.
Yeah.
It's a flat earth model.
Yes, sir. Yep. Hey, glue sniffer.
My name's Danny Faulkner.
Danny Faulkner, astronomer that doesn't know what a scientific experiment is. Who's this doofus?
I have with me today Rocket Rob Webb.
Rocket Rob, what the hell happened there? YouTube, you're about to friggin' piss me off. You know that.
Antarctica finally proved that the flat earthers are wrong? Welcome. My name's Danny Faulkner. I have with me today Rocket Rob Webb.
Rocket Rob Webb, an aerospace engineer. Aerospace. Is that like Aero Narnia engineer? At Answers in Genesis. What's this shirt? Flat Mars? You look like a professional.
Say hi, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
That's very funny.
And we're here at the Creation Museum, but Rob, we're going to interview someone that's off-site.
You're telling him now? You think he doesn't know?
Today, well, we're talking about Will Duffy.
Of the final frigging fraud. The Duffster.
He's in Denver, and he's come up with what he calls the final experiment.
The next question out of your mouth should be, Will Duffy, what is the hypothesis? That should be in your next question. As an alleged scientist.
Will, welcome.
Hey.
It's just welcome.
Thanks so much for having me.
Shut the hell up, fraud. This should be the question right now.
Will, why don't you tell us about the final experiment? What is it?
Why don't you tell us about the final fraud? That's it. That's all you got, Danny. Just do 7 offsuit, right, with your science acumen. Thank you very much, by the way.
Yes, the final experiment is historic. We are doing something that I don't think.
The experiment is historic. What? You haven't done it yet.
Error.
What?
Degree error.
Yes.
Has ever been done before. We are taking flat earthers.
Whoa, whoa. Did he just say it has never been done before?
Yes.
When he say done before, what was done? You observed the 24-hour sun. Are you saying that nobody had done that before?
Yes. Yes, that's exactly what he's saying.
I think
he's said that all the images of a 24-hour sun for Antarctica prior to the one you observed were fake. You agree? Because this is, quote, the first time it was done. Okay?
Yep.
So no.
He just contradicted himself, by the way. And flat earthers, the only possible flat earther that you might be taking is Lisbeth. And from what I've heard from her, she's not a flat earther. She's a flat earth believer. That's not a flat earther. Just to clear things up, Will.
And globe earthers to Antarctica.
Globe earthers? Now, those are anti-flat earthers. Somebody interrupted me again.
Neil.
No, sorry, I got a phone call. Not my fault.
It is your fault.
Hey, QE, while you're at it, right quick, if he would have clicked me, you would have had a flat earther going with him. He did. Shame.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Cool. Yep.
This month. The reason I came up with the final experiment.
So you came up with the final experiment. Do you have a hypothesis with that, by the way? Danny! Yoo-hoo! Wake up!
Being centered on Antarctica is because there is a drastic difference between the globe and the flat earth model when it comes.
Whoa, drastic difference. Everyone heard that. Between the globe and the flat earth model. So for you to show that, then I'm going to have to see the globe earth model and the flat earth model. And then for you to point out the drastic difference. That's it. But you shouldn't say anything else. That's what they should be telling you. Right?
I see that guy says Flat Mars Society.
Yes.
Oh my God.
He worked at NASA for like 10 years. This guy, by the way.
Comes to Antarctica. On the globe, Antarctica is this island continent that we would say is at the bottom of the globe in the south. But on the flat earth model, Antarctica.
Is this This is the false dichotomy being laid out with the affirming the consequent fallacy. This is as best as you can come to him suggesting how the fallacy breaks down. And he just said, on a globe, that part of the suggested proof that it's offering has automatically been assumed.
Yep.
Okay, so on a globe, you're already on a globe. How is it proving that if you're automatically suggesting that when you are on a globe, as soon as you say that, you've already made the assumption that you're on the thing you're trying to prove?
Yes.
So begging the question fallacy.
Exactly.
Trumped up because they affirm the consequent. Well, when I'm on a globe by assumption, I'm going to see something happen. And if I see that happen, I'm on the globe, I assumed.
Yes. You got it.
Antarctica is this gigantic ice ring.
What the Danny? Is this a scientific model, Danny, that you got spinning around?
Dave Weiss told everyone. No, it's not a scientific model. It's what Dave Weiss sold all of the flat Earth believers, and also subsequently sold them down the river with. It's what he conned them with. This is his grift. When they were talking earlier on Patricia's show about how it works to line pockets of grifters. That's all this works for.
Or ice wall that encompasses all of the world's continents and holds.
What's this look like? This cartoon was debunked personally by somebody on this panel.
And me. Well, Adam was there too.
Adam, Nathan, and Antonio Subrats. Correct?
Yeah. And Jaron. Jaron participated, as is Bob Nodell.
Jaron and Bob were there too?
They participated. They were well aware of what we were doing.
So glad I was about to disclaim make the disclaimer that no, I just tuned in. I wanted to. I got my little homemade gnoming in. I never phoned in, but it was something I followed along with. Because back then there was no data. You had time and date, trust it or not. Well, let's check it. And that's kind of what that was. It was kind of where we were at. And in doing so, it did disprove that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, what you got here is the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant friggin' debunked horseshit map. This was debunked. It's So, what in the world? This is a globe projection, by the way.
Let's just drop anchor here just for a second or two. When you say it was debunked, and what happened? Well, it got debunked, and then there's a good chunk of flat earthers, let's put them in brackets for now, decided, no, we'll use it anyway. It's wrong. Why? Well, because it's a useful tool to held up by TFE later down the line when you're all invested in it nice and thoroughly. Like, nobody heeded our advice. This time we're not going to be so gentle. No, this is not correct. I don't give a crap if you can put a bleeding dome over the top of it. Oh, until you accept that the whole purpose of this being in existence is for flatties to invest in so it can be broken later. Until you realise that, it will just go circular, round and round every 10 years, going, look how this map fails. Okay? What is it? Oh, it's a flat Earth map. It's a globe projection, North Pole-centric azimuthal equidistant. That's what it is. Who gives a crap whether it works or not? It's not ours. Oh, but it's useful as a tool to get flatties here and then relinquish 12 months, 18 months, 2 years, 10 years later.
Yep.
That's not useful.
In all of the water.
Well, you know, I have here a model celestial sphere.
Is this a scientific model?
No, it's a very, very, very fancy cake dome.
Cake dome.
And I have it set up for where you'll be. Where is it? Union Glacier in Antarctica. And
okay, it's set up with the Union Glacier. Okay.
I got the sun set up for the right date.
The right date? What about the elevation angle? Do you have that set up?
And right here would be local noon. That will tell you where the sun is. Notice it's not really high in the sky, but that's the way it is in Antarctica.
Well, you been there?
And then 12 hours.
I think he's programmed all the right coordinates into his model, so we should pay attention.
Scientific model?
Didn't go that far, did I?
Later,
I had a tongue in my cheek.
it's over here around local midnight, but notice it's above the horizon. We have a midnight sun going on, and 12 hours after that, you're back to noon. So the sun's going to go completely around the sky.
Hold up, pause. In his model, has he got the sun in a secondary firmament?
Yes.
Up and down over a 24-hour period, according to the conventional understanding of things.
Conventional understanding of thingies? What might that be?
But what about the flat earthers? What would they
Flat earthers? Is there a stereotype fallacy coming?
Predict, or do you expect?
What would the flat earthers predict, Danny? The flat earthers aren't predicting shit because they didn't have a scientific experiment. It's Will. What is Will predicting? As in hypothesis that you should have asked him about. But you're so damn clueless, you'd fail intro to third grade general science as a PhD astronomer. Why the hell would flat earthers need to predict anything? Isn't it his experiment? My God. Under a friggin' carnival tent, may I introduce to you the clowns. Mo, Larry, and Curly.
Expect them to predict about what they'd see.
What do you expect the flat earthers to predict about your experiment? It is absolutely batshit insane. Non sequitur. You didn't catch on to that. Aero Narnia engineer either. Well, engineers aren't scientists, so you're relieved. You recuse yourself from that question, moron. But you, sir, you're an alleged scientist. Stupid.
We have this unique celestial phenomenon.
We do.
That on the globe only happens.
On the globe, celestial phenomena don't happen on a globetard. Retard.
Far north and far south in Antarctica, which is a 24-hour sun, meaning the sun doesn't set for all 24 hours, as you just demonstrated. But on the
what's the experiment part?
Flat Earth model, the sun.
We're going to have to see that flat Earth model. Because you said on the flat Earth model, show it so we can see it. Other than that, it's just a baseless assertion fallacy. You know, one of the second grade retard kind? AKA village idiot.
In Antarctica would have to rise and set each day.
Let's see it. Let's see it. False dichotomy if you don't.
And the reason for that is because...
Well, I guess there's a false dichotomy then, along with the other fallacies. Good job. Way to go, Danny.
The flat Earth model has the...
does it? Where is it? Where's the flat Earth model, Danny?
A round flat Earth with a...
Is this it?
Wow.
Danny, an astronomer, has this as his flat Earth model. No shit. This idiotic cartoon of a numpty dipshit. He said it. I didn't. He said this was a flat Earth model. After he said flat Earth model, this suddenly appeared.
A dome over top, and the sun...
Dome over top? Who said there was a dome?
In that dome somewhere, and the dome spins around.
The dome spins around?
Wow. Interesting.
Who said that?
Big Globe Dave.
Big Globe. Oh, fair enough.
But technically speaking, the sun never...
Oh, that wasn't technical speaking before, but now it's technical speaking.
In that dome somewhere, and the dome spins around.
Oh,
but technically speaking, the sun never can set.
Set? The sun never rises or set on a globetard. It's just rhetorical language. You'd figure as an astronomer, you'd know that.
In a flat Earth model, it can
in a flat Earth model. So you think the sun could rise or set inside the flat Earth model that you just shown? That wasn't a model. You're a bit. Have you lost the plot?
They get closer and farther away. They argue that it.
They argue. No, we don't. We don't. That's a stereotype fallacy.
Rises and sets because of perspective.
That's the magic.
Perspective.
Which is not a very good argument.
That's the magic. Perspective's a magic word.
Isn't it cute how you just put that? He did the air quotes.
Yeah.
Perspective. This goes back to perspective is something that flat earthers think exists. That doesn't exist in real life. What the hell?
It's kind of funny though, because they have to act like it's so crazy and outlandish when literally everything that we see is subjected to perspective.
Yep. Let's hear it again. Watch them do it again.
Rises and sets because of perspective.
That's the magic
which
word.
is not a very...
That's the magic word, huh? Perspective. Doofus, idiot of a clown. You see, when I look at, like I'm looking at a pasture, right? And there's a cow, and he's 50 yards away. And then there's other cows 350 yards away that 150-yard cow, that cow is bigger, okay? And the ones that are 350 yards away, those cows or cow is smaller, okay? That's one of the principles of perspective. It's called angular size change with distance, you glue-sniffing idiot. Both of you.
Very good argument, I don't think.
It's not an argument. It's an absolute fact. It's a well-duh fact. It's called angular size change with distance. glue sniffers.
So just to break it down simply, for those
Let's hear the breakdown.
that believe in the flat Earth, they believe
We don't. That won't be any of us. And this isn't a flat Earth, and it's not a flat Earth model.
It's what Dave sells for $5 in his app.
Gotcha. There ain't no believe in here. We know
that the sun will set in Antarctica. And
the sun doesn't rise or set on a horizontal plane or a globe tart. As I said, it's rhetorical language.
December, whereas the globers, I guess you'd call it, we would expect
anti-flat earthers. I don't know what you are.
To see the 24-hour sun. So those,
Exactly.
that's essentially the test.
And in fact,
that's the test. No, that's a false dichotomy fallacy. That's not a test. That's not an experiment. As an Aero Narnia engineer, I wouldn't expect you to know that. I would expect him to know that.
Early flat earthers were saying just
early flat earthers, like the early bird gets the worm. What do you mean early flat earthers?
That they were saying that the sun would not be up for 24 hours. They
not be up. Up, did you say? Sun can't be up on your globe tarp, Danny. You don't have up and down. You have in and out, not up and down. Welcome to flat Earth, Danny.
They point out that this is something you would expect in the Arctic regions, and indeed they support that. But
who are they? Is this another stereotype?
They're now saying.
They're now saying, what did they get resurrected? Didn't those early flat earthers die off?
Something a little different. Have you noticed that?
Have you saying they're saying something different from resurrection?
Will?
Yeah, definitely. So for years,
are you trying to hand him a watermelon hanging size curveball to Will Duffy, the Duffster? He couldn't spell cat if I spotted him the C and the A.
Globe side was saying, hey, there's a
no anti-flat Earth side is saying
24-hour sun in Antarctica that doesn't.
They're just saying that. Where's it on your model?
Work on a flat Earth, and then they said, well, no, there isn't. And then the globe side produced videos of the midnight sun, of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
I thought you said they were fake before.
And they essentially discarded those videos as
no, you said they were fake. The implication of what you said before is that they were fake.
Yeah, you did say this was the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah. You would be doing it for the first time, you said, Will.
You have some serious continuity errors.
Which is really problematic because something the globe supposedly predicted just got caught for the first time.
Globes make predictions?
According to the numpties, yeah.
Huh. Can you have what's the globe's phone number or email address?
Let me go get that for you.
All right.
Being edited or doctored. And so that's why I came up with this. It's like, okay, we're actually going to go to Antarctica now so that you can see this 24-hour sun.
See the affirming the consequent formological fallacies. We don't have to go down there. We've seen them beforehand. We told you, but you didn't listen.
Phenomenon with your own eyes. And only once I revealed that we were going to be doing this, that we were going to be going there with flat earthers, did they start?
No, not flat earthers. Like I said, the only one, Mr. Ping Pong Golf Ball is not a flat earther, and Hanoi Jaren. They are self-admittedly true earthers. Now, Lisbeth, I don't know, but like I said, from what I've heard from her, she's also in that camp. So you didn't take any actual flat earthers. It's just a technical point.
And the ones they took supposedly didn't even see this thing that there was the whole trip was about to go see.
What do you mean?
Right?
No, they saw it.
They saw it for 24 hours.
They probably went in shifts, but collectively, yes, I think they witnessed it. Yes.
Okay.
Their tune, and now they're desperately looking for ways to try to explain a.
Who's desperately? The true earthers? Yeah, we know that. We're laughing at them.
24-hour sun on a flat Earth, and we haven't even
on a flat Earth. On the flat Earth or flat Earth model? Which
No,
one?
no, neither. On an azimuthal equidistant globe projection.
That's what I was fishing for.
And gone on the trip yet.
And you know, we on the other side, the globe earthers have.
No, you're not a globe earther. You're an anti-flat earther. You're not a globe earther. My wife's a globe earther. You are an anti-flat earther.
Been very bold in our predictions. It shows
you've had predictions very bold, and are these scientific predictions, Danny? Because the people in my audience already know what a scientific prediction is. I went over it earlier. So you made bold scientific predictions, Danny, about what?
Shows that the flat earthers don't have a lot of confidence in what they believe.
So you made predictions about the confidence of true earthers, not flat earthers. Really? Danny, you're pouring hot coals down on your own stupid head. Mr. Prediction.
Several of us have gone on record saying
you've gone on record too. Outstanding.
What they would do or not do if the Earth.
What they would do or not do. Are those predictions about what people would do or not do?
Turns out to no midnight sun in Antarctica. MC Toon said he would take down his.
And McBooger Eater, he would take down his channel. Did you know that McBooger Eater said the sun was solid enough? Did you know he made that statement, Danny?
Let's hear the rest of it. He says,
channel.
And I will be the honest glober to say, well, if it contradicts the globe and matches flat Earth, one of the two ideas of flat Earth.
One of the false dichotomies.
Earth there. Yeah, I'm willing to do all of that because I'm not scared of the truth.
I said I would. Is contradicting the globe and matching flat Earth mutually inclusive?
Say it one more time.
It's like an additional caveat. Not if it contradicts the globe, but also confirms flat Earth. Something we wouldn't ever claim. And he will do whatever he's going to say he's going to do. Politicians' words.
Yeah. Yep.
I would publicly disavow my book that I have on flat Earth.
Oh, we already tore that to shreds. Yeah. And I think Paula took it every chapter and tore it to shreds also.
Yes, she did.
There's another grift. That's grifting the Christian community grift.
Yep.
Yeah. Something I'm not part of. You should be ashamed. You grift money out of your Christian community purporting knowledge.
Is this a flat Earth model?
Well, what's a church leader for? Not to pimp their own ideas, is it?
No, they're eating this up, and they're really getting a lot of traction with this. So it is what it is.
Good.
So I think the globe earthers out there are being very bold and very confident in our predictions. I see
And your predictions, bold and confident, we have yet to hear one. What's the hypothesis? Can we get one? Because that's what a prediction is. A scientific prediction is a hypothesis. Can we have one of those?
Yeah, but nobody knows that.
It's on the flat Earth side.
There's one thing that we have in common with the flat earthers when it comes
what flat earthers?
To this experiment, and
it's not an experiment. You don't have a hypothesis. Simple.
That is none of us have been to.
Who wants something in common with Will, and what will it be?
Not me. And there's a reason why Nathan was never invited, but was supposedly invited and turned it down.
Superchat.
Super Duffy.
Sasha sent get, chat, super chat, a cat. I don't know if that's exactly what it said.
Yeah, he was going for the C and the A, and if I spotted it to him. Thanks for the super chat, man.
Antarctica. So it's not like we've been there and we've seen it.
This is if that sun would come down here and you would get this highlight, that's flat Earth proof, by the way. Will.
And that's where our confidence is coming from. Our confidence is coming from
your confidence in what?
The reality that we live on a globe. It's
the If you live on, why are you going down there then?
the confidence that we're gonna get this thing that supposedly we predicted long ago, but we're gonna get it for the first time. Okay.
Yes, in 2024.
Coming from, we understand the globe model.
But you do. Well, let's see it. Let's see the globe model, and then we'll check your understanding of it.
Better than we ever have.
Better than you ever have. This sounds like hyperbole. If you don't know what that word means, ask McBooger Eater. That's what he calls it, hyperbole.
Human history. And so, yes, the confidence level on one side versus the other does have a drastic difference. And I think that's
that's very important.
Something significant for people.
So you got confidence levels on each part of the false dichotomy, and one part of the false dichotomy has more confidence in it. That's reassuring.
People to consider as we journey to the south here in a couple weeks.
I just want to know
how can they go south on a globe?
The directions with respect to a plane.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Made you say one day, I think it'd be a good idea to take people down to Antarctica to settle this debate.
Because he's a moron, much like you.
Was there...
and there's never been a debate, by the way. Never. You see, you don't debate subjective topics. That's I'm sorry, you only debate subjective topics. This debate, as you claimed, was a debate. This is an objective topic, our nature of reality. That is outside the remit of debate. It's a complete category error. You know, you debate like voting rights, whose favorite color is the best, gun control. Those are subjective topics and available for debate. Objective topics like silicon, diabetic ketoacidosis, tree bark, and chamomile tea, you don't debate those topics. When's the last tree bark debate that you were involved in? Arrow Narnia engineer? Idiot.
Moment or a situation that really sparked this idea?
A little over 3 years ago, a friend of mine...
An idea? I thought it was an experiment.
She posted on Facebook about Flat Earth. And at first, I thought she must be joking because I didn't know Flat Earth was a thing, but I noticed she had a lot of support and comments on her post.
This is great. Are we going to get what the hypothesis is for this experiment? Instead of pedigree, historical information about how you came to your idea?
Post. So I followed up with her and found out she...
Yes, sir.
Do you have a T-shirt that says Bigfoot believers are retards?
No.
I got a flat Mars thinking he's hyper intellectual, super intelligent with a satirical quip on his T-shirt for his big moment. And I get what does his T-shirt say? Is he taking the piss?
The Flat Mars Society.
Hey, what a bell end.
We went over this
Find
already.
yourself.
We went over this already. Flatsy pointed it out. Where were you?
I actually went and I made chili dogs.
Oh,
I'm starting to feel a little bit better. And I got very hungry.
Yeah, but nobody's seeing a problem. This is worse than Netflix. When are you just going to open your eyes and see what problems these cats have created? This is worse than Netflix.
She's a legitimate, true flat earther, and I decided
a legitimate, true flat earther. Where did they get their certification at?
To look into this more because it was so
good.
Quick question for Neil. Problems for who?
Well, not us. I was going to say I was going to follow up.
Okay.
They're all alone here.
I'm good.
He's all alone.
He's good. Chocolate's good. Thanks.
So shocking to me how somebody in the 21st century could be a flat earther.
Was this
why? It's measured, navigated, aviated, and built upon flat. We have the measurements.
Your first introduction to flat Earth, the first knowledge you had of the flat Earth movement?
Oh, brother. Are we going to get to the hypothesis at some point?
I had heard of what's known as the Flat Earth Society in
Oh,
the
God.
past.
What
but
about the Flat
Show
Mars
me on
Society?
the dolly where the flat Earth touched you, Pastor Will.
I assumed, and it kind of was stated that that was kind of like a joke of an
Use your words.
organization that just existed to mock flat earthers. This was the first time in my life that I realized there are real flat earthers.
Yeah, because you're a dumbass.
This seems to be a bit of a community or a movement. This
There is no community, and it's not a movement.
flat earth ideology is not only alive.
No, flat Earth measurements. Not ideology. Measurements.
And well, but it seems to be growing. Now, what made me come up with the final experiment was
What made you come up? It should have been a natural observed phenomena. That should have been the first step to get your dependent variable. And then your supposition of the cause of that dependent variable. That should have been the first step.
this. As a pastor, as a
dumbass pastor who uses the Bible as his own personal jungle gym.
Bible believing.
Like Danny. You don't believe the Bible. No chance. You already showed that. We already demonstrated it. With your friggin' earth crust firmament, idiot.
Christian, it appeared to me that the flat earth ideology was being
No. Flat earth measurements.
marketed to Bible believing Christians, and it seemed to me
Didn't have to market anything to them. As long as they could read, they're good.
based on my interactions that a majority of flat earthers were Bible believing Christians.
Were? You're not a Bible believing Christian. Neither is
That's
Danny.
a fact. And so I was like, wow, this is not the direction that we need to be
Who's we?
headed in the body of Christ.
The body of Christ. What? You're definitely not a part of the Bible believer part. That's definitely for sure. Mr. Crust of the Earth's firmament.
And so I had the idea of coming up with an experiment.
You had the idea of coming up with an experiment. That doesn't sound right. You need a naturally observed phenomena, dependent variable first, son.
That would settle this debate once and for all.
It's not a debate. I already went over the reasons why.
So we could kind of nip it in the bud, so to speak.
Nip it in the bud.
Should that have happened a long time ago?
No, but they're stopping the growth of it. Look what they're doing.
No. This proving this 24-hour sun. Shouldn't that have happened a long time ago?
Yes.
Curious as to why.
Sadly,
it
I mean, even at the Creation Museum at the Ark Encounter, me and Danny also experience that all the time. Lately, I have been more often than I would like to. I'll be speaking on creation versus evolution. I won't even.
You don't even know what evolution is. You idiots and answers in Genesis have been enablers with evolution. You clowns. What's evolution? That's what I thought.
I won't even talk about space or the shape of the Earth. And I got flat earthers coming up to me and asking me questions about the Rakia and the firmament and
they don't do that to me.
That's you.
Oh, I wonder why they don't
Danny,
do that to me. I wonder why they don't do that to me. It was done to you. It's on video. And you sat there silent, Mr. Laugher, Mr. Joker, Mr. Asshat. I clowned your dumbass in 2016. I was the first one to clown your dumbass. Yeah? As a green around the gills flat earther took you to task. I still got those emails, by the way, Danny, from 2016. Might want to release them at some point. I'll hold on to them. Guess what would happen to you now?
Can I ask you a question right quick?
Sure.
Aren't all these guys lying about more than half of the stuff they're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And you wrote the whole book on it.
Yes.
Yeah, he already wrote a whole dumbass book that we tore apart. Yes.
I think though the four-letter word NASA is they introduce you as that, and that's all they need.
They, who are they? I never really even speak about NASA. I'm a flat earther, an actual one. I don't really talk about NASA all that much in 8 years.
Experience,
that makes you the evil one.
I work for NASA.
No, it makes you a dumbass one. There he goes. There he is. The Aero Narnia engineer. That's him working for NASA.
For many years before coming full time with the ministry. I've sent spacecraft to Mars, Jupiter, asteroids.
You sent spacecraft. He sent spacecraft through a second law of thermodynamics violation to Mars. Really? Can you explain what the second law of thermodynamics is, Aero Narnia engineer? Please provide the equation and a brief description, and then give an example. Ask
better yet, ask Danny.
Yeah, ask Danny. He can't.
Even the sun. That was part of a mission called Parker Solar Probe. So that.
Right in the second law, like nice cartoon, not right in the middle of a second law of thermodynamics violation. Not only with your bullshit satellite, but your sun over here is also a second law of thermodynamics violation. Sunshine.
That's always the first thing they ask me.
Invoking life on Mars as a Christian. Is that why he's put pyramids?
I have no idea.
Is he a Christian, this guy? Or is he just like a space nerd?
No, he said he's Christian. He's part of Answers in Genesis. That has implications.
Okay. Well, he's invoking life on Mars, hence his replication of the Giza pyramids on his flat Mars.
Yeah, well,
go
ahead and email him at Answers in Genesis. You can call him.
No, I just like to confirm points of what a snide wanker people can be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And whilst they say, I believe in the Bible, there's me undermining it on my T-shirt.
Is how do we know satellites are real? The space station.
We know satellites aren't in the second law of thermodynamics violation along with the space station. We know that for a fact.
The planets and
planets. Where? Show.
And
also in a second law of thermodynamics violation, by the way.
And how do we know NASA isn't just lying to us about everything?
Who gives a shit?
The moon landing. It's always the moon landing.
Who gives a shit? Yeah, it's. We don't really care anymore. It's in the second law of thermodynamics violation, sunshine. It's in Narnia. We don't care.
Well, I've been doing this.
Did he look at this? Watch this, folks.
Did he say it's always the moon landing?
Satellites
Hold
are
on.
real. The space station, the planets.
Then I'll let you go, Chocolate. 1 second.
And how do we know NASA isn't just lying to us about everything? Oh, especially the moon landing. It's always the moon landing.
All right, go ahead, Chocolate.
It's funny. He says it's always the moon landing with NASA, huh? I got a quote from somebody from NASA. We need to solve these problems before we can send people to this region of space.
Date.
Say again?
Date.
2014.
Oh, my God.
I forget the guy's name.
That's a problem. I could see him.
I'm
So-
like a dumb shit.
We got Creation Museum. This man, I suppose, is this man. This testimony is powerful. The slide reads, Jesus saved him after walking on the moon. What it says.
That's from the Bible.
Can I get a chapter and verse on that, please? What book is that in? I gotta know.
Book of Apollo.
Well, I've been doing this a bit longer. I learned of the Flat Earth movement in early 2016.
And that's when you met me. I was one of the first ones that dug your grave. Ironically.
And I was alarmed over the next 4 or 5 years how rapid.
I was alarmed at your dumbass answers that I tore apart. Still got those emails, Danny. You want me to release them?
Can I clear up something real quick? Because I don't like to give quotes without a name and a date. So the quote, we need to send these people, we need to solve these problems before we send people to this region of space. That was quoted by Kelly Smith, NASA. Orion by fire. Look it up. Have fun.
Thank you.
Movement was growing, but it abruptly.
I got a movement growing right now.
Slowed down at the beginning of 2020. Several factors coming into there.
It slowed down. Can you show this? And what does this have to do with pig knuckles in China?
But what alarms me is that.
Are you trying to divert away from asking him for his hypothesis? Is that what you're doing?
The growth is continuing at a high rate among Christian circles.
So in my experience, and I know in Danny's experience, many, if not most, of these flat earthers, they use the Bible.
These flat earthers. There comes a stereotype fallacy.
To support their flat earth views. And so how do you
support their flat? Well, just read it.
You usually respond to those interpretations, and
by the way he usually does, they're not interpretations either. They're just, you just read them. Mainly historical documentation. He uses the Bible as his own personal jungle gym. Mr. Arrow Narnia engineer.
And what does the Bible actually say about the shape of the earth?
There's some.
It says it's flat.
Why are you asking him?
See, at this point, as a neutral, what are we gonna cite? We're gonna have an old man ramble like Obi-Wan Kenobi, or will we pull up the document in question? We should clear it up for itself, shouldn't it?
Fair enough. All right.
Like,
now,
if you asked Annie and us, what are the Bible's opinions on Deliveroo? We'd both come to the conclusion, well, it's not in there, is it? We'd move on quite easily and quickly. Should be the same thing, shouldn't it?
I'm doing it for him. I'm doing it for him. You ask and you shall receive. We'll just do one. Revelation 20, verse 9. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, and compassed the camp of the saints about, and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Breath, platos. Strong's Greek definition, G4114 from G4116, platus, spread out, flat. There you go. That's just one. I got a hopper full.
Something I like to tell people, which is this.
What do you like to tell people?
There's a massive difference between talking about an historical event that happened.
What the hell are you? What?
Oh, here we go with history.
No, that's not what he means, is it? There's a massive difference between reading the words in the Bible and allowing you to stay on a ball. Yeah, that's what he's saying. This is terrible, Pastor. You will deny what the Bible clearly says to maintain your ball.
Yep.
What should be happening now is like World War One, a barrage of scripture from one side to the other, trying to argue the point. Yet there isn't. There's just loaded ammunition on the flat side. And this guy's trying to say, well, it doesn't really mean. It means, well, basically, you see, they were a bit thick back in the day. And what they meant was, what are you saying?
No, right now it should be opened up to Genesis right now.
And talking about our present
It's not just
day.
Genesis, is it? Yeah,
I would start there, Adam.
that wasn't my point. My point is, what is he doing? He's not pulling any scripture. He's not saying, well, no, look, actually, look at this bit. Supports my position.
Because he can't.
No, he's doing the opposite. He's attacking scripture and its validity right now.
Yep.
Even worse.
Reality. It's very difficult when you're talking about the past because we cannot travel to the.
Talking about what why are we talking about time travel? I thought we were talking about scripture.
Because Moses was a bit thick. You don't get it? He was a bit thick. Thought he was flat. We describe it. He was wrong, Moses. Yeah. And now it makes sense, doesn't it?
No.
Now you can ignore what the scripture says. Because you know Moses was fake.
No, he didn't say that. He said time travel.
The past, nobody was around, and so we've got to
No one was around in the past, so we got to use time travel? Huh?
use the tools and the resources we have to
What the hell are you talking about?
We got a full
do our
J on
best
this.
to
Like,
understand.
No,
shit.
you know why? Because I'm done. I'm hungry.
right, we'll save it here because this is worth this. This is a pertinent point. This is a rebuttal to the clear and concise words of Scripture, which, when it does mention stuff, mentions it and references it in a particular way. What he's going to invoke is, I don't know, H.G. Wells. What's going on? But
Well, to
we should
fix
pick-
it, Adam, this you're gonna like. I have a feeling that they're gonna start claiming that the Battle of Joshua was fought in Antarctica.
It just makes sense, doesn't it? Having watched the sun not stop and continue around in a circle for 24 hours, it's a great place to cite it.
I believe so, too. All right. Nathan!
Yeah.
Shut up. Wait for a second.
What?
Hold on.
Nathan, hold on.
Yeah, Nathan, hold on 1 second, please. Take us home, sir.
A huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of the Ballbusters and any live participants that joined but we didn't talk to. And of course, a massive thank you to all of the live audience for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, in QE up on PayPal, smashing the super chat, all that good stuff. And Nathan Oakley, a massive thank you to QE for making today's Ballbusters possible. We will see you all in the next Ballbusters.
Roll on 2.
The sun is shining, he's alone, raging into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see the tune, the globe head goose spewing out his shite. Shouting! Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves our blame. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. Not come all this distance just for you to take the piss. The ice wind's blowing, here he goes, pacing like a lunatic, upside down on a spinning globe, but the best is yet to come. Oh, how we laughed in this flat land at such a comical sight. To see me tune the glove head goose spewing out his shots, swinging. Where's the guns, Nathan? You promised that I'd see. I'm all alone here raging. Everyone loves at me. Oh, where's the guns, Nathan? In this anarchic abyss. I've not came all this distance just for you to take the piss. The sun is shining, he's alone, reaching into his iPhone, screaming at the top of his lungs as a 24-hour sun. Oh, how we laugh
you about Antarctica. You deflected to measurements. You are a scum liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar. Since 2016, he's been saying if you go to Antarctica, you will be faced with gunpoint and turned away. Where's the guns, Nathan? Where's the guns?